Good morning and welcome to the live broadcast of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship of 2021. It's been a long time coming with COVID-19 having its restrictions and no race last year, but this is the 15th edition. We are super stoked to be here. It's a race consisting of 75 kilometers of swimrun, 65 kilometers of trail running, 10 Ks of open water swimming over 24 islands, 54 transitions. This is going to be a magical day out in the archipelago with teams coming from 21 countries, representing from around the world. My name is Ville. I'll be hosting here from the studio. This is Joachim, my technician, and out on the course we have Maria, Nancy, Jonas, and Henrik who will be filming throughout the day. So, everybody's up early. We have viewers already. This is fantastic. I mean, we're all very stoked. I mean, the racers, man, they have been training for a year plus for this to happen. And they are standing at the starting line in Sandhamn right now, just waiting for the start of this race. The start of this race can happen anywhere between 10 minutes to 6 to 10 minutes past 6, depending on the big cruise ships that goes through the channel outside of Sandön, where Sandhamn lies. So Matt Scott, one of the race directors, he's on the phone with the pilot of the straight, and hopefully we get a start at 6 o'clock, but it can happen anywhere in between. Joachim?
Yes. Should we switch over and add the picture from the starting line as well, together with Maria?
Yes, of course. We are beautiful, but you're here to watch Swimrun and not us here in the studio. So, welcome into the broadcast, Maria. Good morning. So we see some people there in the background starting to warm up already, getting super stoked for the first swim.
He's super prepared.
Yeah. He's gonna be flying over.
I tried to connect with Maria and see if she's gonna...
I can talk about the first swim a little bit.
Welcome to Sandhamn and the 15th edition of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship. Oh boy, have we been waiting for this day to come. 2 long years. We have about 150 teams eagerly waiting to get going. They're moving around here to soon fill up the start box behind us. The start is to go in about 15 minutes, I believe. About 150, 160 teams are roaring to go. Some of them are returning. Some are here for the first time. We have Jonas Kolting. He's here for his 15th start. We have Joachim Axelsson. He's preparing to finish for his 12th time together with his partner Per. We have a gorgeous day. It's very dry, which is very nice for the swim runners. They start off with very technical terrain, and you want to be dry on your feet there so you can just cruise along. It's a bit of a misty sky, or cloudy sky. It will be clearing up during the day, so I think we're in for a treat today. All the way from Sandhamn to Ute, 75 kilometers of swimrun propaganda. You are all in for a treat. It's not only the swimrunners here. We are about 130 volunteers and media teams that will give you such a great day out here. So stay tuned on this channel to follow us and all the swimrunners. We will soon go and talk to some of them. We're just waiting for them to get their little butts in there. They've been training for a long time for this. We have a lot of elite teams that are returning, some former world champions, and maybe some new ones. We'll see if we'll get a world record this year or not. We have men's team, mixed teams, and women's teams. The men's team in the red bibs, the mixed one in green, and the women's in orange. So come along and let's see if we can find some people to interview and see how they're doing. Let me find it. We've got some teams coming up here. They want to warm up and move around until the very minute to get going. It's a mass start, so all of them will be going at the same time when the clapper goes off. and a quad bike will make their way down to the beach for the first swim. It's the longest swim of the day, and I think that swim will feel like forever and be over very quickly at the same time. Then you have some technical terrain before they get to Rundmøre. We're not sure how it will go with the water temperature this year. It's between 12 to 16 degrees, so some might suffer in the beginning, but they just have to keep moving because they will eventually get warm. There's a lot of preparations for this race. It's not only to run and swim and do strength training, you also have to ride kit on. You have to test your gear. You do not want it to malfunction during this long day. We will have some winners crossing the finish line maybe around 7:35, who knows, at least under 8 hours. And then we have some that will come in when it's dark. So it's for sure a long day out there, and you do not want to find out that something is not working for you. We will talk more about gear during the day and tell you more about Swimrun. Some of you are probably tried this before, and some of you maybe this is your first encounter with Swimrun, and you're gonna love it after this. I'm sure we will show you the best of it. I'm still waiting to see all the teams here so we can start talking to them. Let's move slowly over here. Behind this cord, I have my cameraman Johan. He's gonna follow me and us all day. Let's see here if we can find someone. Hello. So, where are you from?
From France.
From France? Is it your first time here?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. Very exciting.
Very exciting.
And very scared. We are very scared.
Scared? What's the scary part?
Cold.
The cold. Okay.
Yeah.
Not the swims and the runs. It's just the...
Yes. More cold in the sea.
Okay. And how will you manage that?
Food.
Yes, that's very good.
Okay.
The hat.
Yeah, wetsuit and the mind.
The mind.
Yes.
And have you been doing many races together?
Yes. 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 Yes, we are together. Yes. And then you race? Yes. Yes.
And which of the ÖTILLÖ races have you done?
Camel.
Okay, that's where you qualified.
Yes.
Okay. So we wish you all the best for today.
Thank you
And
very
have a
much.
good day. Enjoy it. Let's keep moving. You'll be warm.
Yes.
And eat. Thank you. Team 307. Make sure to follow them from France. They qualified in Cannes. Let's see if we can- Hi.
Hi,
Where are you from?
from France.
From France as well. Good.
Yes,
Yeah. Is it your first time? Or have
yes,
you been before?
definitely the first time.
Okay. What are you most excited about today?
It's a fantastic race. So we want to live the moment and finish.
Yes. Enjoy. We have Marika Wagner here. What's your partner? Marika.
Hi.
How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. Nervous.
Yeah.
Not as tense as normally, but still nervous.
But how many races have you done?
This is my seventh.
You seven. Oh my God. How the first time you did it? How come?
Yesterday, one of the original four, he nagged me into it. We worked together, and he kept saying, "This is a race for you," and I was like, "Nah, I don't think so. Too long."
Obviously, it's a race for you. It's
Yeah.
the seventh time.
Yeah, and I'm really happy he saw that and didn't give up on me.
So what's the agenda today?
Yeah, we want to race hard, and I think the important thing is for us to reach it and feel like we did what we did on the course and really push ourselves, push each other, work together. What that will end up, we don't know, but there is potential to climb the podium once again, and we're really confident. But most important is to do our best out of the course.
And what is doing your best? What is that for you?
To really push it, and when it gets hard, to push even more, really believe in ourselves and believe in each other to reach that really sort of stage where you don't think you can do anymore, but still find the sources of energy and willpower to push forward.
I tried to ask you the same question after the finish line. It's like you did it. You
Yeah.
gave it your all.
Yeah, thank
So
you.
good luck today.
Thank you. See ya.
So, regardez juste.
Oh, here we have Picasso and Lars. So it's a new team. You've been racing alongside each other for I don't know how many races. And this time you teamed up. So before I guess maybe you were looking for each other's weaknesses, but now you're going to focus on the strengths. So what's the
I think our strength is we don't really have any weaknesses. We're good over the whole distance usually. I mean, we're pretty good in the water, gravel roads. We might not be the fastest.
Long run,
Yeah,
it's a long distance. Yeah. How many races have you had?
together.
Not together. I know you have them together, but
They're sides to each other. It's,
four races.
Myself.
And we know you're going for the goal.
Can be a tough race, but
Yeah.
yeah.
And how disappointed that one get if you don't get that? If you come third, for example. What do you think you or the others better or?
we know that in the end it's hard to tell. It depends on the race develop.
If you have the day and nights, I don't know. I mean, if you're on the podium on the World Championship, I'm probably happy. We're going for gold, but we won't be happy.
Good luck today. And I'm looking forward to see you along the course and afterwards. Yeah, have a fun day as well. See if we can go and find some orange juice. So let's try to make our way around here. Go on, you gotta let's go here. Come on. Gotta run so we can find some of the orange bits. So. Here we go. Here. We have Helena and
Après, quand tu as un bonnet, tu rentres assez vite. Mais les nattes, elles sont assez en veine, elles sont assez courtes. Moi, je les pousse. C'est pas. J'ai hésité à le mettre. Mais avec les nattes courtes, je me suis dit, bon, allez, on verra bien.
Sinon, c'est pas la deuxième, le bac.
Un radicaux, c'est fait. Oh mon gars, avec les Covid, j'entends rien, faut hurler. Déjà que je suis sourd, mais là, je peux t'insulter fort fort alors. Faut la dire. Quelle chose? On va interviewer. Je l'ai pas vu.
Tu jouais même pas? Tu jouais pas?
On fait 4 heures en ville et après on va.
Hello. Hello. On your communication skills. Here's we have a team today in the race. They cannot really communicate with words because she speaks French and she speaks Norwegian and English. So we wish you all the luck. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing you on the course and afterwards. Yeah. So what do you say, Nate? Not loud. Enjoy. Thank you. And here we have Jonathan going for his 12th finish.
Yes.
Not allowed.
This is the time I'm not. This is the time of all the time that I'm not prepared.
Okay. So what made you not finish? You know the race.
Fall someplace.
Yes, an injury. Yeah. At least not the mental part.
Oh.
You know, you have that. Yeah. Good. I hope we can chat along the course. Yeah. Enjoy. You have some more. Hey, how are you? Good. Very good. These girls are doing this for the first time. Have you slept? Yes, very good. Like a baby. That's fantastic. So, for the first win, what's your strategy? To get from the past. Yeah. Have you found some fast team? Do you know? No, I think so. I'm just. Okay. Wish you all the best. Enjoy the race. Go hard. Okay. See you later. Hi, all of you. Hi. How are you? Nervous. Nervous? Why? Exciting. You found out quite late that we were doing the race 2 weeks ago, and that's when you two found each other as well. So what are you most nervous about? The whole thing. The the distance. Yeah. Yeah. I know you two can do that. And we're going to go watching you as well. So we'll see at the buffet. Ute versus has the best buffet. So belonging from us. Enjoy the race. Let's make our way to the start. I think it's probably about to kick off. No. These guys, I'll see you on South of Una. I'll see you on South of Una. 2 years ago, they were there. They're really good swimmers. So they were, let's say, not very happy about, or very happy about finishing Una and making their way into the.
We have a quad in
So
front,
we have the start here.
and it's a master start
And
with
they
the
are
first swing.
ready to get
So
going.
we're gonna pass the quad
And the nerves, you can really
swing.
feel it.
Follow the
It's like
quad to the
this
start.
place is on fire at the moment. As I said before, they've been practicing for a long time. This is a dream come true for many of them. And some, it's more than a passion, it's a lifestyle. Speaks them hopefully into their own race. Hey Joe, all good upstairs? Hey Joe. Yeah, so I think we have a big crowd here. This is a big thing for everyone. I said we have a lot of volunteers. It's become a lifestyle for us, the community. It's just not about swim running, it's about everything around it. It's 2 minutes to the start. I'm getting all jiggly. This is exciting. And they will be pacing themselves with the quad bike. So they will have a quad bike up here, making their way slowly and steady down to the first swim. And then we have 1,400 meters. And it's going to be a beautiful sunrise when they're crossing that water. It's quite flat. I don't think it's a big current, so they will have a sweet start, which is a good start for this long, 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 long day.
1.5 minutes to start.
1.5 minutes. Daydreams will happen. And there will be some tears, I think, crossing that finish line. Some happy ones and some maybe, I don't know, a bit of disappointment. But everyone should be so proud of themselves. Such a huge achievement. 150 teams plus will soon make their way all the way from Sandhamn to Utö. 75 kilometers of swim running, 24 islands. Imagine all of those
1 minute to start.
off the water. 1 minute to start. Let's hope all of them have prepared properly. Gotten the right clothes and kit on. As Christine Larsen said, you've filled up their wetsuits with fuel, with paddles, and God knows what they want to carry along the way. Everything you have on this starting line, you've got to carry all the way to the finish line.
30 seconds. Good luck and have fun today. Enjoy the race.
All right, 30 seconds to start. The gun is about to go off, and we're live from Sandhamn, Sweden.
Guy in black, just
Won't be long now. Got exciting to see. We'll get some world records broken or not. Oh, and off they are!
Gun is off, and we're off.
A dream to stand on this starting line for so many, and now they are here. Looking forward to catching them all along the way. I think we're over to Henrik now. We're going to follow them in the crowd.
Always a bit of anxiety here in the beginning. People are instructed not to pass the quad bike, but there's a lot of adrenaline early in the morning in this race, so people are trying their best to stay in their spot in the pack. We're now just going through the village of Sandhamn, and then we're gonna head out on a little gnarly trail before we get closer to the water. And the beach is actually gonna be really wide once we get down to the water, so there's gonna be plenty of space once you get there, so really no reason to be elbowing for your spot this early on in the race, but all the competitors are of course very eager. Here we're seeing the front team Gravelines Strive from France, one of the favorites to compete for the title. And it looks like they're going to be using a tow line on the first swim, with Henneman probably pulling on the swims and Remy pulling the runs later on. Here you see team number 6 also in front, the other French team. Team Arc Swimrun France with Hugo Tormento, one of the strongest swimmers in the field. Him and his partner Matt are pretty even in the water, so they'll most likely go without the tow line here on the first swim. Mostly men's team here right in the front, as usually the case. I also see Adriel Young and Oscar right behind the leaders, and Fredrik Axelgård and Lars Ekman as well. So all the teams we expected to compete for the title in the men's team are well positioned here. As we're now getting into a part of the trail which is going to be even more narrow, so it's going to be very difficult to pass from now on. So wherever you're in the pack right now is probably where you're going to be for the time being. And then, like I said, once you hit the beach, it's going to be really wide. So no issues there to find your spots. Now the quad is slowing down a little bit as well as it gets more and more narrow. Really nothing that you can gain at this stage. The only thing you can do is drop equipment and get a really bad start to the day. So that's something that you really want to avoid at this stage. Just hold on tight to all your equipment.
Yeah.
And now we're getting very close to the first swim, and now we're going to see the team spreading out here as they head into the water for the first swim. The big first shock to the system of the day. Go, 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 go! So now it's going to be a bit mental here for the first 400 or 500 meters. Adrenaline is still pumping. And then it usually settles into a more sustainable pace here as they get into their packs. You see the rest of the teams now getting into the water. Some of them for the first time. Gonna be a bit of a shocker. It's gonna be a long day, and this is what people tend to think about the night before. So once you get past this swim and the first couple of really tricky islands, that's when you really start to settle into this race. Now it's more about just getting to the other side again without dropping any equipment in the water either. It's really a tight pack here, so it's easy to bump into somebody, drop a paddle, lose your partner if you're not tethered up, and so forth and so forth. Just watching the final teams here getting into the water, and then I'm gonna transition myself, get on the boat. I've done this swim 6 times. Luckily, I don't have to do it today, so I'm gonna get in the media boat here and get over to the other side, and we'll pick up the swimmers as they get up on Bindalsö, where, not sure if you can see it on the broadcast, but there's a strobing light there, 1,650 meters over on the other side. So it's a mile swim.
Leader in the front. This is usually what's been happening the last couple of years. One of the stronger swim teams go out in front, and all the other teams that are up for grabs for the win, they know which teams to look out for. They try to catch those feet, getting the streamline, getting the drag. You have a lot of advantage going on the feet of somebody. This is the longest swim. It's more than 700 meters, 1,700 meters. And as I said, this is almost the most stressful, the most hectic part of the day. This beach entrance, going into the water for the first time, hitting that cold water early in the morning, trying to get that good position. You've been held back from the quad bike all the first run. And then when you reach the beach, you just fan out. Everybody tries to get the maximum of their position. I think we see the last teams are going into the water. A couple of teams chose exit to the right, entry to the right. At this first swim with all these teams so close together, it really doesn't matter. Depends on what you prefer. If you prefer to have a bit of clear water, or if you're going for somebody's feet to get that extra conserving energy, that swim. Doing this swim in front, I'm guessing it might be Hugo and Mathieu. As Henrik said, really strong swimmers, but we can see that it actually looks like maybe 3 swimmers in that front, which would mean no, we have 4 swimmers actually that have pulled away from the pack. And then there's a little bit of a gap to the third team. Might not look like much, but when you're in the water, as I said, the draft you can get from staying on somebody's feet gives you a very big advantage. Now something happened to that second team actually. I didn't know if you catch that they're quite far away, but you could see that the team that was on the feet of the leading team, actually one of them stopped and then the other one stopped, and now now it's only one solitary team going out in front. Of course, hard to know exactly which team it is, but from the swimming times that we know these guys do, it can very possibly be Hugo and Mathieu. It can also, of course, be a very strong other swimming team that will push their advantage this early swim stage. We saw this happening also 2019. We had Stefano Pestenoni and Peter Aronsson breaking away with almost a 50-second lead after the first swim. But then the first technical run on Vindalsö, they were caught by the teams that ended up coming in first to fourth in the men's category. Whole field is in the water. Everybody's had that first shock of the water. Everybody's settling into their place. The washing machine has died down a bit. You don't have that hectic feel. Now either you've found those feet and you just enjoy the ride almost, or you have a sense that you're not where you want in the pack, and at this stage it can be hard to do something about it. There's a lot of people still around you, hard to gain positions without wasting too much energy. So if you're one of the top contending teams and you have that feeling, it can be very stressful this entire swim, that you feel you're not where you want, not in the front. You didn't get those feet that you were looking for. You don't have that good swimming team ahead of you that's pulling you. Can't thank it. Can't thank it.
Sure. So now it's time for Jonas, one of the Beaver brothers, to pick up Henrik, and they're going to Vindalsön. As Jonas has talked about, this first swim of the day, it's the longest swim, and the race won't be decided at this swim, but people are going fast from the start. I mean, I can see that everybody in the front pack, all categories, are swimming really hard, and they have a small headwind.
Du måste sätta standard på headset.
So 45 meters per second headwind in the start. So the first 4 swims gonna be swimming straight into the wind, and after that they're turning around and going south. The wind will come from the side. So probably not a record-breaking first swim, but it will go fast. And after that they come to Vindalsön. Vindalsön is 800 meters of, I wouldn't say it's running, it's rock hopping. It's a really technical terrain here in the beginning. So first you have Vindalsön, after that you go over to Skarprundmarö and Rönnkläppen, and here you have to be a really strong trail runner to push the pace. Other than that, and it's a really narrow trail, so you won't overtake any teams. So just in the beginning of the race, just settle in, just try to get your body warmed up, and you have a long day ahead of you, regardless of if you're in the top mix and going for around 8 hours or 9 hours, or if you're going for 12 hours or 14 hours of this race. You're gonna have a long day, and everybody's gonna hurt as much. So the boat is currently going over the strait, and I don't know if you can see it, but on these longer swims, on the first swim and on the pig swim, they have a strobe light, so you have something to navigate towards. This is because it can be hard to navigate these really flat islands in the beginning with the sun so low. The sun is just rising. Today is a little bit of clouds, so it should be a little bit easier to navigate, but usually you can never predict the weather in the Stockholm archipelago. So guys, welcome back to the studio. We're obviously not on the course. We're in Stockholm, live broadcasting and putting in all the feeds. And I was wondering, I see a lot of people commenting, and it's really fun to have everybody so engaged. And I mean, we all root for, I mean, everybody's on the starting line, but we all have our favorite team. So I'm wondering, who are you tuning in for? Who are you rooting for today, and why are you watching? So this swim usually takes around, I would say, 25 minutes, depending on the currents and which direction the wind blows. Even though it's quote unquote only 45 meters per second of wind, swimming with paddles, it's a whole different ball game swimming into a headwind. So I think they're racing the boat to catch up with all the swimmers. They're moving fast. Will there be a course record this year? I don't know. I think they'll be up there touching the course records, especially the mixed category. I think there's so many strong teams, so they're gonna be creating a pack and really push each other. Women's, I think it can happen. There are multiple strong women teams, and in the men's category, I think it's going to be a little bit of tactical games in the beginning, and they're going to go fast in the first couple of islands to go hard in the trails. We'll see if they blow each other out or if they can keep it up. Go, go, go. I agree. Go, go, go. I have done the race twice. I would say this is a fantastic experience. And I mean, this is going to be a bright moment in all of the racers' lives, regardless of if they're racing for the first time or like Jonas Kolting doing his 15th. He has started every ÖTILLÖ there is. Every race is unique. The course is set, but the race, depending on the weather, how the winter storms have been, it's always a new race every year, and these memories, I mean, it's an awesome experience, and you will cherish them forever. So I'll just check my monitor here, see if we can see the swimmers in the water. Right now I'm only seeing waves, so I'm guessing they're trying to catch up with everybody swimming. Jonas Kolting is racing with the Swedish super talented rapper Petter Askegren this year for Team Bauhaus, and they are having at Petter's Instagram. You should log in to Instagram and check out his Instagram feed. They're doing a live feed because they're doing a charity run today as Team Bauhaus, and for every comment and every share they have on their Instagram live feed, their sponsor will donate 100 kroners or roughly 10 euros to charity, to Tim Bergling Foundation for Avicii Arena. So please check this live broadcast, but also go to @PetterAlexis, PetterAlexis, and have a shout out, do a comment, and share those guys on, because they're racing for a really great cause. I will say this multiple times during this broadcast, but I mean, they have done this race for so many times, and just give them a shout out. I mean, it's gonna mean the world for both them and for the Tim Bergling Foundation.
We get a lot of comments from the audience, and it's fantastic because they share up their friends and they respond on your question. Which team do you follow today? I'm trying to punch in as many comments as possible. Please get them coming, because it's fantastic. I will try to share as many comments as possible in the broadcast. Okay. So Ville, what are we seeing now? Tell me, I mean, this first swim is fairly long, huh?
Yeah, it's 1750 meters or 1650 meters, depending on how straight you swim. My clock said 750 then, so I wasn't a straight arrow when I swam it.
Is it a lot of current or?
There's not a lot of currents on this swim. But it's an open ocean, and I mean it's windy, regardless of because it's in the beginning the swims are more open, more exposed to the Baltic Sea. Then when you come off Rundmarö, then you have a lot of smaller islands outside of Rundmarö that takes a lot of the headwind. So, and usually the wind comes from the other direction. So it's going to be a interesting year to see how fast the swim splits will be. And I mean, this swim, as Henrik talked about, the first 200-300 meters, you just need to settle into the pace, get a feel for the water, just try to relax, get your heart rate down a bit, and just settle into the groove. And I mean, after that, the swim it sells into a couple of groups. You have here.
So Jonas, Henrik want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say we have looks like we have a breakaway team here. They're about 100 meters in front. So actually it's quite similar to what we had 2 years ago, where Team Swim Shop pulled away. They weren't able to keep it up then on the technical running, but we're not sure yet which team it is that's up in front, but it's a pretty sizable lead this early on the race. If I were going to have to make a guess before I see the people, it's probably Team France, I would guess. Team Arc Swimrun France, they would be the strongest swimmers in the field, but it's too early. We'll see when they come up on the rocks here, but we're going to go in closer with the boat so that we can see. So it's just one single team up in front. And then if I slide over here, everybody else is sitting tight in the pack. So I'm assuming all the other top teams are right there. But here you can, sorry. Here we have the leading team now. So like Vilo said, it's not a lot of current, but you have a little bit of side waves this year. So it's the wind is pushing from the west, so it's sort of sideways against them. So here you see again, probably 100, 150 meters by now. And now they only have about, I'd say, 200-300 meters to go. They're heading towards right at the left of this white boat here is where they will be having the trail run experience of their life as they're trying to get up on these slippery rocks. But a beautiful morning here in the Stockholm archipelago. The sun is just starting to come up. So when they run on Skarp Rundmarö, the second island here, it's going to be really beautiful to follow the teams as they toddle along on the rocks. But first they have to get across Vindalsö before they get to Skarp Rundmarö. I'm watching the teams here from the front, and they're actually, looks like the leading team is losing the sighting a little bit. They're drifting out to the left, so they're still going to be well ahead, but they're making a little bit of a mistake here with the navigation. Hopefully they'll get back on track. They're straying way left now. I'm hoping they will see the strobe light and get back on track. Oh, now they're making a 45-degree turn. They realized their mistake. They're back on track, but they probably
swim, and it's a mass of green, red, and orange bibs. And it looks like a lot of them are tethered up. So in swimmer, you can use a tether when you're swimming. So you see them slaying right at each other's feet. And we have the biggest crowd or so make the way up on the island. And here we have a mix of red and orange and green bibs. powering through, and it's really amazing to see. They're off. They've started. Now it's just the beginning of the race. As I said, you have to stick together. So you race as a pair, and you want to draft on each other's speeds. Especially for this first swim, it's the longest one. You don't want to spend too much time or you get too cold, because the next two islands are very technical. You cannot get up to a very high speed, so might be a bit troublesome for some to keep the warmth up. But they keep a steady pace, and then they get up on Rundmarö, where they finally can take off. So we're gonna make our way around here and make our way down to Nemde, where we will catch up a bit later. So we'll go back to the studio. Bye bye from the first swim.
Vi går lite närmare så att vi ser dem på klipporna här.
See at the beach you see an orange flag. That's what they're aiming towards today. Beach flags along the course are black beach flags as water entries and orange beach flags as water exits. And as Maria pointed out, there's a lot of orange and green bibs. Just to clear everything out, we have 3 categories in Swimrun. We have women's, who have orange bibs, we have green, they're mixed teams, and red bibs are for the men's category. So you can see, and now it looks like we have a first team coming up out of the water. Trying to hear what they were shouting at the island, but I couldn't really hear which team it was. This is super exciting, but I mean they have a clear head start.
Ja, Hugo.
All right.
All right, so we can confirm it's Team Arc Swimrun France, like I suspected, that pulled ahead. So again, former elite swimmers, by far the strongest swimmers in the team. Probably a little bit less experienced with technical running, so this works to their advantage to be able to stay with the pack that they got this gap early on in the race. So Team Arc Swimrun France with Hugo Tormento and Matt Poulain well ahead. I can see them now. They're about 300 meters ahead of the other teams on the rocks. But now you have all the experienced racers exiting as well. So there's going to be a chase now. I can see Oscar Olsson and Adriel Young in the front. Oscar being one of the stronger technical runners. He's going to pick up the chase now. He's not going to let these guys go. I'm sure he's almost going to close this gap, although it's, like I said, almost 200-300 meters. But the race is on for sure now. Now it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here on this and the next island. All right, so I'm getting a note here from my sidekick Jonas that it's just like we suspected. So the chasing teams here, you have Oscar and Adriel, Team Sim Coachen, trying to close this gap. And then you have Fredrik Axegård and Lars Ekman, new pairing, but very experienced racers. Fredrik still holds the course record, and Lars Ekman has been on the podium several times. So we have all the main contenders that we anticipated here in the front. Still a sizable gap. They probably closed 50 or 100 meters of the 300 meter or so gap. But I can see that the two chasing teams here are much more experienced with this course. They are moving a lot faster. So I still suspect that they're going to be quite close once they enter the second swim. So I envision that we're going to have a pack of these three teams as we get up from the second swim. I'm looking back now a little bit also for the green jerseys. And I can see 5 teams within 100 meters. This is the first time we're going to have a pack in the mixed team class as well. Now we're going to speed up a little bit and get to the second swim entry. But now the gap is probably only 100 meters, so it's going to be really close. We have another 400 meters to go before they enter the swim. And Oscar is going to be right on their shoulders. I suspect that they enter the second swim.
Lag 10 på fjärde plats. Det är Karlstad Sharks. David Erik. Det är de som är fyror som tappar lite.
Han har gått på simgymnasiet med mig.
Okej. Karlstad Sharks.
All right, here we have the black beach flag, which is the entry of the second swim. This is a shorter one, 300-400 meters, but it's still pretty choppy. They're gonna have a bit of a rugged waves today. They're gonna have them straight in their face as they jump in for the second swim. But here I see Team France coming out on the rocks. The gap is not completely closed, but I already see Oscar there in the forest, so they're probably going to jump in about, you know, well, they might actually catch up here just before they jump in. So it's going to be really close. There will be a pack here of 3-man's team as we go into Skarprundmare. Taking a little bit of time to transition there. As you can see, the gap is more or less closed. So we have all the 3 teams are getting in about at the same time. So this will be the front runners. We're gonna make our way over to the second swim exit now. As my brother-in-law Jonas is gonna get ready to run with these guys on Skarprundmare. Very technical running, especially after these 2 cold first swims.
Yep.
So now Jonas is getting ready to start the island hopping of the day, and he's going to run with the front pack. This far, I would say, I mean, it's a fantastic day out. A bit of choppy waves, calm weather in all. I think since it's not that sunny, it won't be super hot on the runs, and they're gonna be a really fast year of running. We'll see that on the 3 big main islands, Rundmarö, Nämdö and Ornö, where the pace can really pick up. But seeing that the
Nej, det är lugnt här. Det är bara att gå.
Is that Nancy? Standing there. She's there. Okay, let's go.
Det är Nancy.
so over to
Det är lugnt.
Nancy.
Det är lugnt. Ja.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good morning. So
Hi,
we're
Rob.
just
Lite
watching the
bara.
teams come out of the swim.
Lite höger.
Lite höger.
They have about 100 meters till they're coming up onto the rocks. So you can just see them behind me. It's it's been pretty cold for them and the wind is picking up. So we'll see what happens, but they're moving quickly. So this is the first energy station behind us. And I do not think the first teams are going to be taking too much hydration this morning. I was with them on the ferries and they were trying to get lots in before they pulled up their wetsuit for the last time. But you really see with these new ARC kangaroo kits how much people are packing into the gels and the little water packs into their own kit. So they have a lot of their own hydration plan. The thing is that they do have to take some time to drink, but you can drink the seawater. So we'll be interested to see how many of these guys actually stop and how many start to play some games with each other too, mind games, like I don't need to do this. But it could get pretty serious if longer for the 21K if they're not taking something to drink. So we can just see the guys coming out now. One of the great parts about this swim is that there's little tricks that you can learn where to really come out. A lot of the swimmers come out really at the far part where they see is the first exit. And it's much more difficult and much more slippery to come out there. And here comes the guys to cheer them on a little bit. But you can see just with the flags that the wind is picking up here. So it's going to be much colder. And here we come. I don't think anyone's going to talk to me, but we'll see how they're doing. Let's go, guys. We have team 6 coming out first, which is, I believe, our French teams.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a first. The pace is really fast, and they are actually stopping to take a drink, which is surprising. We see Jonas coming up to try to film them. Here comes the Swedish teams. We have team 20, team 2. Let's go. Go, Oscar. They're climbing quickly. They really stay on top of each other, and it's a real psychological game. But they're lucky they are taking something here. So they look a little chilly coming out with the short sleeves. And then there's a bit of a break, as you can see. But it's great here because if you swim down in the Mediterranean, obviously you cannot take too much seawater for your liquids. But here you can just keep taking in some of the sea, so it really helps you. It's a little cloudy, so you don't really feel that hot, but you do need it for later. We have another team up, team 4, which is our French team. No, I think that was might have been Guillaume. Oops. The rocks are really slippery here, even just for walking around. You have to be kind of careful, and these guys are coming out full speed. We have a whole group, and we have our first mixed teams coming out, which will be great to see. I'm sure there'll be a women's team coming up as well soon. And up we go. Surprisingly, everyone is taking drinks today.
Come on, Nicolas.
Let's go, Nicolas.
Nicolas, we got
Allez,
this.
allez. And you can really see how the concentration and the cold is coming onto play already. It's so early into the race. There's some cold faces coming out.
Malika.
Go, Marika!
Go.
There's some very concentrated looks coming up. It's difficult to get people to talk here. But most people are taking drinks. This is really remarkable. Either they're a little cold or they just need to take a break from the transition, I would think. We're hoping to see some of the women's teams coming out soon. I think there's an orange cap in the water there.
Yeah, there's orange.
So we see our first women's team coming. They should be about 20, 30 meters coming with a series of the guys. This is where it'll be interesting to see if they stop or if they just keep playing. But you can see there's a level of cold happening that I'm happy it's them and not me. Let's go, guys. Another mixed team coming up. What team do we have? We have team 308, 306 coming in, and some shivering lips. But it's a real climb. So this is a 4-kilometer run after here.
It's a 4-kilometer run.
But it's quite technical.
2 swims and then it's a Long Island.
So after this, they'll have a little chance to warm up. But I think the morning has been a little chilly for them, as you can see. This is when I've done this part of the race, and when you first do it for the first time, it can be a little overwhelming because you're following everybody instead of doing where's the best part to come out. And it is really slippery as more racers come across. You can see it just becomes wet.
Good work.
Lots of men's teams coming through. It's really remarkable watching and not participating. It's a little bit more fun this way, not feeling the cold the same way. Lots of these guys are just climbing up through. As you can see behind, you can just take a look and see through the climb here where they go up to try. And the volunteers are so great. They have the drinks ready for them, so they can just take what they need. And by that point, you have a little bit of time to stop because you're climbing up. You don't really necessarily need to run through that. And people are taking advantage. More mixed teams coming up. Way to go, guys.
First women's team.
And the first women's team is coming through. Who do we have? We have team 409. Let's go, ladies. Way to go. Bravo, bravo.
Okay, so Jonas here, following the men's leaders. We saw Team Arc France with Hugo Mathieu come out of the water with a gap, sizable gap from the first swim. Closed on Vindalsö, and now I've been following the real experienced teams. Lars Ekman, Fredrik Axegård, Team Arc, Fredrik and Lars, and Team Sim Coach and Oscar Olsson, Adriel Young. And I just saw, when I saw Hugo and Mathieu, these other guys did as well, and they picked up the pace even more. It's technical trail running for ÖTILLÖ. It's not that technical right here because you actually have a trail to follow. But these guys look comfortable. Look like Oscar Adriel made a push. Just a little push here on Skarfrumman. Fredrik and Lars, no problem following. And they caught up with Hugo and Mathieu. And now we have a 3-team pack. I could not actually catch the 4th team, but I think it was the first swim. The 2nd team up was Costa Sharks, Eric and David, strong swimmers, but they were overtaken on Vindalsö by the experienced men's teams, and I think they were forced up on Skarfrumman. So you see these guys, they're like mountain goats over here. I've been resting in a boat the first 2 runs and the first 2 swims, and still I'm quite out of breath staying with these guys. Here we have them. This is more technical part, à la ÖTILLÖ. A lot of cliffs, a lot of rocks. Easy to slip. Might not have dried off from the morning. And the balance in the front is, you know, pushing yourself to your limit. Still not falling and injuring yourself, endangering your entire race. For the broadcast, you go a little slip there from because now, yeah, we see the backs of the team. Number 6, Teamwork France. Sorry about the shot. Once these guys hit the cliffs, you can see that the other 4 guys, Frederick and Lars, Oscar and April, they have almost 20 world championships between them. They know these cliffs. They know how to run them as fast as they possibly can. And so they have overtaken Teamwork France, but still not a major gap. Here we will soon turn from the cliffs up into the trail run again. You can see these guys disappearing a little bit. They're fresh. No real problems right now. Pace here can be really quick. See them over on the other side of the beach. Once we hit the a little bit less technical part, I will try to sprint and catch up with these guys. As I said, once the team coaching and our Frederick and Lars saw these guys, their pace quickened, and when they were on their backs, stay there just for a little while, and then quicken their pace again. I'm guessing they want to build a gap from this Teamwork France that are very strong in the swimming, as we've already seen. And these experienced teams in the front, they don't want to give them any courtesies. So they want them to find themselves alone on the swimmings. We still see though that Mathieu and Hugo, they're pacing themselves. They can still see the guys. They're strong swimmers. I think in the transition, if they do it well, they will be on the feet of these guys. And of course you have to wonder, do you stay on the feet, conserve energy, or do you push your advantage and go hard on the swim? It's uphill, I can't really talk. As I said, I've done this course with the top teams 2019 and a little bit out of shape, but still these guys, they're going close to anyone's maximum pace in the forest. We see now, once you get into the forest, it actually feels a little bit lighter, but the pace quickens since it's easier to run. And then the gap in meters starts to increase, but the time might be the same. So I'm guessing if Teamwork France can keep it this way, this gap won't be any problem during a swim for these guys to bridge first couple of meters. And this is a testament for how fast these guys are running. I mean, I'm telling you that Team Coach and our Swimrun, Fredrik and Lars, are going fast, and these guys can't keep up. Well, I can't. I can almost not keep up with these guys, and definitely not overtake them. To see what's happening in the actual front. But then again, I think, since I know the guys in the front, there's no way no one gets a gap at this stage when we run the most technical part of Swimrun and Vindasa. So I'm guessing the front teams settle into a pace that they think they can manage, and it's a pace that they hope will keep these French guys behind them, so they can't. So they'll have to burn energy in the swims. Now I think I'll put this back to the studio, because the more I talk, the further back I fall.
So, welcome back to the studio. As you can see, Jonas is tagging along with the front group, and I mean he's a really fit guy, and you can hear that he's breathing heavy already. This won't be a day of like zone 2 running or your leisure running. Not if you have any ambitions to go really hard. It's going to be a tough day for everybody racing. I mean, Jonas and Henrik are extremely. They're really, really good, and have done this race multiple times, and already you can see the pace. Actually, in the first at the first timing station, the front group were 1 minute ahead of the course record time. Now we're back. You can see the teams are heading. I think there's a couple of minutes left until they get to swim over to Rönnkläppen for a little island hopping, and then over to Rundmarö for the first long run on gravel roads for the day.
Just a comment, Jonas is a really skilled runner, yeah?
Yeah.
And he's trying to catch up with those top teams at the moment. I mean, tell me the pace, Ville. Are they running fast, or is it just me thinking that?
I mean, it can be hard just looking at the broadcast to imagine just the pace they're running at. But right now they're running at just under 4 minutes per kilometer pace in this terrain. I mean, the rocks they're hopping right now is like. It's like running on racers. It's really tough to just scramble around. In the forest, you saw the really, really narrow trail. You have to be on your toes. You have to concentrate throughout the whole day. You need to know exactly where your feet are going to be put. I mean, these guys are super duper fast. I mean, it's unimaginable. They run 65 kilometers of trail running at the same pace that most recreational athletes dream about doing for a 5 or a 10K. So, I mean, these guys are really, really fit, and they've been training a year for this event alone.
So what team is this, Vida? Is this number 6 or number 8? I cannot see.
It's team number
6.
And that's our Swimrun France with Hugo and Mathieu. Really, really skilled swimmers, and obviously skilled runners as well. But I mean, their forte is really swimming. And they can go on and on for days because of their aerobic capacity. I've seen both of them racing a lot. I met them in Thousand Lakes in Germany, where they just push the pace throughout the race, and they're gonna be top contenders today. They're new to the course, but already you can see they race with confidence, and well, they're gonna have a fantastic day.
What about the weather? It looks okay for today, huh?
I think the wind is, as I said earlier, the wind is going to be head on for the first 60 to 90 minutes, and then depending on where in the race you are. I mean, when you come to Rundmarö, you're gonna have wind coming from the side, and then you're a little more sheltered because there are forests. There are more forests on the islands. Now they're really exposed, as you can see on the rocks here. Now you can just watch the view over the channel. I mean, this is propaganda for the Stockholm archipelago. This is what the postcards are made of. First, in the men's category at the first timing station were Arc Swimrun France, Team Sim Coachen, and Arc Swimrun Fredrik and Lars. I mean, that was quite expected, I would say. And in the women's category, it was Arc Swimrun Helena and Christine. And now they're off. I would just say then it's Wild Swimrun West Coast and Team Strömgren for the women's. And in the mixed category, on the first timing station, it was Amanda and Kenny Meyer, Marika and Alexander, and then Team Stena Recycling in a really tight front group. Now it's a short swim over to Rönnkläppen, and after that it's just a short run over that island. It's almost 400 meters of swimming over to the next island, then about 200 meters of running, and then a 500 meter run, and then they settle into the first 9K of consecutive running on Rundmarö.
So I think Jonas is gonna jump into the boat and get ready for the next run. Huh? And while we're waiting at Henrik to get his feed up and running, let's punch over to the studio and see what we have here. Okay, go, my friend.
So welcome back to the studio. As I said, I mean they are really close together in all categories. In the mixed category, it was a 12-second gap between the first and the third team. In the women's category, I have to check the data here. It's just 2 minutes of time difference between the first and third team. I mean, it's a long day, so 2 minutes at the beginning of the race, it can go either way. And as I can see at the pace, everybody's pushing at the first swim, even though they were the headwind. Everybody's pushing really fast. Everybody's a tad bit faster than they were in 2018, where the course record was set.
Should we have a look at the map and see where we are?
Yeah. So if we punch in the map here,
so we started at Sandhamn over here, huh?
Yes, and then they had the martial start, so they were cruising down to the beach. And after that we had the longest swim of the day, going over to Vindalsön. And on Vindalsön you could see everybody just scrambling on top of the rocks with the ocean to the left of them. Coming down, they had a short swim between Vindalsön and Skarprundmarö, not to be confused with Rundmarö that's coming up. Skarprundmarö was 4.5K of really technical trail running, as you could see.
And this is where Jonas now were running and left off over here, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Fun fact about Skarprundmarö then, just to give you a little insight to the archipelago. On Skarprundmarö there are two freshwater lakes that are named after Sweden's biggest lakes, Vänern and Vättern. Unfortunately you don't get to swim in them, it's just super technical trail running. Now they swam over to Rönnkläppen, the small island between Skarprundmarö and Rundmarö, where they have time 3. And those 2 swims are super. You look forward to them after the first. I mean, it's not the longest run of the day, but it's 4.5K, and you start to settle in. So getting your temperature up, and well, it's nice to cool down for a bit with those 2 swims and a little bit of island hopping. I mean, this is what swimrun is about: getting amphibious, getting in and out of the water, and just being constant movement. So I'm thinking soon we'll start seeing teams popping up at time 3. I would say maybe in since they're racing so fast, I would say 8 or 9 minutes. I mean, this is a spectacular race to follow. I'm so stoked to be able to just follow these guys, even though we're in Stockholm City. Usually we're out in the archipelago and following the race or racing ourselves, but I mean, I am so grateful that we're doing this. I mean, this is so much fun. As a fan and as an athlete in the sport, I mean, I get so hyped up about this, and I get so hyped up about everybody commenting.
When was the last time you were in this race?
Last time I raced was 2018. I raced with a woman named Elin Stanner. She's one of the strongest racers I've ever raced with.
We got Micke online here, so let's punch him in immediately, okay?
Yeah, let's talk to Michael.
So,
So I'm here with Michael. Michael, where are we coming in right now?
so let's see if you get some time.
Well, we're in the leaderboard, leader boats. No, at the leaderboard.
Yes, I'm finally winning.
Cool. We have Anders Malm driving the boat. We're coming to Snusvik, which is halfway down Rundmarö, I would say. The racers will have done 4.4 kilometers of running when they come here. So we're going to get off here at Snusvik, and then we're going to go up to the timing station, which is also the energy station, and it's the 9 o'clock cutoff. So we'll be a little before the first teams, and I think we can talk quite a bit. First year when we raced here too, we used to come to, there was a hotel, there was a restaurant here in that building, so we used to run down to the restaurant here, and it was the first time that we served cinnamon buns to everybody. Now the restaurant is no longer, so
Unfortunately, there's still cinnamon buns on the course.
there's still cinnamon buns
Only
on the
reason I
course,
wanna
of
do
course. And but this is where we used to come down, and then we moved up to the local grocery store, actually, where we have the timing station and the energy station. Just for more Anders, you know that you have the ferry coming in behind you too. Great. It's always great to have Anders as a boat driver. I think we're always fortunate because it's hard to find a better one in the archipelago. This is where we get off. I think, Jesper, you can follow with the camera.
Yeah.
Might be a little bouncy, but you can step up on here and we'll get out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take this. I just have to.
There you go. Get out here.
This.
Right, so now we're on Snusvik, and we are heading up to the timing station. But if you turn around, actually, you can see this is an island that has commuter traffic. So people live here and they go to the mainland, which you see right across, and then they take the bus into Stockholm to work. So most people are going to work at this time of the day.
Wow.
And
It's Monday. Right.
It's Monday morning. So this is where it's at. So that's the ferry to the mainland, and it goes all night and all afternoon. And we can keep walking up the hill, and we'll meet the locals, I think. So on these islands, we also have
The classic sort of mode of transportation is, and you'll see it here, it's a flock moppe, we call it in Swedish. A flock moppe, which is a moped with a how do you call it, with a flatbed on the front.
Yeah.
And it's, as you can see, it's
These
what
are the
most
classics.
locals are coming here. You see someone actually coming down on theirs. It's a mode of transportation, and it's the way it works up here.
So if the swim runners are too tired and they just go, I've had it, we can take them on those.
We take them on a flock moppe and we say, all right, enough of it for today. Yeah.
And the people, like when you have to obviously get agreements for some of these areas for the runners to go, are people, most of the island people really welcoming of the race? How has that been for you?
Well, Mats does a massive job every year where we send out a letter to all the landowners, because the landowners, they actually, they change. People die, people sell, people whatever. So we have to send a message or we have to send a letter to the landowners every year, because we don't know who changes. So we send out to over 100 landowners and ask for permission to cross their land. And then, everyone says hello, or says hello, and they say okay. And we have one landowner which we don't even ask anymore, because he just doesn't want us to be part of it. So.
Okay. But that, it sounds like it's pretty agreeable. And do people come out and cheer on and know about the race now? It's been the 15th edition, so.
Well, that's a good part. Here, actually, we have Christian, who's raced before with us.
Hey.
He's out checking out things. Good to see you.
But most of them will come out and like maybe cheer or.
Yeah, on a lot of islands, we have a lot of people cheering now. And it's actually one of the energy stations, which I'm not sure you'll make it there today. It's called Muttergård. Sylvia, the woman who lives there, she has a huge party with all the other, how would you call it, retirees on the island. They have a big party. They have funny hats. They put up flags for all the nations, and they cheer everybody like mad. It's really great fun.
Okay, let's go there.
Yeah. The problem is that if you go there, one, we don't have coverage. I mean, we have GSM coverage, 4G coverage, which actually enables this live show on most of the islands. We have some patchy areas, and those patchy areas we just, we can't use it. So that's it. So should we keep walking a little bit?
So from here, they're going to run, after this energy station, they're going to go another 3 kilometers?
From here, they have 3.4 kilometers. And as you can see, this is like one of those Swedish gravel roads. These we have everywhere in Sweden, these gravel roads. And they, throughout all of Sweden. And on Rundmar, at the top of the island, they come onto a trail, and they run, I think, about a kilometer on the trail. Then they get onto the gravel road like this, and then they keep running south for another 2 kilometers on gravel road before they get on trail again. And then it's a beautiful winding trail through the forest until they come to the water, and that's the place where we actually swim. It's the only place on the course where we swim along shore, because that's where we have a landowner who doesn't want us on land. So we get in the water, we swim past his property, and we get out, and then we keep on moving south. So it's kind of fun that we actually have one of those.
So imagine for runners that the first part is so technical of this course that if you've never done it, you probably get here and you're like, hallelujah.
Well, to be honest, I think most people, if they haven't done it before and they get onto the first couple of islands before they come here, they will absolutely freak out, because you think that you're a good runner, you can keep a pace of, you might have a game plan of maybe, keeping a pace of around 5:30 or 6 minutes even per kilometer, and you struggle just walking, because very, very, very technical. And if you have that as your first impression, you have a couple of, I mean, the first swim is terrifying because it's 1,800 meters. It's cold, sun's just coming up. And then you have a second swim, and then you get onto 2 islands that are just really difficult to move on.
Yeah.
I mean, it scares the shit out of you, basically. And
especially if it's been raining or it's wet, it's even
I mean,
slower. Yeah.
I mean, fortunately today it's dry, but when you come onto this island, it becomes okay. You can start relaxing, and I think we'll see that people. You probably saw that when at your other station, where the timing was and the liquid, people looked scared.
Yeah.
And shocked almost. And when they come here, soon we'll see, we hope, that they start relaxing and enjoying. And this will be the first time on the course that they actually warm up a little bit too.
Well, I remember because when I tried to do the course for the 2010 edition with my husband, he's like a kind of a bear anyway. So when we got onto we thought, is the whole race going to be this hard?
Well, that's what I mean.
So psychologically, you're right. All of that
Yeah.
plays into your mind. So this
will start giving you a little bit of confidence.
Yeah.
It gives you a chance to warm up a little bit, and it also gives you the possibility to, regain a little bit of pace, because I mean everyone is looking at what pace are they keeping, and correlating it with the cutoff times and so on, and they realize that if they keep the pace they have on the first islands, they won't make the cutoff.
Right.
So it becomes quite stressful.
But it seems like a lot of people do give themselves that goal of, when I get to this cutoff, the first cutoff, I want to have made it in this time because I'm used to doing kilometers at this pace. But you can't do that.
No, you can't do that. I mean, a race like this, I mean, Jesper says it really well. You come onto the islands and you have to just stop looking at your watch. You have to start enjoying. And when you can enjoy and relax, then you can also start moving through the course, because if you're not enjoying it and you're not relaxed and enjoying it, then you cramp up and you get stressed and you get cold just by the mental cramp, I would say.
And then you yell at your husband, who's your partner.
well, that's the benefit of racing with your husband, I guess. So up here we have, I mean, one of the life.
Det är bra Rickard, kör på nu! Inte långt fram!
So here we can see a couple of men's team coming up at Runmarö. At Runmarö we have I can see in the timing charts, we have the first 3 men's team leading is Arc Swimrun France. Just 2 seconds behind is Team Sim coachen Oskar Olsson and Adriel Young. Super duper swim runners, and falling back a little bit with 40 seconds are Arc Swimrun Fredrik and Lars. So we're still well inside of the course record, with the gap now being 2.5 minutes up to the course record. After that, race ID Rickard Berglund and Max Andersson has come up out of the water, and now we can see a big pack, and I think I see mixed teams in there as well.
Härligt gubbar!
So how can you see it's a mixed team?
So I can see it's a mixed team because of the green bibs and the green swim caps. Somebody fell there. I think it's Kenny Meyer and Amanda. And also it's Marika and Alexander Koller coming there in third in mix. Wow, now we have Jonas tagging along for the ride, and as I have said on the last run, it's gonna go super duper fast. So, I mean, because Jonas is running with a stabilizer, it doesn't seem that he's running this fast, but I mean, these speeds are super, I mean, they are exceptional athletes, all of them. Marika Wagner, who you can see the back of here, has done races 7 times before. She's a former world champion and a really experienced adventure racer. So I mean, going for around 8.5 hours, I'm guessing today, will be like a sprint for her. No, it's not. I mean, she's super strong. Same here, coming up. And I mean, just wow. There were Team 9, the Who crew, Jonas Friis and Fredrik Augustsson.
Bra grabbar. Kör vi!
Let's see if we can switch over to Henrik now. There you go, Henrik.
All right, I'm now actually on my bike. So I'm gonna catch the first mixed teams here, and then once we get out on the gravel road, I'll try to catch the leading men as well.
So now you can see Henrik on his bike trying to catch up with the racers, and I mean that's just a testament, as I said many times before, on how fast this race really is, that us as commentators need to bike along to catch up.
On the split screen here we also have Jonas for a while. I think he's going to try to catch up, catch the following teams, you know. So we have a split screen here with Henrik on his bike, trying to catch up with the front pack, while Jonas is on the right here, in the middle of some vegetables. So sorry, Ville, I sort of.
No, it's totally okay to hijack the
show.
As I said, it's a.
Kör nu! Härligt, bra jobbat gubbar!
It's a really fast.
Det är bra, kör på nu, det är inte mycket fram.
And I mean, maybe you can see it through the broadcast. I mean, every island of this course has its own characteristics. I mean, right now we're watching the split screen of a forest, but I can tell you, every island has its own charm. And I mean, Rundmöra is quite a big island, and Michael talked about it earlier. You have a population year-round, and on Skarp Rundmöra it's mostly the nautical scouts being there during the summer, I guess. I grew up in the city, so I wasn't a scout. I know nothing about nature except the ÖTILLÖ race course. So I'm trying to catch up with the timing charts and see who's come to.
It's quite fun that Henrik on his bike, he's not even able to catch up with the front teams now. I don't know. He's having a problem with his camera as well. So I think we're gonna go over to Jonas only for a while and see.
I'm on the run now. I'll catch them rather quickly. Just had some IT issues that I had to sort out. Now we're hunting, so I saw that obviously, as you've noticed, Kenny Meyer, Amanda in the front. They are a strong runners team, so it's good news for them that they're already in the front. And then you have Peter Ohm and Ulrika Eriksson pretty much right on their heels. I'm now coming up on the leading mixed teams here. It's only about a 10 meters gap, so just like we were hoping for, it's going to be interesting battle here also in the mixed class with not one team deciding the race early on.
So Jonas, go on.
Okay, so we are here at the exit to Rundmare. We see that there's a mixed team, but we also have the leading women's team swimming here. We can actually see that right behind them there's another mixed team, and then right behind that there's another women's team. So we have the front and the runner-up women's team right now coming up to Rundmare. Obviously the field is spreading out, as we talked about in the prediction show. These guys have the disadvantage of having people swimming in the front of them or running in the front of them in the track, but they also have the advantage of always having feet on swims. I can see the bib number is 409. That it's Christine and Helena, yes. They're in the front, as we expected, but we have a team behind them. See if we can catch those guys, those women as well.
All right, so
See if this is
our
our.
there, so it's actually Peter Ohm and Ulrika Eriksson sitting in third place, right on the heel of Alexander Koller and Marika Wagner. And now I'm closing up on Kenny Meyer and Amanda Nilsson. They have a gap of about 150 meters and looking very strong.
Here we have the second women's team.
320.
Here we go, 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 go!
Bra gubbar. Ingen simning på ett tag nu. All right, so that's the leading team in the mixed category. Now I'm gonna huddle and pedal up and catch the men's team as well.
So I'm following the second women's team here, and the rock's really slippery. It's hard running. For the top men's team, these rocks are dry, but when the mixed team and the women's team come up, there's been a couple of people here before. It's a lot more slippery, a bit more technical. Okay, see if I can overtake these guys and see if I can go up to the leads. They're not far behind.
All right, now I'm starting to catch the men's team as well. So first coming up here, the 15. Max Andersson and Rickard Berglund, Team Salming. And in front of them, 150, 200 meters, you have Team Graveline Tri, French team, Guillaume Hanneman and Remy. So far we're right on line with the predictions that we had. These were the teams that we thought were going to contend in the men's class. Another 10 or 15 seconds or so, and I'll catch up with the French team here, fourth place.
Hallå då! Härligt! Det var...
Guillaume is taking care of the swims, and Remy is pulling the run. So these guys will be tethered up the entire way, more or less.
Härligt gubbar!
So now we're actually closing in here on the infamous energy station, Red Bull Sprint Prize. And, these guys are sprinting, I can tell you. Very lucky to have a bike today. Passing on the right. Go, 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 go! So that was the fourth team. Team Graveline Tri from France. winners of Engadine. Very adverse. They're used to racing in tough conditions. It's the first time they tow up together. To Henneman has done the race a couple of times before with Nicola Ramirez, but never together with Remy. So just a little reality check here. Obviously, we're not that far into the race. I think the way these top teams are pushing each other, I'm not sure all of them will be able to maintain this entire race. So even though it's opened up quite a big gap here, that's nothing. When we get to the second half of the race, if these guys have paced themselves well and the other have not, things can change drastically here. Talking about sprinting, I'm not seeing the top 3 teams yet. So these guys are really hauling already this early in the race. This is considered easy running by ÖTILLÖ standards. You can see I still have to scramble a little bit on the bike here. Bit of rocks and roots, but again, fairly easy by ÖTILLÖ standards. So let's see. I'm starting to make my way down here towards the energy station. Let's see if I see the top 3 teams fueling, or if I need to keep all in to catch up with them. This is again, it's not a big difference for me on the bike, but it's now slightly downhill here. So feeling stressed in the race. It's quite easy to mispace yourself. Go a little bit too fast in this section because it's really the first time you can stretch out your legs and let your engine run, so to speak. All right, here we have the 3rd team. That should be Lars Ekman and Fredrik Axelgård. I'll confirm that when I get closer. Yeah, you have Fredrik there, 2nd position. And Lars is in the front. They're tethered up, but both of these guys looking strong, though they're a bit in no man's land here. We got about a 500-meter gap down to the Gravline 3 team, so keep it up. I'm gonna catch the front runners now.
So the right picture at the moment is the first aid station, I assume, and that's in the middle of Runarö, and we have Nancy here.
We're just coming in with the 2nd men's team. Oscar and Adriel have already passed through. We have our team Swimrun from France, the young team that have come through. They are stopping very quickly to get some water, but no food. So the teams are really going to cluster here because we've looked at the leaderboard, and the mixed teams that are going to be coming in will be together. But this is the first cutoff, so there will be people that are going to stop and take some actual food and drink. So we have Lars coming in. Come on, guys! As you can see, not taking advantage of the cinnamon buns, but they're on their way. They're the 3rd team going through. Is it on?
So the first team was here. Yeah.
So
Sure, yeah. So Ville here from the studio. Just a quick update about the top tier in the women's category. Arc Swimrun, Helena and Christine are in the lead. 40 seconds after is Wild Swimrun West Coast. And close after that, with 3 minutes back, it's a tight group with Team Last Minute, Team Strömgren and Team Hello. Right after that, it's Head Swimming with Anna Hellström and Jenny Romstedt in 6th place. And after that, it's tight group again with Diane and Isabel, Happy Girls, Team Stena Recycling 2 and Nitroglycerin. So, I mean, it's a really tight race. And now back to Henrik.
They got a gap of about 300-400 meters on the second team.
So
They're running side by side here. Looking very strong. Team swim coach and
they're coming right now.
Adriel Young, Oscar Olsson. They know the course inside out. They're a well-rounded team. Decent swimmers. Fantastic.
Way to go, guys!
And obviously, seems like they can handle gravel road as well. Go, guys! Got about a 300-meter gap on Team Arc Swimmer and France. And Fredrik Exegård and Darcy Ekman are about 50 meters behind them. So it's the usual suspects. And this is really, you know, where this race is so difficult to manage from a temperature point of view. I'm biking with just one extra layer of shirt and I'm already sweating, so I can't imagine what it's like to be like running in a wetsuit. It's actually quite humid today. Temperatures are not that high, but it's humid, so you were freezing a lot in the first couple of swims, and all of a sudden you're up exposed on a gravel road.
Just to show the
And even though there's no sun to bake you, there is that little bit of a humidity, so it's going to be really important to manage your hydration and salt intake on a day like this, both to prevent cramps in the water, but also not to lose too much sweat on the runs with this just a little bit of humidity, which is unusual for this month in Sweden. I'm just gonna stay here and actually see on my clock here, get a little bit of a split. Yeah, so we have 10 seconds past now, still no sight of the second team. I'd say there's gonna be close to a minute and a half gap by now. But I'm still gonna stay here. I got the advantage of the bike, so I can catch up again.
And I mean, Henrik was talking about the
Here we have, these guys are moving as well. It's gonna be about a minute gap on these guys. And then there's actually just a short swim after this island, and then you're back to running again. So these guys are gonna have to keep it up. About a minute gap, guys. Go, 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 go. And here you have the third team. They have visual contact. They know the stakes. They're gonna be interested in closing this gap so that they can work together to catch the front teams. 15 sekunder, grabbar. 1,5 minut upp till ledarna. All right, I'm just gonna assume that you're gonna get the split at the energy station, and that grab line try is still the fourth team.
That's exactly right.
It's just a little bit of a downhill here, and then we're gonna go into the woods. Still no technical running until the very end of this island, where you run on a nice forest trail, and then the last bit you just take a 90-degree turn into the forest and then jump over a ridge, and then it's a steep entry into the water. But we're a few clicks out from that still.
The first mixed team have come to time 4. And second one, the first team passing through the aid station there was Arc Swimrun, Amanda and Kenny, Amanda Nilsson and Kenny Meyer pushing it hard from the start. After that it's Stena Recycling with Peter Ohm and Ulrika Eriksson. So as I've said all morning, it's a really fast-paced race this year and everybody's pushing it really hard. Super cool to watch.
So still visual contact here between the third and the second team. I think if the second team realizes that they won't close this gap, it might even be an advantage to drop down the pace a little bit and team up with the third team here, because all 4 of them are strong swimmers. So if the leading team has put the hammer down too early, it'll be much easier again to chase them down as a team of 4 than a team of 2. So it could be a really interesting dynamic here for the rest of the race. But so far, Oscar and Adria are not looking over their shoulder. They had a plan to go hard from the gun. That's what they did. They swam well, came up, run fast on the technical islands, and now they're also getting the fastest splits even on the gravel road. So time will tell whether it was the right strategy or not.
You can do it! Wow.
Sure. So in the mixed category, a lot of the top teams are coming in for timing 4. We have Stena Recycling, as I said, in Arc Swimrun, Amanda and Kenny. We also see Marika and Alexander move by. Team Envol Head Swimming with Desiree and Victor. Team Envol Switzerland coming in really fast in 5th place. Dropping 1 position, but I mean they're so close together. I mean it's less than 30 seconds apart, so I mean it's a on and off, and they're gonna change positions throughout the day. I think both those teams are super strong runners.
Axegård right on your heels. It's gonna be a good 4-man team to catch the front runners eventually. The 4 of you are much stronger swimmers. Go, 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 go. All right. Let's see if there's still about a minute gap, or whether it's grown or shrunk. So upping the cadence on my bike now to catch up with Oscar and Adriel again.
Yes, please.
And I think we'll soon, in the right screen, we'll see the first women's team coming in.
Eventually get picked up, but I'm gonna go out here a little bit, see if we can get other informal time splits here, see how fast the guys are going in the front.
So I mean, in the women's category, we have, I mean, everybody's strong at everything at this level. I mean, we can talk about strong swimmers and strong runners. They're exceptionally strong in both fields and really good in the transition area of swimrun. But I would say that Helena Sivertsson and Christine Larsson not only are strong runners, they are exceptional runners. So I think they'll come into frame any minute now, and just behind them will be Wild Swimrun from the West Coast, Team Last Minute, Team Strömgren, Team Hello, I think it's going to be a hornet's nest in the women's category, and we're going to see that here on the longer runs. We're going to see them just the field getting tighter and tighter. I don't think they will spread out along the day. I
Just
think
listening to
they'll
what's
stay.
happening in the race.
Stay together within a few minutes of each other, and I mean it will be interesting from the get-go till the end in every category. Here you can see, I mean, everybody's stopping for a second, fueling up. I mean, it's ÖTILLÖ is a fantastic race, but it's also. Let's go to Nancy.
Hi guys, sorry about that, Vil. We're just coming in. So it's kind of interesting now that we're at the head packs have all gone through. Most of them took a gel or something as they came down this path and just took water, not even the sports drink. But now some of the teams are really starting to get into my cinnamon buns. I'll have to tell them to slow down there. But you can really see that they have gained a little bit of heat. This longer run is giving them some confidence as well, because that first part of the race is so technical that if you are thinking about, in terms of kilometers, where you're going to be at this first cutoff, a lot of these teams aren't going to be at those times. So they've made the cutoff. They can relax a little knowing that and kind of like just get their bearings. They've warmed up. I think they have another couple kilometers after this, but you can see that they're really getting into it. A lot of them are coming with their own gels and things like that, so it's really great to see. But I'm also happy to see that they're not as blue in the face as they might have looked off those first swims. So we hopefully are going to see the first women's team. We've got another mixed team coming through, a couple of teams right on top of each other. As you can see, they just sort of grab. But over here, they've already got the gels. They have their nutrition plans, and I think it's really important that they've probably tested that out when they've been training, but you can see that they have what's already going on. I don't know if anyone's going to talk to us or not, but are you guys able to warm up? C'était bien passé? Ouais, c'est beaucoup mieux? Eat. I don't think I would want to talk and drink to people either, but I have to try. I have to try. Let's go, guys. So there's a lot of relief, as I said, because when you do make this cutoff, you know that your day is really starting. You have a lot of kilometers ahead of you, but there is it's a confidence builder. Also, the flat roads, the trails, those first few runs are just brutal if you're a non-Swede, and also if you're someone like myself that's not a great runner. You can really be thrown off by the real technical slowness and also those first cold swims. So it's really nice to see these faces coming through. First women's team coming through. Come on, ladies. You can see them flowing through. Helena and Kristen going through quickly. I'm not even going to talk. They don't have. Keep going, girls. Let's go. I have to do my cheering anyway, but I won't do it right into the mic. So Kristen, of course, is like a legend on the course. So it's really nice to see her racing with a new partner this year. And they're just machines out there. The nice part is that they have a nice upcline run here, so at least they can digest a little bit. But it's very rare that you see anyone, even though they have some time that they could spend to take a little bit to eat or drink, they really don't spend a lot of time here going through. But as the teams come in later and later, you might see them. Come on, guys! And the sports drinks have been like really popular. They are using the precision hydration, which isn't as sweet or syrupy as some of the other sports drinks that you can get out there. And a lot of people have talked about like how they find it much easier to digest. It doesn't leave your stomach feeling too heavy. But as you can see, there's not a lot of food that's been taken down. So, but there's a lot of people that have gathered. It's a really good spot. Not that they want to see who makes the cutoff, but it just seems to be a welcome spot that people are coming to. Second women's team. I think this is Wild Coast, the Wild Swimrun West Coast teams. Let's go, girls! So you can watch for later. We did an interview with the girls yesterday. This is their first ÖTILLÖ swim run together. And they actually haven't been swim running very long, each of them, but they've done each qualified in different ÖTILLÖ races. They felt really confident yesterday coming in. And as you can see, they're quite smiley young women, so that's nice to see on the course. lots of good energy. They're in their early 30s and they're bringing a new dynamic, and also working with the Wild Swim Run, which is great for building up the community of women in this sport, which we would love to see more of. I think more women are starting to feel confident that it's not that it's a male dominated sport, but that we can get into the open water, we can do group training, get a bit of confidence. This might not be your first swim run that you're going to do, but it's just such a great way to do it with a team member, and building that kind of trust is really important.
Bra att du har en stark dam här som kan dra dig runt banan. Kom igen nu! Se stark ut!
There's actually quite a crowd gathering, but I think it's because Jasper's here and they all want to see one of the original people of doing this race. We're coming into a larger group of guys coming through, and we have a mixed team coming in as well. That's nice to see. This is a psychological part. When you're training and running with these people ahead of you, behind you, you're going to kind of feel that you need to keep on the pace with them. What are they doing? If they're not going to stop too long, you'll probably follow their same pace, even though your body's telling you to slow down. Way to go, guys! Way to go, mixed teams! So we're going to come in and see if we can get a word with any of the teams.
Yeah.
How's the race going for you guys?
Fantastic start, right?
Is it a fantastic start? You're here?
Good swim, good run.
How are the conditions for you guys?
Nice weather, not too cold.
Yeah?
Not too warm.
Not too slippery, it's dry, so you have some nice conditions.
I think it's challenging, but not dangerously slippery.
Do you feel like it feels fast this time? You feel like it's a fast race, or you're just doing your own thing?
I think we're doing our own thing.
You look very happy.
Then we don't know what the other is.
We wish you guys a great race, good continuation. I think we're going to try and stay out of the way so we're not keeping people from their nutrition. Good luck, guys. Hey, so we have our Team Monks USA swim run, who have a pretty specific hydrating plan going. So you guys were going to be drinking every 10-15 minutes. How's that going?
Precision hydration to every 20 minutes.
It's working. How are the conditions?
Water's warm.
Water's warm.
Nice and cold.
Nice and cold.
Yeah.
That's a good team.
No algae. Are you okay?
I'd love to be able to talk down to some of the women's teams, but they're moving quickly as well. The Team Monks USA had a different training this year. They decided for the race they were going to take sips every 10 to 15 minutes. So this is a new system for them. As you can see, everyone looks pretty concentrated on just getting through here as fast as possible.
Just sorry, Nancy, to interrupt. I just want to talk about the women's leaderboards for just a second. We have the same as in timing 3. We have Helena and Christine leading. Now we've seen a group of 4 teams within 30 seconds of each other, with Team Last Minute still in 3rd place, and Team Hello, Team Head Swimming, and Team Strömgren getting a little bit closer to the podium. So super interesting, and I mean, they're going fast. I'm going to continue saying this throughout the whole day. I mean, everybody's pushing it really, really fast. Super cool to see. I mean, it's just amazing as a fan of the sport to watch all these athletes. Just a quick catch up in the mix and men's categories. In the mixed category, it's still as it has been throughout the race this far, and in the men's, Lars and Fredrik has been trailing behind a minute, but we'll see if they catch up now. There's going to be more swimming again. Back to you, Nancy.
Oh, thanks, Phil. It's really, it is really exciting to see how close some of these little packs are. But when you're here and when you're with a group of bystanders and we're all fans, you feel really energized by the excitement of what's going on, especially if you've ever done any competition. It's just that feeling of, you know, it's the energy, it's the beginning of the race, and they still have so much more kilometers ahead of them. But what I love specifically about Swimrun is the team element, is that they are helping each other, that they're, you know, maybe they have the same things that they're eating. But I love that. I think that's what makes this sport so unique, is that you have somebody watching your back all the time, and they might say to you, look, like, you need to drink something, like, take a minute to have a bite. And you have that little chance here just to have a little chat, to check in, see how things are going. How are things going? And the women's team, Diane, how's it going, Diane? Top, top. Camille, ça va? Ça passe bien? C'est... Go, go, go! So the L team, they were just saying that the crazy. That's a really Camille and Julian actually met at ÖTILLÖ. The first year they raced with other people, and then they met each other and they started training and racing together, and they might have fallen in love, and then they moved in together, and now they have a baby, and they're doing ÖTILLÖ together for, I think, the third time. So they're our favorite little love story, and this is why it's important to have a partner when you do swimrun. Also, you can yell at your partner and they can't say anything about you because you're actually training, but it's a really nice dynamic. So we have more of the women's teams and the mixed teams coming in, which is really nice to see. I won't scream into the microphone as I cheer. Let's go, ladies! Ça va, ça va? Ça va bien? Ça passe bien? C'est pas trop froid? No, it's not that cold. Okay. How's the race going? Yes? Good? Fantastic. Fantastic. This is why we love ÖTILLÖ. Everybody smiles. Everybody's happy. We have lots of mixed teams. Christophe, ça va? Ça passe bien?
C'est la forme?
Ouais. C'est pas trop froid?
Non, ça va finalement. C'est pas si froid que ça. Il fait très bon dehors. La
Ah oui?
température extérieure est
Ouais.
top.
Ok. Donc tu as vraiment réchauffé un
On
peu.
a chaud sur la
Ouais. Tu are feeling good, hein?
Jusqu'à la fin.
Oui. Si tu vois la finish line. Okay, bye. So I know Christophe from the south of France, and he works with the Beaulieu Swimrun. He's a really great guy, and they have organized a lot of impromptu swim runs to get people involved in the sport. And he was just saying it's actually not that cold today. The running temperature is perfect. So that's really nice to see that they are not going to, because those first few swims, they looked a little chilly. But if they're feeling positive and are at this point of the first cutoff, I think that that's going to be a really good day for them. It's nice to also see like that energy is here, because that energy won't be quite the same when we see them at the finish line. It'll be a little different. How's it going, guys? Good? Good? Not too cold? C'est pas si froid? Ça va?
Conditions parfaites.
Ouais? Perfect conditions. Perfect conditions this year, they're saying. We're coming in with more of the mixed teams, women's teams, lots of the men's groups. Let's see the women's team, and maybe not. You see? It's your effect. They thought you said that. How's the race going? If I can. Good? Smiles? Good? Perfect temperatures? It's nice? Yeah? Have the conditions been pretty good for you today? Yeah?
Good conditions.
Not too hot?
Not too hot.
Perfect? I think that's the most we're gonna get as far as conversation, and I consider myself a good conversationalist, but this isn't the moment to be getting into the heart-to-hearts. But as you can see, they really are taking at this point a little bit more time to make sure that they stop for a few seconds. I think also that is just a mental, again, that you've made that first cutoff, and that you know you have a little bit of like really great running after this, and it's going to be a good day of racing. Whoop. one of the things that they're really good about with ÖTILLÖ is the garbage levels. So people are really careful about getting that garbage into the bins. Nobody's throwing stuff on the roads. Gel packs are all put in the garbage. And it's one of the disqualification rules if you don't respect the where you're putting things. Although I think I might be in the way a little bit, but this is more of a little, it's turning into like a nightclub situation. I haven't been around this many people at once in a long time. Put a little music on, be quite nice. How's the race going, everyone? Yes? Good conditions? We love ÖTILLÖ, right? I mean, you can't get it perfect. We can make the water a little colder if you like. We still have time. Well, these guys are seriously eating, so I won't be talking too much to them. How's the race going? Happy? Yeah? You're feeling about where you should be? You made the first cutoff so you can relax a little?
Yeah, I actually think so. We are pacing pretty good.
Really? It's about where you're supposed to be? Well, that's good. That's nice to hear. See if I can get the other team.
Är det på eller av? På.
You guys ready to continue? Ça passe bien? I need to learn more languages to be able to communicate. Wait, attends. Wait. Ask Kim to come over just for...
2 sekunder.
How's the race going for you today?
It's okay.
Yeah?
I slipped a little bit on the second island and I get some, but it's working.
Yeah, but that's good. Then you have bragging rights tomorrow when you finish, and you go, I even finished with all of this falling.
I can say to my partner, I don't run so fast.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too. I'll learn that one.
How many races? This is the 13th, and I hope to finish 12.
13th race?
Yeah.
So you know the course if you close your eyes?
Yeah, absolutely.
So next year we run together and you just drag me through the course. Okay, that works for me. But we stop for cinnamon buns. Oh, this is the other thing when you're tethered. It's really can be complicated when you come through. There's not a lot of people here at the moment, but sometimes the tethers cross. So you have to be a little careful, like here. We could have a situation here. Oh, they're quite serious about eating.
Enjoy, it's a long day.
And this is one of the other things that we're filling up with water to take, especially when they're coming into that long 21K run. They really need to make sure they have their own supplies on them because that can be a really long time. There are some hoses and things, but there's not a lot of support on the island. I don't know. How's the race coming? Ça va? Viens. Donc c'était bien, facile? Première fois? Donc c'est pas trop froid? Well, it's the first race, not too cold. Et votre binôme, c'est top, donc... Oh. Non. This is also the best part of all this stuff is the chaos of what's going on. Or if you run into someone you know and you talk. Another women's team coming down. How's it going? Good? Way to go. Ah, l'équipe! Ça va? Ça passe bien? So this is our Google Translate team. They don't speak, the one teammate speaks French only, doesn't really understand very much English, and the other speaks English, Russian, Swedish, Danish, something, 4 languages.
Norwegian, Swedish.
And so they actually were using Google Translate to communicate when they started training, and they're just working on how they feel. It's pretty remarkable because obviously they're not going to use Google Translate on an ÖTILLÖ course, although that could be a new app for ÖTILLÖ to get new people. But so that's it'd be great to talk to them at the end to see. It's a long day to not speak the same language, although maybe it's a blessing because then you can bitch and complain in your own language and nobody can understand you.
Nobody's listening to anybody anyway.
Yeah, but the communication between partners can be really important, so I'm not sure.
Du kan ju vända på och visa vem det är som är fotograf också.
One second.
Någon jag såg det var blåvita på.
Ja, det var några.
So here's a big pack of coming, but we have Michael Lemmel calling into the studio, so we're going to head over to Michael in just a few short moments. But Nancy, what are you seeing until then?
Right now, I just seen a bunch of the women's teams have come in with the mixed right behind them. I think that they're actually probably going to pass through at the same time. They're feeling pretty. My guess would be that they're going to try to keep up the pace with each other.
All right.
So this is going to be a pretty quick transit.
Okay, thank you. And now over to Michael Lemmel, who's at South Munka, I believe. Michael.
Hello, guys. How are you doing this morning?
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, fantastic.
Oh, good. Well, you're looking at the south end of Munka. I hope you're not looking at me, right?
Correct.
Good. Well, then I'm not screwing up the technicalities here a little bit. So, Mats, this is the dynamics of race directing. Mats went on to Munka to check up the energy station, and as he got there, he started.
Fuck. So this is the gift, the curse of the Stockholm outer archipelago. I mean, you're out and about in total wilderness, and since that we don't have perfect coverage everywhere, we're hoping to get Michael back on the air as soon as possible.
We'll switch over to Nancy then.
So switch over to Nancy for a brief minute and see if we can connect with Michael again.
Okay, Nancy.
Okay, so tell us how it's going. Very good. You look very calm. I mean, did you even swim?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us about how it's been that first swim. Was it cold?
No.
No.
No?
Not that cold.
No.
Okay.
It was cold, but not that cold.
Okay. And it seemed that the conditions were actually in the sea. It wasn't too windy. It wasn't too rough
No,
this
it was
morning.
perfect.
Is this your first ÖTILLÖ?
Easy.
Yes.
My
first.
second.
So what's the goal? Like, you've made the first cutoff. What's going to happen? Just keep going?
Keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Are you both?
We were married, and
Yes.
just decided on Saturday to compete.
What?
Yes.
She did.
So I love when married couples compete. Do you yell at each other on the course?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, maybe my marriage has a problem. I don't know. So it's great. So you just decided at the last minute.
Yeah, I did.
But
He did.
you've been training.
My partner was injured, so.
What? You're just like ÖTILLÖ ready all the time?
Yeah, always.
Oh my God, you're my hero. That's fantastic. Well, listen, have a great race. That's amazing. I'll see you at the finish line. See how it's going. Congratulations on that. Thanks.
You want the Americans also?
Yeah. Up. Andy, how's it going?
Oh yeah, she knows.
Holy
She knows,
shit.
Gordon. That's the answer. Is it?
Andy's done. This is Mel's first race. They obviously have a way of communicating in America that we don't know about. But how's it going? I won't keep you.
Doing just great. She is awesome. She was made for this sport.
Well, look at this. Look at this.
The swims have been phenomenal.
Fantastic. We'll see you guys later. Bye. So the American team that just went through that, Andy does the California swim run, and I think this is his fourth or fifth edition, he said, and he's really an integral part of building the community. He's not only just a great guy, but he's gone back to the States and he's really created on a grassroots level, and people are always now he's inviting everybody, so he gets people to try the sport, and once you try the sport, you can't turn back. You might keep doing your other things, but it's a great idea. And Mel is actually, this is her first swim run also. She's a great swimmer. And she was saying that just doing the training, she's got lots of her girlfriends back in the States that are now asking, when can I do this? When can I do this? So I think that we're going to see a lot more of the American contingency being able to come in, especially without restrictions over the next few years. It's a little calmer now. That was a little chaotic, but I think that's the first time at this point I've seen somebody pouring liquid down their wetsuit. And Andy doesn't wear anything under his wetsuit. He has no rash guard. He has nothing. So. I know there's other teams out there, and they probably will be coming.
Michael, go on.
Yes, hello again. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Well, hopefully it won't cut out again. I don't know how far you got in the story, but as I was saying, Mats was setting up the energy station on Munka, and he called me and said, did I not mark the course on Munka the way that we usually do? And I said, yes, of course. And he said, well, it seems like the markings are gone. So Anders and I went down as fast as we could to Munka, and I have just remarked the course from the energy station and down to the southern tip. So this is sort of the dynamics of race directing on this race, because you never know what happens, and we have to try to be in front and be on top of what's going on all the time. And apparently somebody thought it was funny to take down the course markings on the south end of Munka, and this is without a doubt the hardest island to navigate on. So if we wouldn't have had any course markings here, it would have resulted in absolute chaos, because it's like a natural OCR course where it's a nature reserve where all the how do you call it? All the trees and everything that have been here for the last 100 years are just falling all over the place, and you can't really find a way unless it's marked. So very soon the first teams will arrive. Fortunately, we managed to mark the course properly all the way to here. So that was my bit of a story of race directing reality. If you don't need me anymore here, I'll let you take over and talk with all others.
Well, thank you, Michael. And as you said, Munka is always a gift and a curse to come to during this course. I actually hit my head on Munka and a branch running a bit too fast, not concentrating, and got a concussion a couple of years back. So I have a love-hate relationship to that island. We are hoping to catch up with Jonas and Henrik as soon as we get coverage again.
Back to Nancy now.
So back to Nancy.
So we're just going to go back over to the aid station. We were just looking at some of the teams were at this point just having a little talk about what you had cut out with Michael there. It looks like they're kind of coming in groups again. So people look relatively happy. How's the race? You talk Italian? I don't know Italian. Cinnamon bun, bella. How do you say Italian? Good. The race is good, right? Che bella. Okay. How's the race going, everyone? It's good. Yeah. Not too cold. The temperature's perfect today. Yeah. You're enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, definitely.
Enjoy the run. I actually guess you don't say enjoy the runs, because that means something else. Enjoy the run. To be careful how I say that. Lots of teams coming through. How's it going? Yeah, you taking a little minute to just, does it feel good to have some food and just relax? Yeah. Do you feel like because it's the first cutoff, like, does that matter to you, or you're in it? Okay, great. Enjoy the race. Also, when you're wanting to talk to people and ask about the race and they have food in their cheeks, it's not the best time to ask. So I have to kind of be careful, right? I have to wait till they drink. How's it going?
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah?
So,
Is this your first ÖTILLÖ?
6th time.
6 times?
Yeah. So a little cold in the water, but yeah, you can fix it when you swim.
But so 6 times, I mean, is it just easy for you now?
No. But I have in my backpack that are you fresh to owner, then you have lots of fördelar, comments.
Okay. Well, have a good race.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hey, Katie, how's it going? Let's go over here. So,
Banana?
I know it's bad to eat, so eat it, but it's going okay?
Yeah, yeah.
It's where you expect to be, and
We're a bit earlier.
well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Temperature's not too well. You're finished. This is like summer for you still, right? Yeah. How about the terrain and the conditions? It's okay.
It's technical, but it's fun.
Yeah. And this was like you just had a nice longer run to kind of get into it, and
No longer run nice.
it's because I'm not doing it. Congratulations, and we hope we can raise lots of money for your cause and things like that from yesterday. So we'll get that video out. So the team is doing a special. It's not that they're just trying to raise awareness for children in Afghanistan and women, the United Nations Women's programs, but what they're doing is they've sold the kilometers of their race. So people are sponsoring. They each paid per kilometer themselves. How much did you pay yourselves?
€5.
Each.
Yeah.
Each of them, and then they decided to have other family and friends sponsor each kilometer of the whole 75. So they're raising. Good, have a great race. So that's how they're raising money for a cause. They've already raised more than €3,500. So we're hoping that that we can raise more awareness today, and that people will continue to donate. But a really great idea, and it's imagine if everyone thought like that, the power we would have. But it's something that I see more and more often on the endurance sports, that people are combining the sport with charitable issues. Let's go, let's go. People always have a more relaxed look coming in here than coming out of some of those swims, where they are looking at you like, what's happening to me? How's it going, guys? Happy? Warm? Very good. We like to hear that. I guess nobody's going to say this is terrible. Nobody's ever going to admit that. Our favorite camera images. How's it going? Yeah? Ready for the whole day? Yeah? This not been too cold for you guys? And first ÖTILLÖ? Is it your first time?
Second.
Oh, well, you know the way. We just follow you for the rest of the course. Have a good race. Yeah, it's a little bit less energy coming down the slopes to come into the food stations. Everybody's excited. Of course, we have our favorite volunteer. I can't say favorite. We have our volunteers. Oops. That do an amazing job, and they give so much energy when you're out racing, especially if it's your first time on the course and you see somebody smile and just have a moment with you. It can really make a difference to your energy. And with all the different islands, and if you ever saw in the morning how much coordination and logistics comes into getting all this food out here in these bins to each of the islands, to each of the stops, it's really incredible how they can handle all this.
So Nancy, we're gonna head in here with a video of the leaders in the women's category, Helena and Christine. Maria talked with them yesterday at Djurenäset just before the day before the race, so we're gonna see what they had to say about coming into the race today.
Sören and Helena Sivertsson, welcome back to the World Champs. You've been here before, not last year or 2 years ago, but before that. Christine, you have been winning the women's class 3 times, and Helena, you've been on the podium both in mixed and in women's, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and now you teamed up. Can you tell me a bit about your partnership or teamwork or?
We haven't done that many races together. I think it's only 2. But we have been training a lot the last years, actually, every week in the pool. And I think we can help each other very well on the course. Helena is a very strong swimmer. And yeah, I think we can keep up the pace also on the ground. So it will be fun.
So of course you're both fantastic athletes, and you have your own expectations, and there's a lot of expectations from everyone around. We know you're capable of, but why are you here? What is the thing with the World Championship?
I mean, the ÖTILLÖ course, it's something special. There are many swimrun races around, but there's nothing like ÖTILLÖ. And for us, we want to just perform the best we can as a team. I mean, we have our strengths and we have our weaknesses, but we want to get out there and do the best we can.
And let's say a perfect race. What would a perfect race be?
A perfect race, yeah. It's a good question.
Yeah, really good.
I mean, I think a perfect race for me is when I get up on Ute and really feel that I have nothing more to give, and that we had. I mean, it's a long race. We might have some obstacles where I don't know. Anything can happen, but the main thing is that we need to continue and have like a positive approach and still just get going.
So a perfect race is just not like a perfect first position or a first podium. It's something more, something else.
Yeah, we must say it's everything. I mean, we go out and have fun and just be in the nature.
But this fun. Like, how can it be fun? Like, you're racing so hard, it must be so tough. Like, your body and your mind must be screaming, why am I here? So what is the fun? Where do you find the joy in it? Is it the road here or is it actually there? Like, what is it? The buffet afterwards.
There are parts during the race when you can feel maybe not enjoyable, but you feel you're in control. I mean, all the time you want to keep up the pace and you're so focused, but it's like every now and then when you can feel that, yeah, we're doing exactly what we want to do, and that's why we are here.
Do you have you've done a lot of these races, so do you have something fun to share, like something that happened that is like you laugh at, like that you remember that this moment? It can be like with something that happened with your partner or on the course, or like something that would be fun for us to hear.
I must say maybe Cannes with Henrik Wahlberg, when we had this fight with Diane and Knut.
Oh, the sprint finish.
Yeah, the sprint finish, and he just ran up from the last water, and I was just flying after him. So I think that looked very fun because everyone laughed at us. So I mean, that's something to remember.
Yeah.
Nancy, back to you.
Yes. So we had a stream of people come through, and now they have their own private buffet that they're able to help themselves to. And there are. Vous êtes française? C'est bien passé le cours ce matin?
Oui, honnêtement, les îles sont bien passées.
Ouais.
Mais nous, on connaît pas, donc on part très prudemment. On veut faire la finish line.
Oui, mais vous allez arriver.
Vieux, mais pas obtus.
Voilà.
Non, vieux. Mais en fait, c'est complètement différent le terrain ici que la France. Nous sommes moi, j'habite dans le sud, donc chaque fois je suis là, je dis.
C'est ça.
C'est comme ça. Ouais.
On habite à Cannes et les rochers, il n'y a pas.
Jonas tyvärr på höger.
Oui, oui.
Voilà.
Et c'est impressionnant la première partie parce que la première partie c'est hyper dur. Ouais. So they live in Cannes, and obviously the conditions in Cannes, France, are a little different than what you might find Sweden. So it's not so much the water temperatures, but just that those first few, we call them runs, but they're not runs. Those first few runs are really challenging for people that aren't used to have a great race. On va se voir à la finir, bien sûr. Non, vous allez là avec moi. On va se voir, ok?
Super, merci.
Prends beaucoup d'énergie avec vous. Au revoir. So this is their first ÖTILLÖ, and those first 2-3 runs here are so technical that when you're not used to that, and in where we are in south of France is so different. you really can't find the same kind of training ground. So it can really make the difference, even just psychologically for people, if you think that the whole course is going to be like this. So their goal, they said, is just to be able to finish. She seems a little disheartened, but he's convinced. They said that they're old but not done, and so hopefully we can. I'm gonna say this is a Swedish couple. Swedish. Hello. How's the race going?
Slowly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
It's very pretty.
Not too cold. Is this your first ÖTILLÖ? First.
First World Champs.
So you're excited. You're gonna finish. No problem.
Munke to Czechkvar. It's a 1K swim.
Have fun. Take some time.
Of the men's class, or leaders of the entire race right now, of course. Looking really strong. Have built quite a large gap. I would say maybe 300, 250 meters of swimming to the second team. I don't know if you can see them in the distance. And maybe about 50, 75 meters of swimming behind them. We have the third team. We haven't caught exactly who they are, but we're guessing that the second team is Arc Swimrun, Frederick and Lars, and the third team is Arc Swimrun France with Hugo and Mathieu. So the three top teams in the men's category quite clearly now. We haven't seen anyone entering the water after the last part of Munke yet. So these three teams have quite a sizable gap to the fourth team. So it looks like now we see the fourth team splashing into the water as well. But there may be 200 swimming meters behind the third team. So Team Simcochen going really strong, broke away on Rundmarö. And the other two teams are trying to catch up. It's a lot different from what we saw 2 years ago when we had a 4-team pack all swimming together, a lot of tactics in the water. Now there's no tactics in the water, you just go full throttle all the way. Since the only one gaining from your feet is your partner. Of course, the two hunting teams can help each other on the swims, but right now they're not actually on each other's feet, which makes, of course, right now an advantage for Oscar and Adriel to keep this gap going. Almost finished here with this 1,000-meter swim going up to Czechkvar, which is a short run, only 500 meters. Again, technical trail. We see a lot of that on ÖTILLÖ. And then there's a 500-meter swim to Nämndö. So this is actually after the Rundmarö run and then the Munke run. This is a part where you have quite a lot of swimming again for a while before you go on to Nämndö, the second long run for the race. Looks like these guys are going strong. You can see no sign of any fatigue. And of course, they might not know exactly how far ahead they are. Especially after the runs, you have really no idea how far ahead you are. So I think these guys will turn around when they get out of this swim and have a look back, see that they have a really nice lead, which will give them a lot of comfort, a lot of energy to keep going. Of course, the other two teams also, when they go into the swims, can notice how far ahead the leading team are, and need to stay motivated, need to stay focused, because it's a long race. We still got maybe 2/3 of the race left. Started at 6 o'clock this morning. Right now it's almost 8:30. Been racing for almost 2.5 hours, but usually the winning time is nowadays sub 8 hours. guessing from the pace these guys have set up that if they can keep this up, we might also have a course record this year. But it's been a brutal pace from the start, and a long way to go. So Oscar and Adriel need to keep focused, keep pushing the pace, but not going too hard. And of course, the hunting teams need to push the pace as well. Don't give Oscar and Adriel too much of a gap, but also, of course, don't push yourself so you end up falling back because it's a long day ahead. They still have time to catch these guys, but Oscar and Adriel have shown from the start that they want to bring home the gold this year. They will do everything they can to keep and increasing this gap. We see the second two teams, and we can see that the third team in has actually caught up some with the second team, which I'm guessing would mean that the second team is Fredrik and Lars, and the third team is Hugo and Mathieu, since Hugo and Mathieu are, as we've said before, really strong swimmers. So now these guys are catching up to each other, and of course can actually start pulling the swimming legs alternately, and that might actually be an advantage for them if they can stay with each other. If Lars and Fredrik can stay with Hugo and Mathieu, and again Hugo and Mathieu has pushed hard here to catch these guys. Looks like they're not going in for the feet. They're trying to overtake them. And then we have a long gap down to the fourth team. I'm actually, oh yeah, they might be actually maybe 450 meters, swimming meters behind. And I'm guessing now in this part of the race with the equipment and everything, these guys are maybe doing 125, 130 splits per 100 meters. So we have a clear crystallized lead and a clear crystallized second and third place. And Oscar and Adriel is out of the water. You see them disappearing up on Checkrar. We're going to follow these, go around Checkrar and see if we can follow these teams on the swim to Nemde, where we will try to go with them with the bike. So as we said before, a bit different race from what we saw 2 years ago, where it was a big leading pack. Everyone's staying together. A lot of tactics on the swim. As we said here, there's no tactic on the swim. Hugo and Mathieu, strong swimmers, overtaking Lars and Fredrik, not going on their feet, conserving energy. They're not going in on the feet, going for the bronze or the silver. They're heading for the gold. That's their goal. And of course, that is the mindset these four guys need to have. As soon as they start getting comfortable with silver or bronze, it's all over. They need to keep hunting Oscar and Adriel, even though their lead is quite large. So now I'll put it back to you in the studio, and we're going to head around Checkrar and see if we can catch these guys on the next swim.
So back with us in the studio, super exciting racing. As Jonas has talked about, it's a clear lead for Team Sim coach and Oscar and Adriel. They have a 3-minute gap down to Team Arc France and Team Arc Lars and Fredrik.
Samtidigt som sagt, det är ju 2/3 kvar loppet alltså. Men det är...
Muta dem bara. Same in mixed categories. It's a clear leader in the mixed categories with Amanda and Kenny also having a 3-minute gap down to the places 2 till 5 who are in close vicinity to each other in timing 6. and we just got in the first women's team at time 6 on Munka. It's still Helena Siversson and Kristin Larsson going at a superhuman pace, just flying down the course. And we got a question earlier from one of the viewers how this year's times compare to the earlier years, and in all categories everybody's racing harder and faster, a bit faster than they usually are. Men are about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so if they can keep this up, we're gonna have a course record in men's.
Okay.
In mix, I'm also seeing they're 3 minutes in front of the times we had in 2018, where I mean the ocean was flat and it was a sunny day. So I'm guessing course records in men's and mix if this keeps up, and Helena Siversson and Kristin Larsson are right on point for course record, and they just get stronger the longer they race. So I mean we're in for a fun day here.
Mhm.
So super exciting racing, even though it's crystallized that we have a couple of minutes gaps from the leader down to the chasing pack, but anything can happen during a long day. We can also see what I think is interesting, because I'm a nerdy gear guy. So looking at the different wetsuits and how people have cut their arms, we see Oscar and Adriel have cut off their sleeves entirely, going like a tri-suit mode, and having arms that they can take off during the swims.
Mhm.
Last ÖTILLÖ, that was 2 years ago, the winning team then, George Bjelkemo and Pontus, they also raced without arms, so it could be a winning factor. It's much colder this year, so we'll see. I mean, but at the pace they're going, I think they're sweating enough to not get chilled down on the swims. But we'll have to see. There's still a couple of long swims going ahead, and time will tell. But it's super interesting, and I mean, these guys are just flying down the course.
Mm. And while you're talking, I'm checking the chat here. We're super happy that you are following along, and that we have so many viewers. Also that you are commenting in the chat and asked all the questions and share on your team. I think I would like to know about the audience a little bit, and I have a question here, and this is about, I push it in. How did you find out about Swimrun, and what keeps you coming back? Please give us a note in the chat so that we can get a better understanding of you as viewers. Over to you.
Over to me. I just got news that the second women's team has passed the timing control on Munka and the energy station there, and they're gaining a bit, so they're closing the gap. 10 seconds here and there will make wonders over a 8.5 hour race, or maybe down to 8:30, 8:25. I don't know. I mean, hopefully they will be neck and neck and push each other, and I mean, it's spectacular to see. I know Wild Swimrun West Coast are super experienced, and trail runners and really good runners, as well as Helena and especially Kristin Larsson is a phenomenal runner. So now coming off, it's a long swim to Käckskär and then over to Nämndö. But on Nämndö it's going to be a long run. It's going to be 9 Ks of running, and I mean, everybody's going to settle into their pace, and I think we will see a lot of shifts in the leaderboards going over this long run.
What about have a check on the map and see where we're at?
Yeah, sure.
So, as you said, Nancy were positioned here at the aid station at Runmarö, and then the first swimmers now have passed. I think they are up running again, or?
Yeah, they should soon be on Käckskär, the island just above there, and then just a small island of super technical running, and then coming up to time 7. And at time 7, you're at Nämndö.
Exactly, north part of Nämndö there.
North part of Nämndö, and then you're running for a couple of kilometers, and then you take a left coming into the east part of the island to the energy station,
which is down here.
Yeah, and that's a really good point for the top teams to get tactical, because you'll be meeting the teams following you, so you can really see how far ahead or how far behind you are. So it's a tactical vantage point along the race course to see where you're at in the race if you are competing. I mean, most people will be happy by accomplishing this race. I mean, we saw earlier at Rundmarö, they talked to Joakim Axelsson. This is his 13th start, I think. I mean, he can accomplish it without swimming, just with his legs, I guess.
Has he finished every time?
I think he has one DNF. I'm not sure. I'll need to check.
So he's the most...
He has the most finishes of everybody. Jonas Kolting has started every race, which is exceptional as well. 15 starts at ÖTILLÖ. I mean, nobody... It's unfathomable. But Joakim Axelsson has the most finishes, since Jonas Kolting has a couple of DNFs. So those guys are up there on legend status, I would say.
Let's talk about this comment. Woman podium race is getting spicy.
Oh, yes, right, you are the Low Tide Boys. And shout out to you guys. Happy to see you in the chat. I listen to your podcast every episode. Super fun to see the sport growing in the US and all the good things you are doing over there. One day I hope to be able to come over to you guys and try out some races in the US as well.
Let's see what Jonas has to say.
Yeah.
Jonas.
So we're back here with the men's teams. They've crossed Czechgrad, and here's the 500-meter swim, and they have Oscar and Adriel just coming out of the water here on the second large running island of the day, Nämndö. This island is a lot of road, a lot of gravel road, not that much technical trail, so quite a nice break from all these technical runs that have been in the beginning. Big gap for these two guys. Here we go, guys. Team Simshoppen coming out of the water, looking strong, keeping up the pace. Nice. Going strong. Did not actually look behind them. They're comfortable with their pace and heading off. And I have my colleague Henrik waiting for them with the bike right up the road. We'll see if we can catch the other guys here. We see that they're almost they're halfway in the swim now. I'm guessing that they since this swim is almost 500 meters, we're talking almost a 350 meter gap for these guys. And as I said before, the pace they're swimming, it's about 5-6 minute lead. That's quite a lot at this stage. So Oscar and Adriel looking super strong. Oscar's done. They've both done this race numerous times. Adriel's won in the mixed class twice with Eva Nyström. Oscar's been on the podium 3 times, but he's still going for the win. Still wanting that first place. So of course, super psyched about this lead, I'm guessing, and just keeping the flow going. They look strong. You can see these guys coming here. They have formed a pack like they did on the last swim. Guessing Fredrik and Lars are on the feet of Hugo and Mathieu. We'll see when they come out the water. We see that there's one swimmer there trailing a little bit. I know that Lars and Fredrik does not use a tow line, so maybe one of them is actually trailing a little bit on the swim. Yes, we see it's Hugo and Mathieu in front because they have the long sleeves on their wetsuits. And then I think it's Lars on the feet of those two guys, and Frederick actually trailing a little bit. Looking a little bit tired there on Fredrik Axegård. So we have a tight race here for second and third place, but still, as we said, long day, long road ahead. But looking at the swimming here, the Oscar and Adriel looks strong. Hugo and Mathieu look strong. Frederick may be struggling a little bit, but I, who have raced a lot with Frederick, knows that he can look like he's about to throw in the towel in the beginning of the race, almost at Rundmarö, and then he goes really strong on Une. So no sure things, but of course it looks very good for Oscar and Adriel. They have a sizable gap going into the run on Nemde. And here we have, yes, as we suspected, Team Mark France, Hugo and Mathieu coming out of the water. Great guys! Here we go. Yes, slippery with the rocks. We see Lars and Frederick coming out of the water as well. And here we see maybe what we talked about, the experience. Lars and Frederick had maybe 10-15 meters behind, but now with the transition, it's an even field again. These guys pick up the chase for Oscar and Adriel. And I'm gonna see if I can follow these guys just for a little bit. So we have quite a gap for the next teams coming up. Here we go. They pick up the pace straight away. They know Oscar and Adriel have a gap. They know if they want to be in for the win, they need to close this gap. And as I said, Hugo and Mathieu, strong swimmers, did not go for any resting during the swim, keeping up the pace. They want to go for the gold. Lars and Fredrik might be stronger on the run. They're setting up the pace on the run. Hugo and Mathieu on the heels. I think all these guys are still set for going for the gold. No one's settled into a tactical race about silver. So still an open race, but a very, very good lead and a very good situation for Adriel and Oscar of Team Sim Coaching. I'll leave it to Henrik, who I think is following Oscar and Adriel, and I'll wait for the mixed team.
All right, this is Henrik here, in the heels of our leaders in the men's category. Lead number 20, Team Swim Coaching, Oscar and Adriel. Some sharp corners here, but actually it's nothing for these guys in terms of technical difficulty compared to the first couple of islands that they had to conquer. This is almost a highway by ÖTILLÖ standards, so now it's going to be quite comfortable running, if you can say that, for a race like this for these two guys. Really settle into a comfortable pace. They're making sure to get hydrated here. Experienced guys, of course, they got a soft flask, everything they need. They're not gonna have a picnic on an aid station and let these chasing teams catch up with them. They're gonna keep a pace that they're comfortable with. Here, since it's pretty flat and relatively untechnical running. It actually makes sense to look at your watch every now and then to see how fast you're going, just to make sure that adrenaline is not fooling you to go faster than you can handle at this point. They got the race to exactly where they wanted it. They said they would go early, create the gap. And now, of course, they got the gap that they wanted, but they have to be smart now. And probably focus on maintaining this gap rather than getting too greedy and pushing it even harder. It's a big open landscape here. And I guess that one of these guys are gonna take a little look over the shoulder as they come towards the end of this open field. But I can tell you that they won't see anybody else. So that's gonna give them a real comfort boost that this is their race to lose. Again, they're exactly where they wanted to be. So let's see. Oh, nobody even bothered to look over their shoulder, but I did. There's nobody there, so this of course can have implications for the chasing teams as well, because they're not going to be able to establish visual contact, probably not until they get to the aid station. This is a bit of a peculiar aid station on this course, where you run down about 400 meters to the aid station, you stop and you fuel, and then you run back up. So regardless if you carry your own energy, you're gonna have to make that trip. So there, it's actually the first time that the racer get a better understanding for which teams are chasing them, unless they have people supporting them on the course.
Henrik, if you hear me, we get a question from the chat. What pace are you driving right now, so we can get an understanding of the pace of the racers?
Yeah, I'll let you. It's a bit up and down right now. You may not be able to tell on the camera view, but so my watch is a bit bouncy, but I think I see about 420, 430 pace. But again, this is not asphalt, so it's a little bit softer, you know, and a bit undulated. So I would say that a 420 pace in this terrain is damn good at this stage. The chasing teams will not be going much faster. So if there was a 4 or 5 minute gap, they may actually not see them on the aid station, which is very unusual.
So we're heading over to Jonas. Keep on filming, Henrik.
So we have the fourth team in the men's class up here, Team Gravelines Triathlon head with Remy and Guillaume. Good going, guys. You can see these guys are the distance of this course might start to take a little bit of its toll, but still great racing. It's spread out a lot in the front, and we have the fifth men's team coming in here, and then like right in the middle of the swim here, I think that's a green cap. So I think we have the first mixed team. And since it's been looking like before, it should be Kenny and Amanda still in the lead in the mixed category, but still, as I said before, we have the 1K swim and then the short run and this 500K swim. So strong swimming teams might have been able to caught up with them. Kenny is a really fast runner. Amanda Nilsson is one of the top trail runners, women trail runners in Sweden. So of course strong runners and of course strong in the terrain. But these guys are good swimmers as well, but as far as top of the World Championship, I would say that's their Achilles heel. Victor and Desiree did a really fast run at Runmara and caught up a lot with them, and maybe Desiree, with her background in swimming and experience in swimming, might be able to close that gap just a little bit. Here we have the 5th men's team out of the water, Nämndö. It's Rickard Berglund and Max Andersson of Salming running. Härligt grabbar! Going out of the water. See also here different approach to swimming. Max going with goggles, and Richard going without goggles. Of course, it's a little bit hard to get used to swimming without the goggles, but if you can, I prefer it that way, since you don't have to take off your goggles and put on your goggles before in the transitions, which makes your transition so much smoother. And also, if you have a small running section like this 500 meters on Käckskär, the island you can see over there, you don't have to think about, do I try to run this with goggles or do I run this without goggles? It's been an amazing improvement and slimming of the gears in this sport. We have the big paddles, the big pool buoys, slimmer wetsuits. With in the start there was a lot of flotation around the thighs, and now you have the big pool buoys. So a lot of brands, they go for almost no neoprene, just thin fabric on the thighs to make it lighter and faster to run in. So first mixed team about to come out of the water, and the guy is swimming without goggles, so I'm guessing that's Kenny. You know that he does that. And also, yes, we can see it's Kenny and Amanda coming out of the water. First mixed team. They have about a 250 swimming meters lead. Always tricky when you've done 2 long swims. You're a bit shaky in the legs. You need to find your balance. Coming up there, yes. Quite smooth transition and going for the second long run of the day on the Nämndö. Great going, guys! We can see coming up on the swim, we can see actually 2 mixed teams. The second, about halfway into the swim, we have 2 mixed teams giving chase. Try to see if I can catch up with Kenny and Amanda just for a little bit. As I said, these guys are really fast runners. You can see them heading off into the distance. Don't have the advantage of anyone's feet on the swims. If you're racing in mixed and women's category, you might be able to get a fast men's team swimming in front of you. Here we go. These guys set up fast pace. Going strong. And we can actually see Amanda taking the lead. As I said, one of the top train runners in Sweden. She's taking the lead, pulling Kenny on this running leg. Go back and see if we can catch the second and third mixed team. Then sadly, we will have to leave this location since the top men's team are almost coming to the finish on Nämndö. The field gets spread out. Here we have Fredrik Augustinsson and Jonas Fries racing. Good going, guys.
So Jonas, we're switching over to Henrik now.
Right, we're back together with the leaders again. Now they've settled into a real smart pace, I would say. Again, my watch is bouncing a bit as I'm biking, but I most often see about the 4:20 pace. I think that's a smart pace for these guys at this stage in the race. With these guys' capacity, they probably have a threshold around 3:30, so they're way clear of that. They're not pushing their physiological limits in terms of a threshold pace. This is more about of course, the muscular endurance of during the whole race. So really smart racing here. They've been hydrating the highway, so smart racing. They know the stakes. They're not over talkative, but I can see they chat a little bit just to make sure that both of them are still on board with the game plan. So at this stage, looking very, very strong. So it's really like we were talking about before the race. It's not like these guys threw down the hammer on the first islands. They're just so much more competent in the technical running. They're used to running on those type of wet cliffs. So the other guys really had to push it to be able to keep up, and they just weren't able to. So let's see how this unfolds. But right now, looking completely in control of the race, relaxed. You see a nice little heel kick there and the cadence. We're going downhill a little bit, but again, these guys are not dragging their feet. Now my watch is saying 3:45. Again, it's a bit downhill. We're actually coming down towards the 8th station here. This is where we have this little U-turn that I talked about before. Here you see the sign. They're gonna come in here. It's the infamous Ica grocery store where they're gonna fuel up. These guys will not be in the pit stop for very long. Here they're also gonna get a lot of cheers. So it's an exciting time of the race. You've really been out in the wilderness for a long time. Now you see some familiar faces. I see some familiar faces. I'm actually gonna stay here for a little bit and get a time split so that we can see how far behind the other teams are. But I'm gonna guess that they haven't really
You're gonna
gained
start
much.
for the end of the
So
race.
I'm just gonna do a
It's
little
so important that you keep
panorama.
topping up here because you gotta suffer otherwise later. This is the only place along the course where you can actually see your competitors. So now, if you have them close enough, you will see them when you're going up again. I'm not sure Adriel and Oscar will actually see anyone here. Move up a bit to see the other teams coming up. I think it might take a few minutes. We have Henrik. That's my partner in crime here on the bike, doing a heroic, fantastic job. It's not easy to ride the bike and talk and film at the same time, I must tell you. I think hopefully they are coming back soon, the second team. We'll see. What we've seen before, the two teams. They're talking.
Maria, you're on, so just go on.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, sorry, a bit of communication here. At this fuel station, they're offering sports drinks, water, sausages. I'm not gonna say, I don't think we'll see for the next hour anyone eating the sausages, but the later teams will definitely dig into those ones. You got sandwiches and some coffee and some chocolates. For COVID restrictions, they're all packages separately, so there's no one that sort of can dig into a bowl like before. You can take one package and then you eat that. As I said, this is the only spot at the course where you can actually get to see your competitors. It's a social game for some, but for a lot of the people, you race by yourself the whole time. The only person you're going to interact with is your partner. So that's the beauty of Swimrun, that you do it 2 and 2 as a team. And as a team, you can get further and faster than what you would have done by yourself. we are all excitingly waiting here for the second teams. If we're gonna pan around here, you're gonna see that we have some families and friends all gathering here at Nemda. So you got the energy station, and then you have some family and friends here. We're gonna move around here and see if we can catch some of the people here. We have a team we can talk to here. Guys, team swim stop. So we talk about a swimmer being like a team effort. And you're a group of friends that have been swimming for a long time together, and you do swim run. How much does this team effort off the course matters on a day like this?
I don't know really, but I think the guys appreciate that we're here, support them and cheer for them. So I think, yeah, a little bit.
There's also many hours preparing to get here. So I guess I guess it's a bit easier if you have your friends helping out along the way as well.
Yeah, sure.
And you've done a lot of the races before, if I remember correctly. 2 years ago, you were on the first swim, right?
No,
No, that was not later. Yes, sorry, no,
yeah,
almost.
Yeah. No, I have been racing 3 times here. But last time was 2018.
2018, okay.
Yeah.
When you come back?
Not sure, but maybe.
Yeah. And Magnus, you too? You've done this several times?
4 times.
4 times?
Yeah.
When was the first year?
2014.
Okay, that was early.
I did it with Mats Andersson, originally 4.
What did you wear?
I don't remember.
Did you have a pool boy?
Yeah.
Paddle?
Yeah, paddle.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Enjoy the day. I'll see you maybe along the course. Thanks.
Bye.
Again, there we talk about the team aspect, and it's a lot of hours in the pool, on the trails, and if you have friends that follow you on that, it's going to help a lot. We all enjoy training, but it can get a bit boring in the long run. Let's see if we can talk to people at the aid stations. So, as we said, this race can be nothing without the people helping out. All the volunteers that is here. Philippe, come on! I gave him a heads up.
Hello, Maria. Good morning.
Hi. Philippe's been living in Sweden, now in Switzerland, and you're from Portugal.
Exactly.
How did you find Swimrun?
A few years ago, I just met a few people who were doing it. I was wearing my surfing suit and I just started doing it. I became hooked.
Yeah.
So here I am as a volunteer. I cannot do the race. So
I met
as a
you the
volunteer.
first time volunteering in 2018.
In
We met
2018.
here,
In
yeah.
2018.
And
Met
then,
here.
and that's the community. You catch up
It's
during the
very
year,
tribal,
and then you
very
meet.
tribal. It's one of the best days of the year for
Yeah.
me, and I come back every year to be a volunteer.
Yeah.
It is good to see the community of the volunteers also growing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you for
See you
helping
later.
out
See you
today.
later.
Enjoy.
Yes.
So there again, it's a very international community. It's not only the races. Oh, come on, they're on their way. Let's see who we got here. We've got 4 guys coming. It's Matthew and Hugo and Exeter. Lars. You see the French guys are using as a tether, and Exeter and Lars are not. You see, they drink and then they go, go guys! So with the tether, you don't really have a choice. You gotta go when your partner goes. That's how it is. I did not really catch their faces to see how they were doing, but I could hear Henrik saying before that with Frederick, he can look like he's basically dying at the beginning of the race, but then suddenly he's so strong at the end. So I think we're going to go over a bit to see Henrik following them on the bike.
Henrik's on the bike. Could you please continue talking about the nutrition?
We will wait here and catch the next teams coming up. But let's see here, it might take a little while. I'm not sure who the next teams are. I think it was Team Gravelines, a French team with the Guillaume Henneman. He's here for the 34th time, and I understand he's racing with a guy that's only 21 years old, that he's been training since he was 9 years old. That's pretty cool. They've been following each other for such a long time, and now they're doing this race together. It's part of generations that do this. You can see Frederick now. Exegord, he's like a little above 40 years old. And you got Mathieu and Hugo, I'm not sure, somewhere between 20 and 30 years of age. So I think we can see a bit of a shift. Younger guys and girls are coming into the sport and doing really well. And this is the 15th edition. It's a very, very young sport. It's new. When you're talking to people, they don't really know about it. I've been doing this for 4 years. When I started hearing about it and talking about it, there were not many people that knew what I was talking about. But now I say Swimrun, they're like, yeah, I've heard about it. You go island hopping. And I said, yep, that's exactly what we're doing. And today when the sun now is coming out, you would not want to do anything else than being out here. Beautiful trail. I would say maybe a bit chilly swims, but they're all looking fine. I don't think we're going to have a lot of problems with too cold swims. We will see a bit later at this race when we take the teams that take a little bit longer. These guys are super fast and girls coming out of the water. Oh, this is exciting. Already at Nemnder, we got such a big gap from the other teams. It's going to be exciting to see what's going to happen at Una, if they still have some power in those legs and could go fast. Let's go up here. Let's talk to some of the families and see what they were doing. Hi, everyone.
Hey! Underbart!
How are you?
Yeah, all good, all good. Astounding morning in Swedish Archipelago. So impressed by these super racers, and yeah, just happy to be here.
You were on the podium on the final 15 on Saturday. Is this a goal? You want to do this soon next?
Yeah, I did it 10 years ago.
Yeah.
First time without bikes, which was absolutely amazing. And yeah. So I definitely plan to be here next year.
16th edition.
Yeah. That will be fun. That will be fun. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Enjoy the day.
Same to you.
Yeah. Thanks. And here we have Rita. I think this is like the best supporter one can have. Her son is racing, and we would say maybe it's his daughter-in-law or something like that. Maybe. Coming up, yeah. And your husband is also racing. So you really support your family. I'm trying to convince Rita to actually start herself to do this. I'm not going to give up. But you're French, you're from Finland, living in France, and Alexis and Sabina are a mix of Swiss and French. So it's like a really international sporty family. And you're out here always supporting everyone.
Every time.
And
everybody.
And everybody, yeah. And it's the community. It's just not only the races. They could not do what they are doing if you don't have the support crew around you. You need to have someone that helps you along and keep your mental sanity up, I think. So enjoy your day, Rita. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Well, I'm eagerly waiting for the rest of the teams as you are. I'm not sure. I think we have the French team coming up, and it's going to be exciting to see which of the mixed teams that will come up. As I said before, you have 2 swims before you get two kind of longer swims before you get to Nemnder, and the teams that have a bit more of advantage of the swims will then gain a bit of extra shorten the distances for the teams before they get here. We have 2 others I would like to say hi to. Hello! Desiree's family is another family that's always very active, always out here supporting, and it means a lot to the races when you see a friendly face around the course, especially when it's family. Yeah. So you've been here. We saw each other 2 years ago. Yeah. Desiree won. Yeah. What do you think? Has she been more nervous this year, or is she equally prepared? Or
I think she's equally prepared. It's new to do it in a mixed category, and I think she was freezing a little bit in the beginning. I saw it when she was running that she was freezing. Yeah, but it's gonna be tough, I think. But I think they're second now, so it's gonna be quite close.
Yeah. So in the mixed category, the pace is a bit higher than in the women's category, but this race is first flying most of the time.
Yeah. And we thought the men was going really fast, but then we thought that the mix was coming quite close. Yeah. So it was really fun to watch.
Yeah. And do you train with Desiree as well, or?
No, I can't keep up with her pace. So no, I just do the shearing, and I can do when she's doing like very long run, I can be in the beginning the same pace, and then I need to go away.
Yeah, but I've seen you tried a little bit of swim run.
Yeah, I tried a little bit. It was really fun, but it was. I don't like the cold water actually, but I like the cheering.
Yeah, that's good. We all need the supporters. As you're saying, supporters are equally important. So, yeah. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And good luck to all of you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Here we have Daniel Hansson. Daniel, hey. I think he's gonna run up and catch Kristin Larsson. Because Kristin Larsson's, I'm not sure it's the husband, but they have 2 kids together. So they're a very sporty family. They come from multi-sport, and Daniel has been on the podium several times. But he's not racing this year. He's just following Christine, I think, and making sure that they keep their pace up. Let's go and check out the snack board. So let's go where they go. So the first teams, they will go here. They will take some water, maybe cool down, pour it inside their suits, drink a bit, or just wash them out. Then we have sports drinks or precision hydration. Take 1 or 2 glasses. A lot of them carry their own stuff as well, but they just top up a little bit here. Hot dogs. As I said before, you're not going to see the first half of the starting field eating the hot dogs, but the bottom half, they're gonna love it. It's gonna heat the bodies up a bit. You got sandwiches, and this time, as I said, there's all packed individually instead of having like a big box or something where you just guff it down. And bananas and some chocolates, which we all like. This is a bit hard though. It gets all. Oh, we have a new team coming up. Woo, let's see who they are. We have team Revlines. Yes, the French team with William Henneman. Woo! William has been here several times. Always does a great race. And this is this young adept who's here for the first time. They're doing really well. 4th in the race. That's fantastic. And off they go. Go, 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 go. Yeah, it's hard. You go in so fast and you're so focused and you're going to eat. And then you turn around and it's not always easy to find the right path. We talk a bit about equipment. As you can see, they have this beautiful yellow and orange socks. It's from GoCoco. It's 2 female entrepreneurs that started their own socks company. And they are sponsors here at ÖTILLÖ. So every year you get a new pair of socks with different colors. And you can see some coming in from the different years. You can always say, oh, they participate in 2017, or that's the green color, that's that year. So it's a bit of fun to spot when you're out training as well. You can see swim runners when they're out because they usually always wear these kind of socks. We have more teams coming up here. Again, as I said, when they come here, they usually meet up with the teams that are coming in to this aid station. But now there's such a long time between teams that they will not see how they're doing in the competition, or they will understand that they're a bit behind maybe or a bit ahead, depending on how you see it. A bit excited to see the first mixed teams coming in. I'm not really heads up to how it's going, but they should be on Nämndö. It's about 4 kilometers from the water exit down to the aid station. And then they go up to this little hill here on the gravel road and make their way down to the water a few kilometers again. So this is again a fast island. You can either catch up or increase the distance. I see someone clapping, so maybe we have some teams coming in. And this board always draws a bit of curiosity. The people that accidentally end up in the middle of an aid station wondering what the heck is going on the Monday morning. It's just Swimrun. Oh, we have a new team. It's Max Anderson and his partner is also a young, very fast guy. Right new to the sport. Always performing really well. Woo! Richard had done this race before, and it's the first time for Max. But Max had done a lot of the World Series races and other swimmer races, and is always doing a fantastic performance. He raced with Fredrik Axelgård at the Gothenburg race with ÖTILLÖ a few weeks ago. Well done, guys! Woo! You can see they're also racing without a tether, it looks like. And if you're not using a tether, it means that you're very equal in the swims. You're very comfortable in the swims. You can easily draw from each other, and you don't have to focus on where your partner is. I would say the majority of the teams of this race use a tether. It just helps out to stick together a little bit more. You use it definitely in the swims. You can stay at someone's feet, but also during the runs, you can really help each other out. I know for a fact that Christine Larsen and Helena Sivertsson really work hard on that, helping each other on the swims where Helena leads them and Christine leads them on the run, and she really pulls. So there's some different techniques that you can work on, and the teamwork is a huge aspect of this race. Oh, we have the first mixed team. First mixed team's coming up. And it's Amanda and Kenny Meyer. Woo! First team, they are going fast. I think there are 6 in the total of this race. 5 men's team. And it's Amanda and Kenny Meyer. Woo! Kenny did this race with Oscar Olsen 2 years ago, and he suffered a bit. So it's fun to see that they're doing really well.
Amanda, Kenny.
Amanda looks amazing. She did not look affected at all. Did you see that? She did not look like she's been racing for hours. When they get to Nemde, they've been here out on the course between 3 and 5 hours most of the time. And they have been out, let's see, 3 hours and 16 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. And it looks so fresh. This is going to go fast. The other mixed teams need to really keep the pace up if they're going to catch them. You can see all the aid stations here. They keep filling up the glasses and the cups. Normally at the races, they try to keep the trash down, so they usually have non-disposable cups that you carry in your wetsuit, and you have to use that one when you want to drink. But here, with COVID restrictions, you have the disposable cups again. So not so good for the environment, but better for us human beings, so to keep it safe for everyone watching and racing. The sun is really starting to shine. It's warming up. Before I was on air, I was standing with a dry robe and 3 layers of clothing on. I was so cold, but now the sun is like heating up, and it's gonna be warm for the races though. So we'll see. That's the hard part of Swimrun and this World Championship of 75 kilometers, to really make sure that you're properly dressed for the beginning when it's colder, but equally dressed in the middle of the race when it's warming up. Here's some cheering on here. That's why I'm turning around. We have a new men's team coming. Let's see, it's number 9. Let's see who they are. If you can recognize their faces. They have a good pace. Woo! Yeah. Welcome. That's number 9. They're going strong. Looking fast. So they were using a tether as well. And they've got pull bars and paddle. Well done, guys. Woo, 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 woo. Oh, and here's the second mixed team. It's Desiree and Victor Dog. Desiree won the women's category last year. They are going fast as well. Woo! They send some water and drinking a little bit straight. And funny, their strategy was to really refuel at every station and eat and take that little extra time to get more energy when you're out on the run again. They're also using a tether, both for the runs and the swims. And as I said, the one goes, the other goes. Look at that stride. Hold on, not tired at all. Hold on. Desiree is a real little hoot when it comes to swim run. She is such a fantastic swimmer and runner. And in the combination, she's, I would say, undefeatable, but we'll see today. They have to catch Kenny and Amanda, and they're both those teams that are really strong runners. So on Urno, if they, yeah, we'll see what happens on Urno. And also the crowd is picking up a bit more. I think more and more families are coming out here. It's a good stop. And it's a little harbor and a little store where you can stock up on some snacks. It's a long day for everyone, not only the racers, all the spectators and volunteers and everyone. Now we have a new mixed team. We have Sabina and Alexis. Oh, Risa's gonna be happy when she sees them. They are not far behind. That must have seen Desiree and Victor, and no, they are not far behind. Swedish team. Sabina and Alexis are from. And there is a couple, and lovely to see. They met this year, and now they do the races together in the World Champs. Woo! and the guys are off. So this team have been able to see the competitors. So when Desiree and Victor took off, Sabine and Alexis were able to see them coming down, and that always helps. When you can see the team in front of you that you want to chase and catch up to, you know you can pick up the pace. It's easier to manage and either stick to your strategy or you tweak it. Wait, let's move up here again. Johan behind the camera is following me here all day, making sure we're catching all the good bits of this race. We have another mixed team coming up, and it's Peter and Ulrika. Woo! Go, 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 go! Hey, Peter! This is also a fantastic team. They are always on the podium when they're racing. So today, either they have a strategy they're sticking to, or they're struggling a bit. So we'll find out. Go, guys! Yeah! Woo, 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 woo! And so they live quite close to each other. They train a lot together, and they have a lot of fun together. You can see it's not just swimrun. They're surf skateboarding and mountain biking and doing a lot of activities to keep the physical level. For doing a swimrun like this, like the world champs, you're out there between 8 and 14 hours basically, and it's not only swimming and running. You need to be physically active, do whatever, just get the body used to moving. Now we have Marika Wagner and our partner working really well. Woo! And Ulrika as well. Just drinking. No food. Go, Marika. Hey, Marika's a multi-sport athlete, and she's super strong. So nothing is over until it's over. She's done this race so many times. She knows exactly what she's doing. So don't rule them out yet for the podium. Oh, we have so many stuff on the nose.
Var är bilen? Var är bilen?
I think it's having a good day. Are you having a good day?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good. Not fantastic? Hey, Stefano, how's it going?
Extremely well.
Yeah?
Feeling really okay so far.
Extremely well.
I have a really fun partner this year.
Making fun of each other. They are part of the swim shop gang that we interviewed before, and that's what I say. It's a community, and you have your friends here and supporting you, and that means a lot. Just not the training leading up to this, but also being here. And Stefano, he was the first on the first swim last year, way ahead of everyone else. But you got to keep up for the rest of the race too, and he's doing really well. Johan sadly 2 years ago had to pull out, but just before the big swim, because he was not feeling well. But this year they seem to enjoying it, and what's the sort of finish?
Bravo, guys. Bravo.
They know what they're doing. They're
Feel this.
going steady. And you can see the sizes of their pool boys. They're big boys, big men, but they're big pool boys. To keep their bodies floating and keeping them up to close to the water level to be faster in the swims. Hey, you can see they got blue socks. I think that was, which year was that? That was year 2018. They had blue socks. Last year they were red, and this year they are yellow. So you can see the ones that have been here for several years. I don't know, green socks. I think that was 2017 maybe. Here you have a pretty. Hey, Xavi, go! Xavi is from Spain, and north of Barcelona, Costa Brava. The beautiful. And the great advocate for swimrun and just love for the sport. And he's here racing with his partner. I think he's returning next week. Whatever time he's doing the race. Xavi, how many times have you done this race? Four times. And how's this time going? Pretty good. That's how I wanted. Pretty good. here the staffs are working really hard. They're refilling with precision hydration, making sure there's always cups for everyone. And the logistics, all these boxes and everything needs to go hammer in the morning, and by the end of the day, nothing left but brick. So it's a huge logistically nightmare. I would say. To get all this sorted out, and ÖTILLÖ is doing a fantastic job doing all this. The racers can focus on the race and not having to carry everything with them. A lot of them carry everything. They just use soft bottles. They put gels in their soft bottles and have stick them into their wetsuits. So that's a strategy for some, but for the majority, I would say they, of course, have their own fuel, but they always stop at the aid stations. I said it before. The first teams, you should just take a drink, a sip of water, a sip of the precision hydrations, but they don't really take any food. When it comes to drinking, I always recommend to drink the water when you swim. We're not in salt water here, so you can actually drink while you're swimming, and you don't have to fill up with water when you're at the aid stations. You can then go straight to the sports drinks. Oh, we have a new team coming in. 2 teams coming in. This one. Racing together, pushing each other, fun, chatting, sandwich. How is it going?
We start the remontada.
What's it called? Is it warm? Comfortable?
Okay.
It's okay. Enjoy. Hi. How's it going?
It's going great.
Yeah, is it your first time here?
Yeah, the first time.
Yeah, and is it what you expect?
I think so far.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Sweden.
Sweden. Okay. Enjoy. Yeah. Bye. You can see these teams taking a little bit slower, a little more time to get ready. We have another mixed teams here, fueling up and off they go. They asked their position. I said 5. I hope I was correct. Hold on. They're rushing off again. Again, they've been racing for about 3.5 hours. And still kind of beginning of the race. Nämdö is the second island with a longer run. The next island where you can actually, if running on sort of gravel or asphalt is your thing, this is the second island, and then you have Une where you can do that. We have a new men's team coming in here. I can't say their numbers. They have the bibs rolled up. So you have to keep your bibs on at all times. At number 18, you have to keep the bibs on at all times, but you can roll them up. The swim caps you can take off. You need to have them on the swims. But some likes to keep them on all the time. It keeps a bit of heat in your body. Personally, I am not a fan of the swim caps, so I always take them off when I go for a run.
But yeah, we need to finish off this session, this part of the session. So we're going to do an outro, and then we're going to do an intro again, okay?
So thank you for these first couple of hours of racing. It's been spectacular. I mean, everybody's off from the gun. Everybody's racing super fast in both men's, mixed and women's. We have a clear leader who has crystallized, and the gap is increasing in all categories. So we'll have to see now with the long runs on Nämdö, and after that you have a bit of island hopping on Murtö and Murtö-Bunsen, and then you have the pig swim, which will be a decider. The pig swim, and after that you do a bit of island hopping, going to Kymmendö, another long swim, and going to Ornö, where it usually is decided. But this year we see that if it keeps up like this, it will have been decided early in the race. So no big tactical games, just full throttle racing. I mean, it's spectacular. Welcome back to part 2 of the live broadcast of the Swimrun World Championship of 2021. During this morning and the first hours of racing, we have seen an incredibly fast-paced race with breakaways early from all categories, and every category ahead of schedule for breaking their course records. In the women's, we have Helena Sivertsson and Kristin Larsson going at it at an phenomenal pace, and chasing after them are wild West Coast swim runners, and behind them we have a hornet's nest of women's teams chasing and chasing. In the mixed category, we have Amanda Nilsson and Kenny Meyer going really hard and have created a huge gap for themselves, and are chased by Team Envol Head Swimming, Victor and Desiree, and after that we have a hornet's nest as well of many extremely competent teams. And in the men's category, we have Oscar Olsen and Adriel Young, both veterans of the course, holding it down and created a gap for themselves by over 5 minutes by now, down to Fredrik Axelgaard, Lars Ekman, and the French guys Mathieu and Hugo from Arc Swimrun France. Super exciting racing. We are soon at the pig swim. So now,
should we look at the map and know what it is until we get the wrong button? So we're not at the pig swim, you say? And
we're not at the pig swim yet, but we're getting close to it. After Namda, which is the second longest run of the day, we have a bit of island hopping going on Murta, which is a fantastic, beautiful trail island where it's really nice running. I say it's one of my favorite islands to run on. And we have Murta Bunsen, and after that you're just coming down to the epic pig swim. It's not the longest swim, but it will be one of the coldest swims and lots of currents. Therefore, pig in Swedish means that it's a really tough situation. So it's.
We're gonna go over to Henrik now. He's waving and want to say something. Let me switch over to Henrik and Henrik, you're on. So
all right, this is Henrik here on Mörtekop, right before the infamous pig swim. Right, the heels of the leaders. Oh. This is really called the pig swims, more because of the waves. It's gonna come more or less right in their faces now. The other thing is that they're pretty wet already. Because I've had a couple of short swims coming over here. So you're going into the swim already a little bit chilly. And then with the wind in your face, you're gonna have to dig deep on this one. It's the real mental test of the race. But these guys are experienced. They're fueled up. They're gonna take an extra gel for sure before they swim. They're about to enter. You see the waves here. It's maybe difficult to tell from the camera, but it's choppy. It's coming right in your face, and you're. There we go. And they're swimming all the way out here to the left of the bigger boat and straight across this strait, which is 2018 was really the only year where this was calm water. So again, really critical to fuel up before you go in here. Not much you can do. You cannot fight these waves. You just have to roll with the punches. Have a little something to think about, you know. Have a little mental image of your family or wherever it may be, because it's easy to get some dark thoughts on this one. So, but these guys were smiley when they went in. They know that they're, again, exactly where they wanted to bring this race. So I think now these guys really have to bonk for the other contenders to catch up. So it's going to be interesting to see once we get closer to Ornö if the chasing teams decide that this is going to be a battle for second place rather than first place. I know it's early to say that, but these guys are really looking strong here in the front. So I'm guessing there's still going to be a 5, 6, 7 minute gap until we see the chasing teams. They'll be able to see them in the water, but they're going to be far out at that time. I'm going to turn around a little bit now here. Now you can see the rock formations where they come in. They've actually made it a little bit easier. Back in the good old days, you had to jump on one of these cliffs. It's a pretty diabolic jump. This is not easy. But today it's actually pretty dry on the rocks, so you're actually not going to slip here. There's also a lot of textures on these particular rocks here, so they put the flag strategically at a point where it's not so nasty to get in. Well, pretty scenic picture here, if nothing else. It's really a beautiful day out. We're starting to sort of evaporate, so it's going to be a toasty run on Orne later if this weather stays. But right about now, these guys are going to be very happy to have some sunshine, because when you get out of this pig swim, you're really tired. It's a steep climb, and you're happy to get some sun in your face. All right, we have to maintain our schedule, so it looks like we'll not be able to get a glimpse of the chasers here. I'm gonna jump in the boat now, and we'll see the chasers from the boat here as they come up. So we'll go back to the studio just for a short while, and then we can pick it back up once I'm back on the boat.
So, Maria, could you report something about the women's team?
Okay, we're at Nämnde, the energy station, and the teams are just keep coming in now. It's so much fun. They're taking a bit more time to eat, and they're really good at throwing things in the bin. Put them in the way. No, it's so fun to see now. They're all team. They have a little photo session. You see? Now, these guys are routine. They've been in so many times. You can really see. How are you feeling? How's the race going?
Kolla, fy fan, jag får den precis. Vilken jävla tur att vi fick henne Maria där.
Johanna is here for the fourth time, and Natalie Rick. Team last minute. They just signed up a week ago. Hi, Johanna. Hi. To see you here. Me too. You were not supposed to be here. No. I'm very, very happy. Johanna is a fantastic swim runner. She's done this race for the fourth time now, I think. Always at the top team. And Natalie Rick is Ironman. She did an Ironman just a week ago. Amazing super team. And we have some my favorite boys. Already here. Already? I usually see these guys from the south of Orne, but now they're here. How are you?
Fine.
Fine. Yeah?
Nick coming up at Orne at the moment.
Oh, some fun swimming first.
Femra kollar.
Team Peking Seagulls. They're also former, I would say, elite swimmers, and they've also been in the swimrun circuit for many years and done this race many, many times. It's always fun to catch up with everyone. Back to the community. It's always fun. You meet people that you would never meet otherwise. Seems to be a little bit break here. Now let's move up here and see if we can see some more teams coming down. Taking their time. I think first you have the elites, and then you have a lot of teams that have done this race for many times. The training is their life, but they're not going for a podium. They're just happy to be here. So they're going at a good speed, but a lot of it is also routine. They know how to pace the race. They know how to refuel. They've done the training, and they're here to have a fantastic day in the archipelago. Maybe beat their own times or just do better than a friend or something.
Okay.
You can see there's a team coming.
Just that. Maria Henrik. Så vitt heter Jonas.
Holding a good pace. Yes, the Envol team. These are also fantastic guys that train here in Stockholm. Woo! Heya, heya, heya! Going good?
The pig swim. It is Team Ork, Fredrik and Lars. Backa lite. And Ork France, Hugo and Mathieu getting into the pig swim. We have actually started the clock here, and we have a 6 minute and 30-second gap. Hugo and Mathieu have a bit of a struggle here in the transition. The distance is starting to take out its toll. It's easier to do the transitions in the beginning when you're fresh. And then when you get tired, the transitions can get a lot more tricky. So I said 6 minutes gap. So the gap has actually grown. These guys will have seen Oscar and Adriel when they came into the water. We'll see if Hugo and Mathieu can keep up the good swimming.
Mutad? Hur funkar det egentligen?
And catch up with Fredrik and Lars. But Oscar and Adriel, convincing lead. And for those of you who listened to that, Henrik and I, we did a show podcast with the Low Tide Boys, a Swimrun podcast, where we did predictions about the podium. As Lars is my brother, I had him as a favorite. I said Adriel might not last the distance. And actually, when Oscar and Adriel were going into the water here, Adriel pops out of the water and says, "Jonas, I haven't died yet," with a smile on his face. So Adriel and Oscar looking really strong. Oscar was shouting like "choo" when he was coming into the water. No sign of fatigue. As I said, Adriel, smile on his face, going into the pig swim. And I think the only thing keeping them from the podium, from the win right now, is that they would hit the wall. No signs of that right now. So we're not gonna say it's over yet, but it sure looks very promising for Team Simcoachan with Oscar and Adriel. I think it's their 5th time racing the World Championship. They've done the race once together, came in 3rd. Oscar has done it with Paul Krochak, who's racing in the mixed team this year, came in 2nd. Oscar has also done it with Kenny Mayer, leading in the mixed class. Came in 3rd. And Adriel's done it with Eva Nyström twice in the mixed class and won. So I mean, these guys, they're the top elite of swimrun. Trailing here, we have Lars and Fredrik and Hugo and Mathieu. And as we said in the beginning, Hugo and Mathieu, they built a large gap to the other teams on the first swim. Now we've swum maybe 150 meters, and they still haven't closed the gap to Fredrik and Lars. So the fatigue is starting to take its toll. I would say it's maybe a little bit more visible on these two teams, and not visible on Oscar and Adriel. So as I said, we're not going to take out anything yet, but might be that we see a fight for the silver at this point. And when you're in this position, the top team is pulling away. You're racing here with another team. There's a large gap for the 4th team. It all starts to get into your head a little bit. If you have it in you to go for the gold, or if you're gonna try to play it a bit tactical and go for the silver. And as we said before, if that thought hits these guys, then Adriel and Oscar are definitely in for a win. If they still keep pushing, anything can happen on Una, but a very convincing lead for Oscar and Adriel, doing a great race. It's quite interesting. I don't know if you guys can see Oscar and Adriel in the distance, but the drift is quite powerful. They're actually swimming a half circle almost. Right now they're way far off to the left here in the picture. And if you see might see the strobe light. I'll try to. So it's there's the strobe light, and the team is actually over here, and the straight line would have been like that. So we have wind and current here on the pig swim, which, I mean, if it affects the top teams this much, we will have a struggle for the teams coming in the back. A lot of people will get cold when you get out of the water after the pig swim. It's tricky rocks, tricky cliffs, and if you're cold, your feet might be numb. It's hard to navigate your feet on tricky slippery rocks with no feeling in your feet.
Okay, we're on there. Amanda, I have Annika with me. How are you? How's it going? Great.
So now we will try to go over to the exit of the pig swim and see if we can catch these guys when they come out of the water.
Now. Well done.
Still no fourth team
We have a
in the water.
team here from 4-1. Hey! These are
Convincing.
from California. All right, California. Same as what you're doing. Blake, how's it going?
Oh, it's going really well. I'm pretty tired.
You've been tired, not yet.
Weather's beautiful. Feel pretty good. So.
Yeah, you're doing good. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we're beating our time from 2019, which is the goal. So we just got to keep going.
Yeah, good. Keep going. I'll see you later. Again, it's so fun. I went to Catalina for the ÖTILLÖ race, and we met Blake and Kawika. So again, the community, you get to meet all your friends. Shut up a bit, and you can just see all the people here now.
Jag vet inte om vi är live nu.
Don't stumble. We don't want them to fall. If you weren't the team before, you might be off to the energy station. You might have a new partner after the energy station. Watch out. Good. Enjoying yourself?
Yes. You never have been disappointing here.
No. How many times have you been here?
Right.
Twice.
This is my second.
Yeah. When was the last time?
Good. Hey. Yeah.
2 years ago. Okay. Enjoy. Hey, we just been in training for a few weeks. Has that helped you?
Oh yeah, knowing the island is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definite advantage.
Yeah.
Yep.
So looking forward to the pig swim.
Oh, favorite part.
Favorite part.
Yep.
Yeah. You guys are strong swimmers, and you've been used to swimming in big waves.
Yep,
So you
yep.
maybe wanted a bit more wind, right?
Yeah. You know, it's a beautiful day, so
Beautiful
you
day,
can't
yeah.
complain.
Good
Yep.
to see you guys.
All right.
Yeah, looking
Thank
forward
you.
to see you later.
Hi, family.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, Kawika's got his family over here as well, supporting his wife and daughter. Hi guys, enjoy! So, a bit of a mayhem here, you don't really know what's going on.
You're welcome.
We better run off Team number 33, hi. You've been here before, I can see on your socks.
Yes. We are tired.
Tired? Have you gone too fast or
We don't know.
not trained enough?
Yeah, it's okay. It's our first time here.
It's the first time here.
So we see. Maybe sometime come again.
Yeah.
So.
Where are you from?
Marseille.
Marseille, France. Oh, lovely.
The first part is very hard.
Very technical.
Very
Yes.
technical.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, let's see.
So you go to a gravel road, you swim, and then you got Urna.
Yeah.
It's flat. Asphalt.
Perfect.
If you loved it before, you're gonna hate it
I think
afterwards. See you later, guys. Enjoy it. Yeah. Well done. So I was wrong. They have not been here before. They just bought the previous year's socks color. But they're trying. They said it's been a bit hard. It's technical, and I think for the international teams that are coming here for the first time, I think they're a bit shocked how technical the first islands actually are. Now you can find a path there because it's the 15th edition. 15 years we've been here. So of course there now is a path, but it's still rough terrain that you're gonna climb over. It's not running. It's an obstacle course. I'm saying. You can hear the cheering on going over there for the teams. and the aid station is working hard to keep up. Now everyone is refueling, they're eating. So the staff is doing everything they can to make the transition very smooth for the athletes that are coming here, supporting them and making it enhance. Oh, Paulina! Woo! She lives on my head. Woo! Isabella came third last year. Hey, Isabella! Having a good day?
Yeah, fantastic.
Fantastic.
It hasn't even started yet.
It hasn't even started. No. Isabella is very strong again, and Paulina is eager to get going. Hey! They're strong women. As I say, it hasn't started yet. Depending on what your flavor of swim run is, but the long races, a lot of them, it takes a few hours before you get started. So the first 3 hours is just a warm up, and then you get going. And I know with Isabella and Paulina as well, after half the race, you're probably gonna see them pick up the pace. We have a mixed team here. I think it's an international team. Usually you can see that on the pool boys they wear. And the legs and a little bit smaller than the Europeans. Let's go and ask them. Hi guys, where are you from? France? Is this your first
Yes.
your first World Championship?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the second swim run we
Second swim run? Which one is the first one? Oh good, you're crazy. Yes. First, second swim run. Wow, you are my heroes. Well done. Oh my god, that's incredible. And they look like they're having a fantastic experience as well. Go, enjoy. Woo! Second swim run. Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
All is good, but I don't speak English.
You don't speak English? French?
French, ouais.
I don't
Sorry.
speak French. You're going to speak to Nancy later. Enjoy your race. Bye. Swimrun has become really big in France. So we see more and more French racers, which is fantastic. They are really embracing the sport. So it's growing and we love it. More mixed teams coming in. And you can see on the equipment that you're wearing, there's a woman, she's wearing a pull bar that is blue and pink. These are handmade pull bars. So again, it's a very young sport, and a lot of the equipment that we have, you have to adopt and find out yourself. And this is like a homemade made of like a swim, I don't know, like a flotation for children. My children used to wear that. You have it around your waist, and then you make them float. And I have them on the back, so you take away the thing you have around your waist, and you add it up together, and then you have a pool boy. But then of course Arc has theirs now, and there's a lot of companies that make the other pool boys, but these ones are still really, really good to race with. Everyone taking a little bit more time, stocking up on the fuel, looking what's there at the smorgasbord at this year's race. We're at Nemde. Usually you come here between 3 and 5 hours. We have Helene Wigmar and Jenny Hedborn. Woo! Okay, well, we'll move away from there. Need some assistance. So we have a lot of men here. Hi guys.
Hey.
How are you?
Good, how's it going?
Good. Have you been here many times?
Third time.
Third time. Okay.
Yeah, loving it.
How is this race?
Beautiful. Good conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've been here 3 years in a row, or?
18, 19, and obviously,
Yeah.
since I never lost you.
Yeah. Are you in a better shape?
Better
or
shape, yeah.
shape?
Good shape.
Yeah.
Smashing it, so.
Cool.
A little boy, it's
Yeah,
Tim.
enjoying it.
Hey. What's up, Pete? What's up, guys?
So we have a lot of men's team coming in here. Hello. Where are you from?
Gracias.
From Spain? Yeah, where in Spain? Okay. Yeah, great. Is it the first time at the World Championship here? Yeah. And you enjoying it? Yeah. But it's not too cold? No. Now you have the sun, and then you'll be fine. Yeah. Keep enjoying the race, and thank you for being here. Okay, bye. 329. They're from Spain.
Give me one.
Give me one. Is that teamwork? Demanding. Give me one.
He works for me.
He works for you.
He does. I'm his boss.
You're his boss.
Yeah.
Is that when you do
So
the
one day
race
he's
as well?
not. Just
Isn't your boss doing the race as well, or?
all of life. We go back and forth.
You go back and forth.
Yeah.
Take turns.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the boss on the swim? Exactly. And on the runs with you. Good. Enjoy. Team 1954.
Vad är det för news? De bröt. Men jag vet inte varför.
We have some more men's teams coming in. And you can see the teams are coming in now. Like they are quite experienced. Some are there for the first time, but
Your head come from?
and some of the elite teams are from at the end. You see, they're bringing out the hot dogs. Those are here for the joy
So
ride.
Nancy, you're on
The
now.
races are live. It's not only just to be here.
I don't want to quit now. I think we need to film this. Bra jobbat!
So Ville, what's happening now?
So now we see the first men's team coming off the exit of the pig swim. They've been swimming for, I will see, just under 30 minutes of swimming from over this channel. It's they have a little bit of chop, not too much, but the currents are always crazy. So I mean, they've been like half mooning over the strait there. You can see just taking their time to go uphill, and here's gonna be really technical running. So when you go from the pig swim, it's the best energy station of the day because you get.
Gabriel and Oscar have just passed just come out of the first team out of the pig swim, and they got a little caught in the wind, so I think it took a little longer than they probably would have liked. They were quite ahead of the second team, that you can probably see just on the distance coming. So they did not stop to talk to me, surprise, surprise, but they did take some chocolate. Maybe I should be giving out the chocolate and they'll talk to me and I'll give you some chocolate. But it's a really, it's 1.4 kilometers and it's the greatest thing. I've only ever seen the pig swim from this direction, from the other direction. But standing from here, you kind of, it just looks like it's a short distance. You can easily see where you're supposed to be going. But when you're standing on that other shoreline and you're looking for this little flag, it's just almost impossible to see. And it looks like it's a million miles away, and even the island, the landscape is really difficult. So it's, for me, it's really, I feel like I could do this swim quite easily now. But what makes this swim so legendary is a lot of first-time ÖTILLÖ swim runners will come here, and for some reason, this is the swim that they all talk about. It's quite exposed. So today the wind is coming from the west. There can be a lot of waves, there can be current, but what makes it more complicated is that the swim before is about 140 meters. It's a short swim, but it's always very cold. So you have a very cold swim before here, very short run, and then you come into this longer swim for the swim run of ÖTILLÖ, and you can be quite chilly. So it's not even that much further running over the rocks up here, and then you're going to be back in the water for a short swim and another long swim. So your body temperature is really something that you have to work on. The other thing is that those same group of people that come in maybe don't have a lot of experience in swimrun or with the World Series. They just follow the other swimmers. They just see people going in the water. They don't take the time to look at the flag and also stop and just take a second to see where's the wind going. Do I need to be swimming straight? Do I need to go a little over to the side so I let that current take me? So you really need to take the time because those mistakes can really hurt you in the water when you're cold. And then when you finish sort of this area, you're going to have finished a lot of the swimming, but it really matters to take the time to make sure that you're staying on track. We have the two teams coming out behind us. They're really, I guess, arm in arm, you say, when you're swimming, not leg in leg. And we'll see what happens when they come out, how quickly they take the rocks, if they take any of our chocolate from our lovely moments here. But even with Adriel and Oscar, I'd say they looked a little chilly. They seem to, Adriel is always smiling, so he was smiling, but there was a little bit of heat planking, I think, going on there. So we'll see what happens with the guys when they come out.
also have the press folks coming in to get some photos of them, and the crew and our photographers. Everybody's coming up to the. They're moving quite quickly. I'm not sure that everyone's expecting them to be here already. We have media coming in to get some footage for us. This is awesome swimming. And they really kept the line straight. They swam completely. I guess going against the wind, they stayed there, but they haven't lost any time. Teamwork. Give me 1 minute to finish. There's problems coming out. It seems like it's pretty easy to come out of those rocks, and if you're tethered and your partner just takes off, so take the goggles off, kind of just take a second to take your bearings. And then we have nice and quick. Let's go, guys. Little slippery.
Har ni roligt?
There's some smiles. Okay, so you're looking at the French team coming out.
They're really cold.
They're freezing. Yeah, they're looking like they might be having a little bit of trouble just dealing with the cold coming out. It needs to take some time. Hopefully they can come up and get some chocolate and maybe just sit for a second to not have that head that's turning. It's a terrible feeling, especially when you're not familiar with the terrain here, because you can really slip. They actually have been training here. One of the teammates has a brother that lives here, so they've been able to spend time training. Est-ce que ça va? With what? Pas de chocolat, rien? Prends le temps. Mais courage. Not injured, but has some that can make it for. Allez go. When I was ready. So we have some supposed coming in.
Ja, de ligger där ute. 1000 meter bort. It's about 1,000 meters out. You have at least 4 teams, possibly 5.
Okay, so Henrik is now running next to the teams.
Yeah, this is Henrik here. This run actually it's easier and easier. I think at this point, even though I know both of these guys about technical running, I think they're quite happy to stretch out. This is really where you need to get temperature control again. If you were cold on that big swim, this is your chance to really bounce back. So even if the legs are starting to get tired, it'd be worthwhile to pick up the pace to gain some body temperature so you don't have any issues with cold freezes down the stretch. these guys are still talking. Means they can move their lips. That's a good sign at this point of the race, because that's not granted. You get up from the big swim. That's how it got its name. I got some questions about pace earlier. You know, this is my first run of the day. I've had all the joy on a bicycle, but no. So it's a bit faster than a Sunday morning jog for sure. But you guys are probably going, I'd say, 440, 445 in the flat sections. Nobody will be gaining any time on these guys at this rate. So it seems they're in complete control of the race. They execute their energy plan and help each other out. Once they get to Urna, this is theirs to win. Downhill now, 430, 440 pace, good cadence. Boys are looking strong, good technique, still high cadence, landing right under their bodies, looking beautiful. At the end of this island, there's an energy station and a long pier going out to the swim. And it's really, if you've been stern up until now, it's really the first time you start smiling, because you know the worst swimming is behind you. So you probably won't be freezing a whole lot more during the day. So now it's just sort of tick off the last 3 or 4 islands before the big one. But with the gap that these guys have, they don't have to start an Urna with suicide pace. They can just manage this pace from now on. Again, execute on their energy plan. And just start at a steady pace.
Adriel Young and Oscar Olsson, two veterans, I must say, for this race. You're here for the second time together. You raced in 2018. And Adriel, you were my friend in need, I was going to say, a friend along the course in 2019.
Yeah.
You were hosting together the live sessions.
That's it, I got to see the course from the other side. So
yes.
It was tough to watch the race, and now I get to finally be back on the course. So I'm excited to be out there tomorrow.
Yeah, and you came third in 2018. And I guess you don't want to do worse than that tomorrow. So what's the plan? What's the secret?
The secret is that we are coming into this race much more prepared. We decided 1 year ago. In 2018 we decided, or Adriel decided 10 days out from the race. So not coming in too prepared, just trying to play on old merits, and that didn't play along so good. So this year we've done our homework and we're ready to push for the top step, we hope.
Yeah. So Fredrik and Lars, I think you could say, or we can say, are the favorites. How will you beat them?
Yeah, I don't know if I also think there's a French team. Yeah, I can't pronounce their name.
Gravelines.
Gravelines.
Yeah,
I would say, in my eyes, they're the favourites, but not many people have been talking about them. But I think they're really good athletes, both of them, and
they beat us in Engadin this year.
So, but also Fredrik and Lars, you can't put them in. They have more. They know this course better than anyone else racing. Maybe not Oscar, but everyone else racing, and they're. You can't ever count them out, so they're going to be there. I don't know, we don't have any plan to, we talked a lot about this of like how to beat a certain team, but our goal this year is to just go out and race as hard as we can and do the best we can and not play any games, and it was a very games kind of race in 2019, and we decided we're just going to do our race, go out there and just, we put everything on the line, and we're going to be happy when we come across the line that we didn't save something here or there, and we gave it everything out on course.
And there's lots of talks about tactics, and in the men's category you always have a lot of teams that follow each other, and as you said, this year I think there are 2 strong French teams. and I think we might actually see a French team on the podium this year because they've been practicing here and they've been racing several years as well. So would that change the sort of you said you're not going to do tactics, but do you think they would change this year?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a very interesting year for the viewers you watching this because the teams have a different strength. So I think we have similar strength with Axelgaard and Lars, and the French teams are quick in the water and maybe not so quick on the technical running. So I think we'll see some split up early on in the race, and then people gaining and losing back and forth. So I think it can be a really interesting race to watch.
And I've talked to some of the other teams. Why to do this? Why you are here? What is it with the world champs?
I don't know what I'm doing here, to be honest. He made me come.
No, I mean,
you always seem so that you don't really care, but we know that you're a bit of a devil in disguise. I think when you're out there on the course.
I mean, I think it's the same reason for the people finishing in the last position and in the front, that it's all about challenge yourself. And in the world champs, if you're in the a beginner to the sport, this is a huge challenge itself, just to take yourself from the start to the finish. And for us who has been racing for a long time, racing the best is the biggest challenge. Like just doing the course on our own is no idea, but having here this day come at the world champs, racing the best, that's what gives us the biggest challenge. And I think challenge in any way is what makes people happy.
So it's not about coming first.
No.
It's more about like to challenge your bodies.
Yeah,
like Christine Larsen said that she was like, I don't want to be disappointed at myself. Like I want to, when I cross the finish line, I want to have sort of given it all.
That's a bit sort of what I was talking about before. I mean, we don't want to be caught up so much in tactics that we come across the line and we say, we haven't put our best performance on the line, and that's sort of our goal this year, is give our best performance. And it might result in us coming 20th, but as long as we go out there to give our best result, I mean, that's our plan. So.
But for us that don't really do these long races, it's a bit hard to understand the joy of pushing yourself so hard. What is it that
it's in the buffet at Ute? That's the joy.
No, but I mean, I think it depends how you define push yourself, because I think people living on this earth can push themselves in so many ways. So like for someone who pushes them really hard in something else, much can be the same effort for us to push ourselves in that line of work or sport or hobby or whatever. So for us this just come natural, and I think it's just about pushing yourself. So I don't think we are any different to other people who like to push themselves.
I think that's a really good point, because people talk about sport very much about people pushing themselves to the limit. But if you're a kid out there that wants to be the best at maths or the best sewer, like you want to make the finest clothing in the world, you're really pushing yourself to be the best. And for us sitting there, we've been doing a bit of sewing on our wetsuits lately.
That was
and I can tell you, it's like very hard for us. That's not our thing, but for them, they can push to the limits.
But that's interesting. So you've been sewing on your wetsuits. Is that because they're broke, or is it because you're tweaking? Like you're not. It's like it's a friendly banter. No, but it's important. It's a friendly banter, but it's also very serious. Like you take this serious, and you do. You try to be. So what have you done with your wetsuits?
Okay, so we've been working a lot with our equipment this year, because we've been thinking, where can we get advantages? What we want to be comfortable out there racing, and that's a really big part of equipment. So we've
not only satisfying what the market comes, because it's such a new sport, so it's all about following the involvement and try to make stuff better all the time.
And everyone's body is different shaped, so we've been tweaking our wetsuits, and we've been playing around with what we have, and even things we have under our wetsuits. I've been sewing up, and some of it's worked, some of it's gone straight in the bin. So
you'll see tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as we heard a fantastic interview with the leading men's team, you can see them in the left screen, Maria, and the right screen. Maria did an amazing job interviewing them yesterday, and as Oscar said, this race, you come here for the challenge. It doesn't matter if you're first or last, everybody's here to push themselves and challenge themselves, and this race is just as fantastic and just as beautiful and a beast for everybody. And now we can see them
Hey!
So Jonas,
Good job, guys! Oh,
it's you. You're on.
here we have Adriel and Oscar coming out. Still looking strong. Dave, you can see how fast they're going up these cliffs. They've done this before. And now we have quite a technical run here. I'll try to get my camera showing the people that we're watching on Chimede. And as Henrik mentioned before, these guys, they run this. It's not a Sunday stroll. It's getting your feet going. Trying not to fall on the cliffs. Super strong. Good pace. No sign of fatigue in their faces when they come out on transitions. I think they might have this one in the bag. So now, with this comfortable lead they have, you have to start, planning for not going too fast, not injuring yourself, not doing any mistakes, not getting comfortable, of course. And we heard in the interview, as they said, no games, and it's truly been a race without games from the start. These guys pushed the pace early on. There have not been a lot of packs on the swimming. They've done their own race in the beginning. Together with Hugo and Mathieu and Lars and Frederick, but as it has unfolded, these guys have left the other guys behind, going for the win. You can see both of them going with wetsuits that are not over your shoulders, but still sleeves on your arms to keep the heat, but also make it more flexible when you swim, more flexible when you run. And there have been a truly amazing development in the equipment in this sport. It's all a balance of not getting heavy, not getting cold, not getting warm. And it's on a long day like ÖTILLÖ with different weather conditions, early morning start. The sun might come out during the day. It can be a bit of a gamble. These guys are running light, and it looks like a great tactic. And we talked a little bit about pace earlier. So in this technical trail, you see here, it's about 7 minutes and 40 seconds per K. And that's the thing. If you do a lot of tarmac running, gravel road running, and you're a good runner, you think that 6:40, 6:40 is not that good. Well, if you try to do it in this kind of trail, then you get out of breath very fast. So I can assure you, these guys, they're doing this at an absolute top level, even for trail runners. They know the course, they know the cliffs, keeping up a good pace. And even if you've done the course before and have been resting in a boat, you get tired with these guys. Amazing stamina here. No signs of putting on the brakes or doing any kind of safety. Just going for it. And I will soon turn down here, go for the cliffs, go into the water, and we'll soon be arriving, not the next run, but a little bit more jumping on islands before we reach the long run at Ornö, where you can really settle into your marathon pace. You don't have to always watch your feet and keep pushing your balance. At this point we've been racing for, it's almost 5 hours. The energy is starting to get, the energy depot is starting to get depleted. You need to be early on, getting those gels in. Even first islands, you might feel fine, but start burning energy if you don't fill up early. This is when you'll start to know this. Difficult thing with Swimrun, and especially this race, that it's hard, if not to say impossible, to take in gels during a swim. And with the first swimming leg of the day, you lose a lot of time being able to start getting energy in your body early on. It's important, even on the technical runs in the beginning, to try to have the focus to get those gels in, because it might take you 5 seconds extra in the beginning. If you don't do it, you might lose half an hour at the end. These guys know this better than most. Seems they have had a good energy plan, still keeping up a good pace, just going forward. So this is a 1.5K run, Schimmelbunse. Feels a lot longer, I can tell you that, especially if you have 5+ hours race, or for most teams 6 or 7 hours plus race in your body. You often feel these technical trailers areas. When are they going to end? Are we ever gonna get to a swim, cool off in the cool water, rest the legs, let go of the arms? Can go there.
Nancy, could you comment on the pig swim, please?
Yeah, the current and the wind have really picked up. So you can see there are 3 teams coming out that are kind of overshot a little bit. So they would normally come out a little bit more. We're going to pan the camera over just for a second where you can see the teams coming straight. The teams over here have come out just a little bit on the side, but that they're still in the right track. We have the French team up in front. Allez, allez, les Français. And I don't see the team numbers in front of me with the cameraman, but the faces that are coming out of the water are quite cold. And even Adriel and Oscar, I'm not sure if you heard me before, but when they came out as the first team, they were visibly, let's say, tackled by the water. They were a little cold. Everyone has red faces. We just saw Desiree Anderson come out. Her legs were trembling a little bit, and her face was quite red. And I think that's just the way it is, because you do have that very cold swim just before here. So there's just about 400-meter swim, but always very cold. A short run across to the island here, and then you see it's about a 1.4K to swim to where I am now, which is, from here it looks like nothing. I think I could just jump in and give it a go, but I think I'll stay here and just keep the microphone with me. But a lot of the teams are sticking together, so you're having like the nice lines coming through. It's got to be a cold swim, especially with the wind picking up and the current. You can see carrying them a little bit, which is, again, one of the reasons you really need to come into these long swims. If you're not really up in that top level as an elite swimmer, you need to take a second, look where the flag is, look which way the wind is blowing, and just really give yourself the time to position yourself, because you are going to waste a lot of time in the water. You're just going to get cold. If you're swimming with a partner, you really have to manage that together. So you can see that these guys are starting to swim around a little bit. We'll maybe bring the camera over if we can. And you'll see some red faces coming out. But the run up is also here quite complicated. We'll try to pan around with the camera so that you can see when they go up to get their famous chocolate Twix bars. They really have to work for it. I think I'd just go to the grocery store and buy the Twix, but this is what they want to do. They're going to go up this hill from the swim, and they're going to get a Twix bar, and they're going to continue to run up the rocks. And then it's a bit of a downslope, but it's still a little technical. If you're cold and you have wobbly legs, you're going to have to be really careful. So we have the men's team and two mixed teams coming out. And let's take a look. You'll see this is a pretty tricky exit as well. It's slippery. A lot of times you need to give a helping hand, and also you're pretty cold, so you're allowed to slip as far as I'm concerned. I see Marika coming out of the water, a little trembly, but they all look in pretty good shape in terms of energy. I might just get out of the way so that they can actually do their course. Go, Marika. You're awesome.
Yeah, they're going for a course record. Really? I think so, yeah. Yeah, they're really, really strong. Really cool.
The other mixed teams coming out. Hi, guys. Ça va? And they're going up to get their Twix bar. That's what you get from ÖTILLÖ. It's not a personalized ÖTILLÖ Twix bar, but a little bit of food to give you some energy to get through. We have a couple more teams coming through. You can see they're right behind each other. I love looking at the way that the different colors of paddles that have come into the market. It really makes it kind of a rainbow of colors for swimming, but I'm not sure if there's much difference between them. And you can see where people have marked distances and times, and they take a few seconds just to orient themselves coming out here because it's just slippery. Way to go, guys. This is where the idea of wearing proper shoes with some treads really makes a difference. In the beginning, when people just wore anything, you could really injure yourself going up and down here. This isn't something I really think I want to be doing today, looking at these guys, so I'll let them do the racing. We have another team coming out. Nope. We've got a men's team coming over. I would say in the next 10 minutes, there'll probably be quite a few teams just making their way. Hopefully the sun will warm them a little bit, but it's going to be a bit chilly. And Jean-Marie has the drone out, so that's going to be awesome to see some of the pictures going. I still can't get over how different the entry is looking this way than when you're coming from the other side trying to swim over. It's just remarkable that you can easily see, but that distance seems forever when you're standing on the other side. And also, I think with anything that's involved with ÖTILLÖ, anything that seems legendary, like the pig swim, everybody gets really freaked out about it. And there's actually more challenging, colder, more technical swims. And so it's just a mental thing. You have to get your head around it and know that it's going to be cold. But then you have the bragging rights at the end, so it all works out. We have another team coming up, Team 70. They look pretty good shape. Not too cold, no chattering lips. Way to go, guys. And then you can see the waves of other teams coming, but some are straying a little bit. Way to go.
Okay.
Sebastian, is it okay? The guys are having a little bit of a harder time going up from the cold or from.
He broke his wetsuit.
That's going to be tough for. So a lot of skin's going to be one of the team members of Team 70. There seems to be some kind of a gash in his wetsuit, so there's going to be cold water going through, which isn't going to help for his keeping his body temperature where it needs to be. But this is what happens out in the field. You can see that there's teams really being taken by the wind or the current just to the right of the screen. And so they're going to have to make up that time. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when the water temperature is cold, when there's a breeze, when you're tired, all of those things combined, that makes it more difficult. We have another team coming up. Go ahead.
So while we wait for, I think we soon start to see the women's front coming up from the pig swim. While we are anticipating that, let's check some interviews that Maria and Nancy did yesterday with the top women's team. So here.
This is your first World Championships for ÖTILLÖ, but you have each competed in a World Series race?
Yeah, we did one World Series together.
Which was?
ÖTILLÖ.
Okay.
Yeah, this summer. And then we did one more in Gothenburg, but not together.
So what is your goal for tomorrow? What is your big expectation? What are you looking to do as a team?
We're looking forward to be really tired and to try something different, really different. We haven't done that many long racing before, so we're looking forward to the experience of it.
So if you look at Uta sort of as an example, because part of that course you'll find again tomorrow, how did you manage together for that particular race?
We did great together. We had a good communication, and it was kind of spontaneous. We signed up like 2 days before.
Wow. Why?
So,
what pushed you to do it?
Therese just asked me if I wanted to race.
Yeah,
and
I saw so many people that was going to do UTA, and I thought, why didn't I sign up for it? So so I just asked, and it was our first swim run ever together, and we managed to finish second, and we did really good on the trails. As coming from the west coast of Sweden, we are used to like the rocks and the cliffs and such technical running.
Yeah.
And we swam good as well. Yeah.
Do you train at all, like within the Wild Swim Run group, the girls that are all together doing their camps and some of the online training that they've done recently?
We will do in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that you're quite, we would say some of the younger performers coming in. How, can I ask politely, what is your age?
31.
I'm 29.
So do you feel that there's a difference between the competition of age levels, or do you feel like everyone is just who they are and age doesn't matter in this sport?
Haven't really thought about that actually, but yeah, some people are done this a lot of more times than we.
Yeah,
of course.
They have a lot more of experience,
yeah.
and they can be really strong and really like can manage endurance race really good. And tomorrow is really going to be about endurance and stamina and who can manage like 75k. Yeah.
Well, let's just say when I see you at the finish line, we'll say that the youth kicks ass. Okay? So I wish you guys a really great race tomorrow, and we'll see you at the end.
The wild West Coast swim runners talked about having good communication, and I mean it shows during such a massive race as ÖTILLÖ that they really have a good communication and good teamwork, because I mean they're sticking with it and have been doing a fantastic race this far, chasing the former world champion Kristin Larsson and Helena Sivertsson, who's been runner-up a couple of times in the mixed category. So, I mean, fantastic race, and I'm just watching the monitor here. I mean, so much is happening at the pig swim, and what can I say? I mean, I'm happy I'm not at work today, so I can enjoy every second of this race. So, let's see here who's, it's a couple of men's teams coming up. Titti Larsson says, Heja Axelgårds. Well, we both have Fredrik Axelgård in men's racing.
Jonas wants to say something. Let's punch over to him immediately. Jonas, you're on.
Just a short update here, coming down from Schimmen de Bunse, where we saw Adriel and Oscar swim away. I don't know if you managed to get a hold of us filming Lars and Fredrik, and right here, Hugo and Mathieu. The development is that from Nemde, Oscar and Adriel had a 6 minute and 40-second gap. That's closed now to 5 minutes to Fredrik and Lars. So Fredrik and Lars, Team Arc, they're really pushing for it. They have not settled for silver. Oscar and Adriel look strong. They're going to have to fight all the way to the finish line to keep this gold. Team Arc France, Mathieu and Hugo have fallen back a little bit. They were also 6:40 behind on Nemde, and now they're about 8 minutes behind the leaders. So we'll see if Hugo and Mathieu can find some energy on Une. Otherwise, I think they're set for bronze. And I still hold Oscar and Adriel for the win, but Fredrik and Lars are going to give them a run for their money. Back to the studio.
So thank you for the update. Really cool that they're starting to close the gap, and we all know that Fredrik Axelgård usually is super strong on Une. Back to the Heja Axelgård's comment. As I said, Fredrik Axelgård is now soon starting to run on Une. His wife, Lorraine Axelgård, is racing in the women's category with Helena, and they are currently 5th. So I mean, a super swimrun family, I would say. Really, I mean, super friendly people, as everybody is in swimrun. This is not a cutthroat business. This is a family sport. So still waiting and anticipating the leading women from the pig swim. This is going to be a...
Point for the women's.
So back to you, Nancy.
Thanks very much. There sounds like there's a lot going on elsewhere on the course, which is great to hear. We're just watching. You can see some of the guys coming out and the women, and you need to take a second with that cold temperature coming out. But there are more groups coming. We can see the women's team just off. Interestingly enough, the women's team are off to our left, so I guess that's the west. Whereas most of the teams have been taken by the current or the wind, have been swimming a little bit further over to our right. So they have taken into account that there's some wind that they're swimming against. And you can see down here that it's a little slippery coming out of the rocks. You really need to work as a team to make sure that you're on solid ground, even though their legs are a little bit wobbly. And it's not easy going once you get out of here. You have to climb up and go up these rocks. So it's great if you're the elite teams that have been the first, second out of the water, because the rocks behind us are quite dry. But after 40 teams, the rocks are very wet, and you have to be careful that you're not taking into getting injured just going up there, working your way up towards that Twix bar. As you might notice, I really do love talking about my food. So we're just sitting watching some of the other teams come through. There's more boats coming around for security. The women's team are getting closer. Bill, I think you said that it's Kristen and Helena that are out in front. We can't see the numbers from here, but I'm presuming that's who I see. And then the Wild Swimrun West Coast, I think, might be coming up behind them.
Yes, I would, if nothing spectacular has happened, but all the reports I get is that Helena and Christine is in the front. Chasing after them are Wild Women West Coast. So, I mean, super spectacular. And when I look at the pig swim here, looking from the other side to where you are standing, Nancy, it kind of looks the same. So when you try to, it's really hard to navigate this swim. I can't emphasize that enough. This is not the usual type of navigation doing open water swimming. Here you really have to learn how to triangulate to know where you are in the body of water, because you can't really see the swim exit from that far off. So you have to look at the sides of the islands and kind of know where you are in the vicinity to stay like in the middle and in your pocket to just get over to the other side.
Yeah, you know, if I can just add into that, when was it 2017? The one year we had those really huge swells, and I happened to be on the press boat, and the press boat became one of the security boats. So we were on the other side, looking towards where I'm sitting now, and we actually saw a team swimming 45 degrees east out in the distance. So the boat, you know, you can't go and put them into the boat, but you have to go tell them you're going to have to swim not only back, but also towards the island. And you just have to look up once in a while. You know, you have to take that little minute to see where you're going, but also really check to make sure you're staying on track. Today's a little easier because there's not as heavy waves and swell, but you still need to keep yourself positioned. And if you're watching the women's team coming up on the side, you can see how fast they were moving towards the two teams that are just pulling up. The distance between them was a lot more substantial than what you're seeing, and the women's team is almost pulled in just behind them. But yeah, you really you have to navigate here, and that's what makes swim runs so fun. It's not just swimming and running; it's also a little bit of adventure and orienteering, and that's what makes it such a tough sport, but a great sport. You feel so accomplished when you do these things. You can take a look and see that little bit of a oof coming out of the water and being a little slippery, especially the first time that you're doing these races. It's really overwhelming, actually, and you feel a little bit like you're not cool because you don't know how to come out of these rocks like the Swedes do.
Yeah, and now you can see the leading women's team.
So you see the women? Yep.
Yeah, I see them. I'm spectacular. I can't see from afar here, but it looks like Helena and Christine, right?
It does look like them. Yes, it is, and also they're taking quite a different exit out, so they're actually rock climbing.
Yeah, but they are really.
And they want to add to it.
I would say that they're super experienced. It's an easier exit if you move over a little bit to the right there. So I would call that to their experience that it's easier to climb up that way than the way that the teams have gone previous.
You're right, and their level of athleticism and what they can do is just it's just remarkable to watch them, because I don't know how people move like that. Sometimes just getting out of bed and getting a coffee seems difficult, and these women are just like shooting out of the water and climbing up rocks and off they go. So yeah, you're right. There's really interesting ways to come out of these exits. And again, if you have like a big bulk of swimmers coming together, they tend to follow each other. But I've learned from Jesper and Mats that, you know, try to swim as close as you possibly can to the rocks before you get out, which a lot of people don't. And you don't have to, you know, as long as you're coming within that area that's accepted, there are easier exits. So you're absolutely right that, you know, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. I can't see for sure, but I think there might be another women's team coming straight ahead. There's some men's teams on the left and a mixed team on the right, and the women are coming straight towards us. So I imagine it's the Wild Swimrun girls.
Yeah, I
Lee.
probably. And I mean, it's a good point what you say to swim close to the rocks, getting out. I would say to that if you when your paddles start touching the ground, it's time for you to stand up and plan your exit. So a little
But
tip from
can I say something to that, Vil? So I did the final 15 with Mats Anderson on Saturday. So I thought that too, because I was leading in the swims, and he said, just swim to the rocks. I was like, okay. So I was swimming, and then when I could touch or it seemed shallow, I'd get out. And then he'd say, I told you to swim to the rocks. Oh, okay. So you mean like really like swim into the rocks?
Yeah. I mean, you have to get really close.
Oh, there's some real technical differences here that I had no idea. It was quite eye-opening when you're swimming with one of the original 4 who made that bet so many years ago. It was actually just a gift to be able to watch how Mats gets in and out of the water and the time he saves doing that. So if you think that there's 26 transitions on this course and you save a minute each time, going in and out, just how much that's helping just managing your body and the energy. So I have a little work to do, but I don't think I'm at Christina's level yet.
No, but we'll get there one day,
really
Nancy.
Important. Yes. If you were talking in my ear all the time, I could do it.
Yeah, we can get that arrangement. Now you can see there's split up into 2 groups here. I mean, they probably started off as one group, but the currents at the pig swim are just crazy. So I mean,
but if you look straight in between, there's quite a few teams right now that are coming in straight. So it could be that little bit of wind has died down. But usually you see them really coming more in a bulk area group, and you can really see this tether here is quite prominent, the one that's coming out with the mixed team.
Yeah, and
this team, I can't see the 314.
314 and number 8.
And then the men's team's over on the left.
How is the water? Wet?
How is the water and wet? That's what the question of the day is. See some cuts and bruises coming out, and again, just that navigating. And this is one of the reasons it's really helpful to wear the long ÖTILLÖ socks, or just wear the longer socks, is that a lot of the, I find this more with the male racers that think, they don't need to wear, they're fine with ankle length, it's not a problem, but it's really just to protect your shins coming out from cuts. It doesn't always do the job, but it really helps with just the little things that can make a difference in terms of your comfort level. So it's nice to see some of the guys wearing them, but I really noticed today that a lot of people didn't think the water temperature was warm going in, so they were wearing shorter socks, lighter suits. It'll be fun to talk to them at the end to see if they had best gauged the temperature of the day, because I think the temperature of water might be a little colder than usual for this time of year.
Yeah, now we're gonna.
But we have another. Yep.
We are getting Henrik into the broadcast. Welcome back, Henrik.
Någon minut, men det är fortfarande 5.
Come again, Henrik.
Go, boys. All right, I'm with the leading men. They've just come up on Kymmendö here. This is a bit, it's not so technical on the ground this run.
Henrik is in right now.
But there's a lot of fallen trees and branches sticking out here. So you gotta watch your head. Obviously, these guys' brains are not acting as fast as mine right now. So we have about a K of this where you really have to bend down, avoid all the branches, and then it's gonna be an open green field, and that's really the calm before the storm. And you fuel up as much as you can on that energy station.
No, that's over there. Oh right, they've been coming for a bit.
And then it's just a short swimmer over to Una, and then it's the biggest test of the day on your feet. That's where really you see who's been swimming without their wetsuit on, so to speak.
Yeah, them
That's where it's gonna show if you've fueled enough. the whole day. Have enough gas in the tank to do a more or less a city half marathon, which is tough enough on its own right. As you can see, around here is not very technical. Nice pine tree forest. Not too difficult for me to follow with the fresh legs, but these guys are moving, given what they've been through so far. The chasing team gained about a minute there on that last longer swim. These guys are aware. Still a big gap. So they just have to continue to be smart, maintain a consistent pace now. They should be able to come up on Ola. Still a commanding lead. And after that leads some big 5 minutes or so. Yeah. I'm gonna have to outrun them by trying to do math here in my head on the go, but 15, 20 seconds per kilometer.
Yes. So we're looking at here the leading men's team, Oskar Olsson and Adriel Young, still keeping at it, still looking fresh.
She was trying with her husband.
And at the same time, we're looking at the pig swim exit, where we're starting to see more and more teams coming off, and you can just see the cold of the water of the people coming up. If we looked at the earlier exits, people were scrambling up and just started off running. Now you can see that they take their time. It's not because they think that the race is over, because after this they have 35 Ks left of the race to do. It's just you're after a long swim like that, and if you haven't fueled up properly just before you start to swim, you're gonna get really cold, and you need a consecutive 2 islands to get warm again, and then after that it's almost 1,000 meters. Another cold swim that people often forget about. I mean, the pig swim is the pig swim, of course, but the long swim after is always cold. But then, of course, you get to Ornö, which I've heard people call the island of hell and fire, so you definitely get warm there.
Oh yeah, you're freezing. I got really cold on Saturday.
I'm looking at in 20 minutes we have the second cutoff of the day, and if I get my info correct, it
really
seems like, except for the DNF teams, everybody will probably make that cutoff. So it's a testament to how well trained everybody is, because that's a tough cutoff. The first 2 cutoffs are tough to make. After that, the toughest cutoff to make is Ornö Church, and you have that cutoff because in Sweden in September it gets dark, and you don't want to be out searching for people out in the archipelago in the dark. Joachim beside me here has been a sweeper at ÖTILLÖ and been out looking for people, so thankfully he found them all.
Yeah, I mean this was a long time ago, and I don't actually remember what island, but it was pitch black, and suddenly a team, instead of going right, they went left, and I was just a couple of meters behind them, and I just lost them because they were gone. The good thing is with the island you cannot get that much lost, and so they of course came to the shore, and they circulated and came back to the where they started, but it was a couple of minutes that was really nerve-wracking, so
yeah. And here at the same time we see the third team in the women's class getting out from the pig swim. It looks like it's Anna Hellström and Jenny from Team Head Swimming. I can't really see, but it's definitely them. Super impressive swim. Both of them are great swimmers, exceptional runners, and even exceptional cross-country skiers. They're good at everything. So super cool to see, and they're in a fast pack here. So hopefully they can feed off the energy of the other racers and keep on keep on trucking to, and I know they will be strong on Una. They're always strong in the second half.
So Nancy, could you start commenting as well, please?
Absolutely. You can see that the teams are looking pretty strong actually coming out, but as we move down the field, the body temperatures are definitely going to be colder. Up until this point, Jesper was reminding me that it's about 50% of the kilometers of the course are done, but 70% of the swimming almost is finished when you get to this point. So while they might be a little chilly coming out here and getting themselves sorted out, at least going on the other end, they have a lot more running and very short swims on the other side. So it's good news. But as the teams start getting more and more in between and longer into the day, it is going to be colder for them. And they'll have been in the water longer, and even just getting out and struggling is going to be a little bit more difficult. But as you were...
Okay, nobody's filming.
As you were talking about that female team, it's amazing when I listen to and learn about the other teams, like all that they can do physically and all the sports. And that's what I think makes this also a great sport, is that you can have all these things behind you in terms of, you don't have to be the top athlete in everything you do, but what a great way to celebrate like nature and being together as teams and just bringing together all types of disciplines into one thing. That everything that we do helps us train for the moments like this, whether it's just being able to swim in the straight line or learning something that helps you orient yourself when you're doing trail runs. It's really cool to see. And I love seeing all these women's teams, and they're just so happy together and they work well together, and you know, they're not that far off the men. Well, we never have been, but just in sports. So we come watch them at 4:18 coming out of the water.
Oh, stick.
Taking a moment to get that way up and go up and get their token chocolate bar. The tethers are great, but as I said before, you know, when you have a partner that can get out of the water and isn't disoriented, and the person behind is lagging a little, it can be a little tricky coming out. But in the end, it all works out. We have another women's team coming with the men's behind them. I know there's lots of teams still out there, but when you're looking in the pig swim from here, you can't. It doesn't seem like there's a lot in the water, but I'm sure it's just the perception. The great thing about the tethering, when I was swimming even just with Mats on Saturday and swimming behind him, it's such a strange feeling, because you do save so much energy when you're the person in second position, but you feel like you're so slow, and you keep thinking, why is my partner going so slow? And on these long swims, you can feel really cold getting pulled. It saves you the energy, but there's a mental side of it that you really have to work on. Oh, the women's team have pulled themselves back to our direction. They seem to have got a little lost. And that's part of the whole game. I mean, being cold is that's swim run. I mean, that's what's going to happen, and you are going to be cold, and it's a question of changing how you say that to yourself. Just get it out there, tell yourself you're cold, tell yourself you're warm, but it's what makes it such a tough swim. Even the World Series races, I mean, it's not just these really long distances. But I did think that Mats was really a slow swimmer on Saturday. Just want to add that.
Well, he has the benefit of doing it in his backyard. So I mean, he could probably do the course in his sleep, blindfolded and feet behind. I mean, tied
Yeah,
together.
he's a history book when you do the running with him. He says, "Oh, there used to be a tree here, or there was a leaf once that sat here." He knows the course really well.
Yeah,
so it's really fun to go with him.
I ran the ÖTILLÖ trail with him once, and he was like, "Oh yeah, when I was a kid, I used to do this by this tree." I know he knows every stick and stone of the whole of ÖTILLÖ. It's fantastic to be with him. And now we see the fifth team in the women's category coming up from the pig swim. I mean, so you can see Kristin Larsson and Helena Siversson have a quite big lead at the moment, but the chasing teams are neck and neck and coming behind. And I mean, look at them, just scrambling up. They don't look cold at all. They just go straight up. I wasn't that fresh any of the years I did ÖTILLÖ, let me tell you that.
I'm not even that fresh now, and I haven't done the swim run.
No, but I mean, we haven't gotten our cinnamon buns yet, Nancy.
Oh yeah, don't even tease me.
No, we get them at Utö, at the bakery. They're gonna be awesome.
Oh yeah, oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
my favorite place. I always stock up before I do the runs. That's the biggest important part of the race is those cinnamon buns. But that's also one of the things that makes ÖTILLÖ such a great, all the World Series races and the unique foods that they have in some of the destinations. A couple of years ago, we did I guess like a quiz, like where was your favorite food? Like the carrot cakes people serve, the cinnamon buns. But as a non-Swede, there is something you need to be aware of when you eat cinnamon buns on the course. How do I say that in a nice way? I guess if you're just eating them along the day, they have quite a powerful effect.
It sounds like you're talking about drugs now, Nancy.
Yeah, I know. It produced the slogan, "What happens in your wetsuit stays in your wetsuit." I love my cinnamon buns, but I learned my lesson. Yeah, something like that. So,
but I mean, ÖTILLÖ is
maybe
not...
that's too much information about me, right?
No. But I mean, what happens here stays here. So, but I mean, ÖTILLÖ is not only a race, as you say, it's an experience all around. I mean, it will grow you will grow as a person from doing it, and it's also a gastronomical trip from around the Stockholm archipelago. You're so well taken care of throughout the whole day.
Let's.
I mean, and the fact that it's natural, it's not all. You're not ripping open packages of. People bring their own gels, but you can do things that are a little bit more homemade, organic. So I think for some people, they really appreciate that about these races.
Nancy, let's switch over to Henrik. He's chasing or he's pacing, I should say, Team 20. So, Henrik, could you give us a brief update?
Yeah, I told these guys that Fredrik and Lars had gained about a minute, so I wouldn't say that they're stressed. They're aware. We were running about 4:45 there in the forest, and between 4 and 4:15 pace to come out. On the
Henrik is on right now.
Obviously, these guys are not holding back.
But we still have to.
Very healthy pace for this stage of the race. Now it's the moment of truth. These guys know it. They're fueling up. They've already filled their bottles. So they're set for the first half of the Orna run. They're communicating. They know the stakes. They're just gonna do an easy swim here and then do a mental reset when they get to the other side, because this is really why this is gonna be decided. Is it the first time in race history where you've been able to pull away that early in the race and hold on? Let's go, boys. They're a bit chilly, but just a short swim over now, and then they're gonna probably get cooked sooner or later. So as long as they've managed their energy plan okay, they're still looking good. Like I said, they were running 4:10, 4:15 here the last kilometer on the gravel road, so not too bad for me with fresh legs, but I can't imagine going that after having done 70% of the swimming in 14 degrees of water. So experienced runners, they know what they're doing. Let's see. I still think that it's going to be difficult to catch these two guys. But you never know, if you run out of glycogen at some point on Orna and then you have to stop for a second and the other team get you in their sights, then you never know. But so far, no real signs of slowing down. I think most of the time gained there by the chasing team was when they didn't sight too well on the pick swim. They took a bit of a detour in the water. So I think that's where they gain most of the time. I wouldn't say another team is really gaining on these guys on land at this time. So let's see.
So Henrik, take a break now, and we get over to Nancy. I would say that recharge your batteries, and we see you on the next split. Okay?
Looking forward.
So a vital part of
together.
logistics is recharging the phones that we're broadcasting from between every run, so that we all get to tag along for the ride. I mean, now you can see just a bunch of teams coming up from the pig swim. But what a day, Nancy! I mean, look at the weather. You have a spectacular job today.
Oh, I'll just stay here all day and get a suntan. I mean, people will never believe I went back to France with a tan. But really, I don't know if you were able to see the groups that just came out together. It was great just watching the women just scurry up the rocks, and the guys were struggling. That's how I like to see it. But it's really cool because the groups that are coming out right now, they actually look in pretty good shape. They're not. Some of the men's team that were leading, when they did come out, they looked a little bit cold, but the Arc French team was struggling a little bit. I'm not sure if one of them had one of them had hurt their ankle or something just coming into the swim on the entrance. So I'm not sure how he's faring. They were giving the front teams a good run, but I'm not sure where they're at. And we have another women's team coming in. It's just awesome to see so many women's teams out there.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like we need to make more wind or waves for these guys. It seems too easy, don't you think?
Yeah, next
this
time.
Isn't ÖTILLÖ?
Nah, we'll bring the wave machine next year.
Yeah, we'll try to. I mean, they are still swimming a little off course, but it's not like it has been in the past. And to be honest, it's nice to see, because I think if we can get some years where it's a little calmer like this, it'll really bring in and draw people in to the field. Whereas sometimes when you see the videos of those really ominous waves of like 2017 and I think 2016, people want to try it, but they think, if you're not a really strong swimmer, it can be a little bit terrifying looking at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you could get through this course, if your partner is a strong swimmer and you can get through that together. We're watching the women come out. You could do it. I've never seen people so happy to touch rocks, but they're happy. I'm not sure what language they speak in Swedish. How's it going, girls? Cold? No.
They have shaky legs now. They've been.
It's especially when you're behind, as I said, in that second position when you're behind with the tether. It's much colder. You're just not moving at the same as the pacemaker, and I can really see that with their legs trembling. But they're smiling and they seem like they're still happy together, so that's always a good sign. And it's nice to have some encouragement when you come out of these swims and there's some people as well. It really makes a difference when you're running any of these races. Just feels like you have a connection with the human, and that sometimes can make a big difference just to continue on. So a group of men's teams coming in.
Yeah, just a quick
It's
update
like the rainbow
on
in the sea.
Yeah, a quick update on the women's category. Helena Siversson and Kristin Larsson has extended their lead by a couple of minutes. They're not at Une yet, but we know that the chasing teams are really strong runners. We'll see how that evolves. But right as of now, Team Arc with Helena and Kristin are 6 minutes ahead of Team Wild Women West Coast. So
wow.
We'll have to see what happens on Une, because anything can happen during this long day.
What's happening with the men's teams?
The men's teams, Team Simcoachen is in a lead. We'll have to see on Une, because Fredrik and Lars is usually strong there. They are gaining, so they are 5 minutes behind, but we'll have to see on Une what happens. And Team Arc Swimrun France with Hugo and Mathieu, they are 8 minutes behind as of now.
Wow.
And a quick
That's
update.
amazing, because they were struggling with when they came out of here.
Yeah, hopefully they get their body temperatures up and can start to shake out their legs and start running again. And in the mixed category, it's Kenny Meyer and Amanda Nilsson. They are far ahead. And after that, it's Desiree and Victor chasing.
What's the difference in time between those two teams?
let me check
Do
the
we know?
latest and the greatest from my intel on this. So there are. There are 6 minutes time difference between the first and second team in mixed category.
Okay, wow.
And there are 12 minutes between number 3 and number 1 in the mix. So, but as
Okay.
I said, anything can happen on Una, so we'll have to stay put and just watch the race unfold.
Yeah. It's so funny because when you watch the start of the race and when you take the ferry over every year to the start, you think, oh, I really miss doing this. I wish I was doing this year. And now as I'm sitting here and comfortable and in the sun, and I'm like, I'm really glad I'm not doing this right now. They look wet, they look cold.
Yeah, and well, I did a quick interview yesterday with Desi and Victor, and so let's see what they had to say then about the race today.
Our team name is Team Anvol, as we are part of Team Anvol, and then Team Anvol Head Swimming, because our sponsors are obviously Head Swimming. And then my name is Desiree Andersson, and I have done this race in women's 2 times before, and now I'm going to try it in
5%. I thought we had at least a couple of minutes.
And my name is Victor Dahl, and I've been racing with Desi 2 times before in Engadin, so this is the first time we're doing the World Championships together. Very excited, a bit nervous, but yeah.
How did you guys get into swimrun?
I was actually asked to do a swim run the day before Ångaloppet a couple of years ago, when there was a swimmer that had his partner was injured or sick, I don't remember anymore, but then he has called me and said, oh, you can run, can you do a swim run with me? And I said, I don't know, I haven't done any long running like that before, but okay, I can try it. So he brought his girlfriend's shoes and some other stuff for me, because I had my summer house next to the race actually. And then I jumped into it. I didn't know anything about swimrun, but it was fun, and we ended up winning that race. So I was stuck in swimrun.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
I actually got into swimrun. I've been doing triathlon for a while, since many years back, and I got a bit fed up with the biking, so I wanted to try something new, less time-consuming. So I started with swimrun, and I tried ÖTILLÖ as my first one. I did that with Angelica Wagnerid, who's also racing today, with Paul Korsberg, I think his name is. And after that, I was hooked, just because of the adventurous side of the sport, and that you're doing it together with a partner, and sharing the pain and also the joy of the sport together. And so that's a bit of the background to how I got into it.
And Desiree, you have done the race before. Have you talked Victor through the race course and all your favorite parts?
We have actually been out training a bit on the course, or actually we have done it during 2 days, so we have tried it. And then I mentioned some parts that I like and not like, and but yeah, a bit. But I think he will experience it for the first time, and it's better not to know everything.
And do you have a favorite place along the course?
Actually, the favorite place is when you finish Una. It's not that I don't like the running on Una, it's more like when you see the water, you have been running for a long time, and then you come down and see the water after Una. That's my favorite part.
And when you've been out training, is it a place that you have found that you like?
Well, I do like Urno, just because I have more of a running background, and I'm more comfortable with running. And but it depends on how the body will be responding after 5 hours of racing. So we will see how it goes tomorrow. But I'm just excited about being out here and racing.
So now we have one of the race directors, Michael Lemmel, on the live feed. Welcome into the show, Michael.
Hello guys, how are you? How are things going for you in there?
Yeah, we're super excited. It's, I mean, we're warm and cozy here in the city, but I mean, you really miss being out along the course a day like this.
Well, I can tell you we're having a great day with impressive racing from everyone. It's just running smoothly in most parts. I'm here at the north end of Una, as you can see. That's the third team getting out of the water just very soon. And they're swimming from Kyminde over there from the south side of Kyminde. And the really cool part about Kyminde is that it's full of sheep pastures. It's like a big farm, so they run through this beautiful area of sheep pastures before they come down to the restaurant and the shop and the gas station before they swim across here. And as you can see, that's Mathieu and Hugo Tormento from ARC, Swimrun France, who just got out of the water and now have 22K of running on Una. So they're pushing hard in third place, but it was just extremely impressive to watch Adriel and Oscar come out of the water, because not only did they just fly out of the water, but on the swim they swam so relaxed, and they came out of the water. I don't think I'm cheating when I say that they came out of the water 5-6 minutes before the others, and they were just flying right away. So we will for sure, if nothing really unfortunate happens, I'm convinced we'll get a course record with probably, by the looks of it, maybe even 10 minutes. So maybe we'll have a team under 7:30 for the first time in the history of this race. So I mean, things are going well. We see that in the women's category that Christine and Helena are just cruising, flying as well, with the West Coast Wild team, who are in second place with I think 5 minutes behind. And in the mixed we have Kenny Mayer and Amanda Nilsson, who are doing a fantastic race so far, with Desiree and Victor just chasing behind. So I think we'll see some changes actually on Una when it comes to the mixed category. And then in the women's, I think if Christine and Helena are feeling as strong and as fit as they look, then I think they will be hard to beat, unless something unfortunate happens in that category as well.
So Michael, being a race director, the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship course, of course, is your brainchild together with Mats to have a commercial race here. And I mean, it's the perfect race. Do you ever get the urge to not be a race director and trying out the course yourself?
Well, it's funny. Anders is here laughing because we actually talked about it the last year. If it would have been a regular year last year, that I would do the race as our 15th anniversary and have the race briefing like always, and then join the racers on the start line in the morning. That I don't know what, if and when that will happen again. It depends a little bit on how things go with COVID, and if we can start being, how would you say, big enough of an organization again. Right now we're just too thin on the organization side because of COVID and all the drastic cuts that we had to do. So it's a dream that I hope maybe comes true, but I also feel how would you say, natural attrition breathing down my neck too.
The dream will come true.
We'll see.
Is Anders joining you for the race then?
Absolutely. If he's joining me, I'm joining him. We're
So-
like a happy couple doing just a little swim in the archipelago.
Yeah. So perfectly. Me and Joachim will apply for the job directly as race director and substitute Anders Malm, so you can do the race next year.
Yeah, that sounds great. We'll do the first swim maybe. Then we can get back to doing what we're doing, and you can get back to doing what you're doing. But you're doing it very well, I see.
Yeah, everybody's doing what they're best at. I mean, yeah. But I mean,
So
I
when it
did
comes to the
ÖTILLÖ in
race-
like 10 something and talked the whole way. So I mean, I can So this is like easy for me. I can just talk now. I don't have to run anything.
Well, that's right, because you do nothing but talk.
Yeah, you know me too well, man.
Anyhow, so as you can see, the first three teams, they have a big gap to what's going on behind them. And we're just going to back up, so that's why we're making a bit of noise here. So the first three teams, they are well ahead of team 4, 5, and 6. And I think that in fourth or fifth or sixth position, we'll see the first mixed team in the overall ranking, which is also very cool. I think we might even have 2 mixed teams in the top 10 in the overall ranking by the end of the day.
Yeah, as of now, we have a mixed team in 4th and 6th and 7th place, so I think you're absolutely right.
Go. And I really love that, actually. So when it comes to safety boats, I don't know if you've spoken about it today, but we have almost 30 boats that are involved in the race, which 19 are dedicated safety boats, and then we have race direction, we have sweeper boats, we have a leader boat, and then a bunch of media boats to produce the media that we're doing. So not only is this a big race production, but you know, the safety coordinating for the boats is actually done by the boat in front of you, with Magnus Olgren parked on that boat together with 2 race doctors. And Magnus is following, we have trackers on every boat that we have, so he's following where we have boats and where we have racers and matching them up throughout the whole race course. And then we have, so now Anders is going to go in and you'll see how a safety boat actually works. We're going in to inform these people that we have a race going on. So you see the safety boat work in action. So that's what Magnus Olgren does. And what's really fantastic is that the majority of our safety boats are all volunteers, where people come in with their boats and say that they want to be part of our safety production and help us in this enormous task. I mean, they also, like everybody else, get up at 3:50 in the morning or 3 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a testament to. It's a testament to what you have created with the whole sport. I mean, the sport has grown now over the last 16 years, but I mean, the ÖTILLÖ, the Swimrun World Championship, this is the origin, and there's no, as you talked about earlier, there's no sharp elbows, there's only love and a family feeling to swimrun, and everybody wants to chip in. Either you're racing or you want to help out at the races. I mean, it's just fantastic, and it's an environment that you guys have been instrumental from the start to create.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think all we can do is pour gasoline on the fire that already exists. So I think everyone's part of making this happen. Here we see a group. This is the Envol, followers, the Envol group that are following the race for their sake. And they're out. How many are you on board? Cool, you're 7 on board. Well, enjoy it. Have fun. And there we have another boat, Anders, I think, coming in, but we're okay with them. Yeah. So
Micke,
actually, here's another one. This is interesting. The boat coming here, Andreas Johansson, he's been a safety boat at every event for 15 years too. And this morning, or yesterday, he called and said, I have a huge problem with my boat. I don't know if I can make it. But he spent part of the night actually fixing his boat to be part of it. So that's why he has a yellow safety flag and not an orange one, because he didn't make the safety meeting last night. So that just in itself just tells you about the whole dedication of people being part of this.
Coming up now.
So Mika, tell us about the weather conditions and how they affect the race, because it's, from the look of it, looks really nice out in the archipelago today.
Yeah, it's how would you say? It's a almost perfect race day, I would say. The wind is a little chilly, but I would say it's around 16, 17 degrees right now, and the wind is it's like breeze, moderate breeze, maybe 7 to 8 knots per wind or meters per second in how would you call it, in the gusts, and that means that when you're in the water, I mean, and especially by now here, you've done almost 40 k's of the race. You start getting cold because of just the attrition of being out for such a long time, and we can then see that any wind chill or any wind effect will take the energy out of anyone. So that means that when it's very little wind like this, they manage to keep the heat that the very little heat they still manage to build for a little longer. And we don't have this really strong sun either, which would kill people on Una, the next island here, where we have 22 k's of running and no breeze whatsoever, because it's in a forest most of the way, as you can see. And that would mean that if you're running like that and you're already dehydrated and depleted from the race, you then have 22 k's of running under a scorching sun. So the little clouds that we have is actually helping them a lot. So all in all, I think we have near perfect racing conditions. It was a little tough for them on the pig swim, as they both had the wind and the current sideways in the nose, meaning that it pushed them away and pushed them away and out from the exit. So I think a lot of people worked really hard to get to the end of the pig swim. So I just want to mention it. We still have only had 3 teams that have passed, and I mean they have a huge gap, the front 3. I mean, this is massive, and it's just such a different picture than from 2019 when everyone was just they were playing games in 2019, and now I think they all went to try to split the field as quickly as possible, which they certainly did. So I think this is just impressive racing by the top 3 teams, without, well, all teams, of course, but to put this big of a gap into the rest of the field, because the rest of the field is not just anybody, it's fantastic racers as well.
So Mickey, if you talk about, we put a lot of energy to report about the top teams, and if we go on the opposite side of the course and we talk about the cutoffs, have there been any teams that have sort of quit the race course because of
have not made the cutoffs?
Yeah, not made the cutoffs, or they have hurt themselves, etc. Because there's a lot of people in the audience who ask about their loved ones. Do you have an update?
Well, we have a few teams that have pulled out because of being cold. Here's actually the first mixed team coming to the water, and it's Kenny Mayer and Amanda Nilsson, as I can see. They are still in. Is it? Yes, it is. It's Kenny Mayer and Amanda Nilsson, and they are still. So they're 4th overall, and first mixed team, and also just keeping. Now it's just a game with themselves to try to keep enough energy so they can manage the whole way without just blowing up, because this is when things start happening in the race. And you can see the way Kenny's stroking, he's swimming so smoothly, and Amanda's just on his feet. But she's not just being towed because she's swimming, so she's also keeping the energy up. But I mean, you can see how smoothly he's swimming, Kenny. So where were we? People pulling out. well, the people cutoffs, we haven't taken anyone out yet, as I know. We might be taking people out at 11:15. I'll check what time we have. Well, we might have taken somebody out at 11:15. I've been talking too much to be part of that at Nemdö. But others who are not in the race anymore are probably because they have gotten too cold on the swims and just can't feel the energy coming out. So here you see Anders is backing up so that we can get a style study. I couldn't even speak there. A style study of Amanda and Kenny swimming away here, and you see the orange flag that they're swimming towards on the other side. But Kenny's just plugging away, and Amanda's just keeping swimming to keep the energy. I know I spoke to Kenny yesterday about maybe wearing sleeves, but it looks like he decided against wearing sleeves. And Amanda is wearing one sleeve, it looks like, and the other one she's slipped down. So I'd be surprised to hear if they were warm, but it looks like they're just cruising, plugging away to see what's going on.
Yeah, it seems like such a day where you're sort of cruising in the archipelago, whether you are in the boat or in the water or on land. So again, back to the where is the sort of the big pack, the mid pack, located at a position at the moment?
I think most of the teams are coming down towards the pig swim, and they will be up for, by now they will be quite tired, and they have this big monster in front of them, and with a southeasterly blowing on them a little bit. Southwesterly blowing. It means that, like I said before, it will push them away from the finish line. Sorry, I just have to answer a question.
So while Nicky talking, answering a question, as a race director, you have many things to handle, I guess. As we can see, it's a fantastic day in the archipelago, and in all the men, women, and the mixed, there we have a breakaway groups, and they just fly away compared to the rest of the rest of the competitors, or the teams, I should say. So
sorry, I'm gonna have to leave you guys.
Yeah.
Because I have to sort something out. Sorry.
That's fine. I hope it's good news. I hope it's good news, Mikael. So
yeah, it's fine. It's just I'm trying to get the other live crew back towards the finish line, so I need to figure that out.
Okay, sort those things out, and we will continue the broadcast. Thank you for being part of the show. I will now switch over to the studio camera if I can find it. Okay.
We are back. I can just say I just got in that the second women's team have gone into the water at Swimrun, so trailing behind, Christine and Helena is still in a clear lead, but they have 6 minutes and 45 seconds up to Wild Swimrun West Coast, who is chasing, and now it's gonna be a long swim, and after that soon they'll get to Orne. And just as I said that, Anna Hellström and Jenny Ramstedt have come down to the timing just before the 1,000-meter swim, so 12 minutes behind the leaders, and
Job, guys.
Yeah, come on, Jonas. We see you now. Yeah. So Jonas is.
Okay, so we have Oscar and Adriel going ahead here on Orne, keeping a good pace, looking good. I have a commanding gap to the team behind. Lars and Fredrik was breaking away from Hugo and Mathieu. These guys still look strong, good strides. no signs of fatigue here. I heard you guys talking about doing the things that you do best. I don't know if you caught my live coverage of the trail, but I can tell you a little bit about Una. So you've done the race before. You think that Una is a lot of road running and not very technical, and that's my memory of it. So Henrik and we thought that I would cover them on a bike, but covering these guys with a mountain bike in this kind of terrain, that was not possible. And the trail running in the beginning of Una is actually quite technical. The only reason why you don't really think of it as technical is because you've done the rest of the course before. Because it's, compared to that, it's almost like a walk in the park. So you see these guys going strong uphill, still having a good tempo.
So are you on your bike or are you running?
I'm well, actually, through the technical trail, I was running with the bike.
Oh, that's why.
Because, yeah, as I said, as Ville and Mikael was talking about, we should do the things that we do best. I haven't done much mountain biking, so mountain biking with one hand in that kind of terrain, I chose running instead. It went faster. But now we're on the gravel roads, and later on here we'll hit the. You can see here, Oscar starts taking off his bib. This is what we talked about before. When you slim the equipment. In the beginning, we had wetsuits that were meant for just swimming. They had the zipper in the back. And then now we have Swimrun wetsuit, zipper in the front, easily to take off. This is a long run. You see the sun is coming out. Oscar is taking down his wetsuit so he doesn't get too warm. Might lose a couple of seconds here, but he can gain minutes from not getting that hyperthermia. And it's a good way to regulate. If you get a bit cold on the swim, you might wait a little while to take down your wetsuit, get that blood flowing, get your body temperature up. If you get warm, you might have to take down your wetsuit a little bit more often. But so these guys look comfortable, totally in control still. Doing a great job. Just keeping that pace, settling into the Una pace. I'm gonna try to turn around here and see if I can go back and find the second men team.
So Henrik, I mean, you've done the race multiple times yourself, and as you say, you can't remember every twist and turn. Being back on Una now, not racing but covering the race, what feelings do you get in special emotions being out on the race course?
I actually had a bit of the same emotion that I usually have. As I say, you're quite you're tired on the sort of Una, and in your mind it's an island where you have a lot of road running and you can settle into your pace. And then the first bit is actually quite technical. So, and of course in the technical part, as we said before, your pace drops way down. Even the fastest teams are racing at maybe 7 minutes a K. So if you know that part is maybe just 2K, you're used to doing 2K in 8 minutes. Now you're doing it in 14 minutes. It feels like a long way before you get to the road and you can settle into that Una pace. And yeah, with the bike and the camera, I had the same experience. It felt like a a long way in the trail before we got out on the road.
Yeah, I totally feel you. You forget about the beginning, and at the end of Una, you also have the trail again. So it's not just
Exactly.
a flat half marathon on tarmac.
Exactly.
Which makes it even more impressive when you look at the historical times that people have put out on the island.
Absolutely, and when you get to that last part of Una, when you go into the forest and the trail again, that's a classic place where people might get cramps. You know, you settle into your pace, you manage to get that extra energy out of your legs, and then all of a sudden you're going to activate muscles to keep your balance, and they cramp up.
Yeah, and I mean, you can have the best fueling and the hydration plan there is. I mean, after a long race like this and running in your wetsuit, sweating all day, I mean, you are going to get cramps regardless, but it's about how far into the race you can push your bonking, I would say.
Exactly. With a race like this, you're always going to run out of energy. The final part, you don't have any depots left in your body, and it's all about refueling. And you can actually feel that. I can feel that when I take a gel. I can feel the energy coming, and then it just goes away again in a short while. And that's why you need to start re-energize early, even in the start, when you have that adrenaline and that anxiety of staying in the front, not losing seconds. You need to take those extra seconds, get a gel in. You'll save up minutes or even half an hours in the late stages of the course.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the last part of the course is a lot of ups and downs and technical trail. I mean, those called Mellankobbarna, it's just a patch of small islands with super rough terrain. I mean, it's not really running, it's just you scramble over them to get to Uta. And
exactly.
I mean, if you can save 30 seconds per transition there, I mean, that's almost 5 minutes of racing.
That's a lot of time. So here we have our Swimrun, Lars and Fredrik coming up. Runner-ups. We're gonna see if we can follow these guys. See if we can get a split. We know that out from Nemde, they were 6 minutes and 40 seconds behind. And then at the end of Schimendebunse, they were only 5 minutes behind. So we'll see if they have kept gaining on Adriel and Oscar, or if they are being held back. These guys as well, good strides. You can really not see that much of a difference between these guys and Adriel. I'm guessing the gap will be about the same.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like smooth running. And then,
yeah.
I mean, after 45 Ks of racing almost, it's just spectacular to see.
Exactly, let's see. So I'm actually checking my watch here, and yeah, these, as you said, it's smooth running. It's been a long day. These guys are doing 440, 430 per K right here. Keeping up that pace, getting into the marathon pace. Looking smooth. I think here we have the place where I left Adriel and Oscar. And so we have about 6 minutes since Oscar and Adriel passed. So Oscar and Adriel is actually pulled ahead for 1 more minute from these guys. I'll see if I can go back and see if we can get the third team as well. Presumably it's Team Arc France. Hugo and Matthew. It's been this trio since they got out of the first swim. Hugo and Matthew were ahead of the entire pack, and on Vindalsö, the second island,
Yeah.
Lars, Fredrik, Oscar, and Adriel, they pulled away, and after that, it's been these three teams. It's been all about in the men's category.
So let's go to a quick interview we did yesterday with Fredrik and Lars to see how they thought about the race they're doing right now. So Henrik, thank you for your coverage. We'll mute you for a second. No, Jonas. We'll mute you for a second, and then we'll come back to Una.
Cheers.
Yeah, so I'm Lars Ekman, former with the Beaver Brothers, and now racing with Fredrik.
Fredrik Axegård, which I've done this race a couple of times, and I have a win in my luggage.
And coming into this year, why are you guys racing together and not against each other?
I mean, the easy answer is that both our partners are injured, but also why it became just us was since we've been racing against each other a couple times, but still always having fun on the course and before and after races. So it felt natural to ask Fredrik when I knew Jonas was injured. So yeah.
Yeah, my partner in crime, Alex, is injured, and since Lars, I know how strong Lars is, I asked if he would like to go with me, and he said yes, so I'm very happy with that.
Super, and swimrun is a new sport, obviously not brought up in swimrun. How did you find it, and why are you coming back?
Oh, I found it 10 years ago, actually. Still working in the Swedish Armed Forces and doing all different types of training, and felt I wanted to test a new experience, and then it was ÖTILLÖ straight away. Loved just going out in nature and trying to beat the course. And after that, also part of it being good at it and wanting to do it better, but also just yeah, the amazing feeling of being out there against nature, going from point A to B on yourself, through water, through terrain. It's yeah, it's a great sport.
And how I found the sport, I heard about it from a friend, which have done it a lot of times, Stefano Prestinoni. And since I'm a former swimmer and was a quite good runner, I thought it was something I could try.
Perfect. And I mean, obviously you were in the top tier at the World Championships. What keeps you coming back? What keeps you motivated to do this race again?
What motivates me is the challenge. I love it suits me perfect. I love the feeling, the endurance, and yeah, to be able to compete in the high level as I can right now.
Yeah, the same for me. I mean, I love the day before, the race obviously, but also after, all of it, the swimrun community, the race itself, but also, I mean, being on this level for quite some time, wanting to do the race better. And I finished second 3 times, but never a win. So obviously that's a motivation as well to try to go for that win.
And I mean, you've done the race a couple of times. Do you have a favorite place along the course?
Yeah, my favorite place is, I think Ornö is my favorite spot. It's not that funny to run on, but I'm strong, usually quite strong there.
Ooh, good question. I think there's parts along the race where there's more terrain. Ornö would not be my favorite part, but also, I mean, if you have a good feeling there, it's great, because then you know you have a good day. But otherwise, for me, it's the terrain where it's rocky and trails. That's where I like to be.
And you as a team, where do you think that you will be the strongest tomorrow?
We will be the strongest, I hope. The last 10k, 15k from Onekyrka and to the finish line.
Yeah, I think our strength is that we don't have any real weaknesses. We're usually good at the distance, so I think we can help each other out throughout the race, and that way stay strong as a team the whole race. I think hopefully that will be the case tomorrow as well.
And do you have a plan for tomorrow? Do you have any tactics?
Of course.
The tactics is to have a steady, easy swim on the first swim and be one of the top teams from the start, and then we'll see how it goes. But to be in the front pack as long as possible.
You're not planning to go off anywhere special on the course?
I think there's another team which have the plan to hit the full throttle on tomorrow, so it's more a question about keeping their feet.
Right. Last question. If you had to choose between doing the Swimrun World Championship with paddles and pull buoy but without the wetsuit, or with the wetsuit but without paddles and pull buoy, what would you choose?
I will do it with the wetsuit.
Tomorrow, since it's very cold in the water, absolutely wetsuit.
All right, thank you guys. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody watching this obviously know about Swimrun in some way.
Steep hill going up.
Oh, are we coming into?
We're actually doing something now.
Yeah.
The camera went sort of.
Next they're gonna come out on the bitumen, on the asphalt, and then it's gonna be a lot easier for them to run. Bodies will be aching, and it's amazing to watch. Really amazing. Look at Oscar's fighting face. We've been here so many times. It's a man on a mission. And the girl always smiling. I can see he's struggling a bit more this time to put that smile on. And as we talked about, then it's what they say, it's a strange way of enjoyment. When you push your body so hard, they all say that they want to cross the finish line, and when they do so, they want to know they have given everything they've got. Of course, it's about first base. That's what they're going for, but they also want to really push their bodies. That's what they're working on. What can I do? What can I achieve? And this is what they're doing right now. What Oscar and Adriel are about to do, what it looks like, is going to be a world record. Really impressed with how they're going on. Let's see if we can slow down maybe and sit a bit next to them. I need to yell out a bit. Kan vi gå vid sidan av lite? Kan vi gå lite på sidan om dem? See if I can get them to talk a little. Maybe in the downhill. How's it going, guys?
Jättebra! Jättebra!
Incredible! Look at them! Amazing to watch, guys! Wow. They have really prepared properly for this. And just the hope that they really make all the way to the finish and pace and plan that they're having.
Good. We are at the church on Orne at the moment.
And we're talking about the team who could fall asleep. They're running
Oh yeah, no, we were there.
Advantage. If someone is struggling here before, you can just right out
I mean, wow, 3:49 pace per per kilometer. It's so inspiring to watch all these athletes. I mean, all you watching, if you could choose, who would you bring to the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship and do the course with, and why would you choose that person? Let's talk about it in the chat and just keep on getting inspired by all these athletes.
Cheers here, making sure they're running to their
So Henrik, you can comment now.
Yeah, I'm just standing here at the energy station at Orne Church. I started my watch now to see how far the chasers are behind. There's a little hill here, so I can't really see them until they really get to the top of the hill. But I believe Jonas is on the bike following the chasing team, so as soon as he gets here, I'm gonna jump on the bike and catch up with the leaders again. And at that point, we'll have a timing mark on how far they are behind. But looking in the faces of Oscar and Adriel, there's just no signs of letting this one slip away. So unless something extraordinary happens here on the last couple of islands, it seems that it's going to be a fight for the second or possibly the third position, if anything, in the men's class. So they just looked fantastic. You know,
Jonas, I will break there and go for Maria again.
Hydration drink here at the station. So
react when you suddenly hit asphalt? Well, I don't honestly. I don't think it's that different because it's like kind of like a gravel road, and then it's asphalt. Of course, it's a bit boring, but you just kind of have mentalized that before, and you know that this is just going to be a really boring part, and you just have to get through it.
Yeah, maybe because you prepare that it's going to be boring. It's actually okay because you played it down. So
Indeed. Okay, now we have. No. They're like 5 minutes, at least 5 minutes ahead. No, okay, the guys.
Yeah, we are not keeping track of.
No. You have more things to keep track of.
Okay, so will you go all the way to Ute and greet them at the finish line later? Yeah. Okay.
It's exciting.
Thank you so much, Fanny. Yeah, we are happy to see you here.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. Okay. See you later. Bye. Okay, so we probably have to wait here for a few minutes until we have the next not leading, but the second, the runner-ups of the men's team. It's Fredrik Axelgård and Lars, and they're so experienced. And I think they know that on Orna, this is the place they need to catch up. Otherwise, they're not going to make it because Adriel and Oscar are so quick on the rocks for the final islands leading up to Ute. So here on Orna, this is their time to catch them. 5 minutes? We'll see. Okay, so we're gonna turn around here and go off the road again to greet the next gentlemen that are on the way. Watching. Shooting again. This is a good spot when you have a boat following to come here and wait for the teams coming by. And we all know that here you need a bit of extra energy, not just for fueling, but also the energy of your friends and family. Your body is aching, you're hurting, and here it starts to be a mental game as well. The more the scenery keeps you occupied, but here there's nothing really to think about more than just putting one foot in front of the other to keep up the pace, to keep the competition away, especially for the leading teams. A bit further down the field, of course, you may be not competing against the other teams, you're competing against yourself, and then you want to make a time, or just finish it. So it's a different game or a different race for different teams. Now we have the second team, so we will we're gonna turn around and then follow them through. See, we have pretty excellent and woo guys! Woo! Don't slow down. Look at the phone. You can do this, yes you are. If you're looking at you are. Very strong. This is the pace they've been before. And now they know what to say before. This is the make it and the break it. They're gonna catch them. And I think they will. They're looking really good. As I said before, you can keep the strength up from your partners. I hear they're running parallel to each other. Might mean that they're actually equally strong at the moment. No one of them really struggling. So I think you need to take down.
So this is the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship, and this is the 15th edition, coming in the 16th year. Let's watch a video of just celebrating the 15th anniversary of the race.
When you sign for the Swimrun, it's just an epic challenge. You're putting your mind and your body to a really big challenge, and you have to be prepared for it.
This is the mother of all swim runs. If Ironman has Kona, we have ÖTILLÖ in swimrun.
People running with neoprenes and paddles through a forest, and I sat there and said, how crazy is that?
They keep telling us, no, it's not like anywhere else you've ever been. All you're going to want to do is run and go, and you're not going to be able to.
It's very hard even to comprehend in my mind how it's going to be.
I've done it before, and I swore blind I would never do it again.
I've always thought this is something I need to do. This is my goal, but I couldn't do it until like now.
Mother Nature is definitely in control of this race. It is nature that is dictating the course, not the other way around, and I think that's the way that adventure multisport should be.
There are always dark times in the race, and you have to try and work with your partner to get through them.
Anything can happen. I always have the respect for the nature.
It's simple and it's beautiful, and it's just you're actually in the nature and you can really feel it.
It has everything that you want in a race: the scenery, the camaraderie, and certainly the history of the swimrun communities all comes back to this place. So as soon as you fall in love with swimrun, this is where you want to be.
It was incredibly challenging, it was magnificent, it was beautiful, it was everything it was promised to be and then some.
We've done Norseman, we've done MDS, 69 mans, long course weekend, Greenman, ultra marathons. This is better than all of them put together.
Amazing.
Awesome.
No. So a fantastic look at what's happened throughout the years, and meeting a lot of fantastic athletes and friends who have been part of the sport for 15 years and some for 15 seconds. I mean, everybody's welcome here, and although ÖTILLÖ is the mother and the monster and the magnificent race that it is and hard to get to, swimrun is for everyone. And there are, I mean, swimrun races popping up all over the world and all sorts of distances, so it can be it can be for everybody, and it will be for everybody, either racing or training. Here in the screen at the same time we still see Team Sim Coach and pushing it really hard. Now they're on the tarmac on Una. After the church it's a couple of kilometers to tarmac, then they're going into a gravel road after the old school, and the last kilometer is going to be really technical trail, and after that it's Kulbälling and Långbälling and a couple of small islands before they get to Uta, the island of love. And well, those islands are just mayhem. It's like Munkö, which also is, like Michael Lemmel said, the natural OCR course. Just got word that a couple of minutes ago, Helena and Christine just passed time 13. So they start to run on Una as well, and we'll see if they have gained or if the chasers have gained on them. It's gonna be really spectacular. And as we all know, Kenny Meyer and Amanda Nilsson is pushing it really hard, being 4th overall, and have a chase of Desiree Andersson and Victor Dahl, who is really strong here in this part of the course. Victor is probably going to push the pace, and I know that Desiree can keep up with him. So, I mean, still, I mean, the race is not over until the fat lady sings, as they say. I mean, they race to the finish line, and this will be a fantastic show until, well, the broadcast ends, because it's not just about the top teams, the top 3 in every category. It's about everybody's doing this. And after we're done here, you can still watch the live feed from Ute Värdshus with the finish line camera on YouTube. And I mean, even though we'll log off this broadcast, we'll keep on watching, because I mean, this is like Christmas for everybody who's found this sport and is in love with it.
I have a question, Ville.
Yeah.
So if we look at the team here, Team 20.
Yeah.
And let's look at them. They are constantly moving back and forward like this. Is this a pacing thing, or I mean, Una is a really long run, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me about the run here at the Una. So it's mixed gravel and tarmac, as you said.
Yeah.
How do you keep up, on such a long ride? Run, huh?
Well, you should really have a plan for Una coming into the race. It's not just go out balls, just go hard and hope for the best. You should have a plan for Una. Either as these guys are running in 350 per kilometer, it's exceptional, and they just did a brief stop at the church to drink a little bit. That's probably their plan, and I mean, they can keep up with that pace. Doing that, and as we all know, they're super strong in the technical trail. That is the first and last K of Una. But for us mere mortals, I would say have a plan. Either do a run, walk, run method, running 5 minutes, walking a minute, running 5 minutes, walking a minute, or have a longer stop at the church at the aid station there and really fuel up for 5 minutes maybe and shake out the legs and start over just to feel fresh again.
But if you talk about regular people, what do you call it?
You and me.
You and me. I mean, first, we are not in this race. If you talk about the people who are in this race, there are 160 teams. Are they on that level that they can go all full throttle all the time, or is it a mix and match through the whole team? I mean, how good are they?
I mean, these are. If you take all the racers that do ÖTILLÖ, I would say that everybody is really fit and everybody has trained a lot for this event. And as Oscar has said many times, this race is just as hard regardless of if you do it in 7 hours 30 minutes or 14 hours 50 minutes. You're gonna push yourself, and maybe if you're coming into the race your first time, you're not pushing as hard because you don't know what's ahead of you. But I mean, as we look now at Adriel and Oscar, I would say they're pushing it pretty hard, even though they look super composed and relaxed running. I know that they're pushing just to stay ahead and to play on their strength on these last couple of islands. But I would say you feel it on Una, and if you're fresh on Una, you're superhuman. Or you took the boat there. I mean, it's not.
It's not going to go any easier. It's going to go faster. That's what he say. And the better you get, the faster it's going to get. But everyone will feel pain at Una, and especially late in the race like this, and also because of the long run.
Yeah,
it's super demanding, and still they have a what 350 tempo.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, and with equipment.
Yeah, with the, I mean, the suits and pool boys and everything are super lightweight, but it's still, I mean, they run with the wet clothes, and I mean, their shoes, even though they're probably super light from the beginning, they will have water in them. So, well, I mean, it's super spectacular, and I mean, just look at them. It's super composed running, and I mean, it's such an impressive feat what they're doing right now. And now they're coming out to the fields. This part of Una can be a little bit windy. Otherwise, you have forests around you. So this is. But I mean, look at them.
Let's do them full screen so we have a better picture of them. That was actually us.
That was not the fast couple of guys.
Let's switch to this camera. It's getting late in the show, and we've been doing this for a couple of hours now. I'm not sure if all of you have been awake since 5:30 and followed the part 1 as well as part 2. If so, give us a comment in the chat. Where are you at the moment? Are you at the office space, hiding away, trying to watch the show, or are you back home? Or so, yeah. Just tell us.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't have any sound now from the race course, but I mean, I can see that they're chatting with each other. It's not like they're talking about what they're gonna eat for lunch later, but I can see that they're talking to each other and like asking what's up, how you doing, you good, and well, now you see they're coming over to the gravel roads, and here, I mean, it's pretty packed and nice. It's gonna get worse in about a kilometer. So really, I mean, these guys, they're pushing it and they're concentrating on every step. You can watch Oscar looking down and see what the ground ahead of him is holding. But here you really need to, even though it looks like a flat road, the rolling stones here you can strain your ankles quite easy here. It's well, it's a fantastic display of.
So I'm getting some response on my question there, where people are. Some at the gym. How can I actually be training and watching this? You know, I'm not so sure, Stefan. Mathieu, he's working from home in Paris. I see. Are you boss watching? I'm not sure. Pia, on the other hand, is home watching. Fördelen med att vara förälder at the moment, I don't know the word in English. Föräldraledig.
Parental leave.
Parental leave. How hard can it be? And Henrik Forsell, he's one of the superhuman that can run and listen to the track at the same time. That's fantastic, eh? Okay. At the gym. A lot of people are at the gym. Nina is
with a stroller.
With a stroller. Great.
Yeah. I mean, as I can see, there's a lot of people just like me who have boxed off a lot of meetings today in the calendar. It's like, oh, Ville, did you have actual meetings from Sunday till Tuesday morning? Oh, yes, actually, it's a very
Tristan
important.
is out running 2 times 400 while listening to you guys, not watching at the moment. I mean, come on, Christian. You should switch over to some pep music instead. But maybe you were that fun. I don't know. So, Christian Malmström, what team are you hoping to win today, or are you just sharing everyone?
Yeah, and Well, I got the time splits now. Team Sim Coaching has extended their lead down to Fredrik and Lars to 7 minutes and 7 seconds. And Arc Swimrun France with Hugo and Mathieu, they're 9 minutes behind as of now. So the cold water really seemed to affect this year, and it didn't seem to affect these guys in screen right now. Checking back with...
Another thing, I know this year we have 21 nations competing. And I'm a little bit curious because I see a lot of French comments here, and except for people from France, which I hope, enjoying the English commentary. What other countries are represented in the chat? Could you please give us a flag, a note, where you're from, where you're located, so we get more of an interaction with the audience now. It's lunch, 12:30 here in Sweden, it's almost. So we'll be going on now for quite some time. Maybe we should be more polite and talk with the audience. So we have France here. Okay, so while you guys respond to my question, I will show you the leaderboard. First we have the men, and not much has changed for some time. We also have the women. The same goes for the women. I assume.
Anna and Jenny has just gotten to the time for the short swim to Orna, and is now going to start to run on Orna. So the leaderboard is as said.
So we still have the same team in this order, huh?
The same teams in this order. It is, and
what about a mix then?
In mix, it's the same way, and by the women's category, Diane Sadik is gaining on the last time split. I'll just need to check my messages.
So while you check your messages, I see a lot of flags coming into the chat.
Oh,
I see Sweden. Well, I see, what do I see? I see Sasha is here as well. The flag is so small I cannot see it on the screen, so please, it's just a little dot there. Mikael Bagge is home with a broken ankle. That's not good at all.
No, that sucks. Well, what I wanted to say was Diane Sadik and Isabel Norstedt from Diane and Isabel Primal Coaching and Head. They are currently in 4th place, have passed Natalie Rick and Johanna Paulsson from Team Last Minute, but it's an back and forth game, and we have to see in the next what I get, the next info I get from the race course.
I mean, we to be honest, we don't have more information than you guys. There's a public leaderboard where you can find it at ÖTILLÖ's website. We have posted it a couple of times. I can see if I still have the link here. No, not at the moment. Ville, could you put it in the chat, please? The leaderboard, so that people can actually go search for the loved ones. Ville will add a link, and I can also. Great. We have so many nationalities. I cannot even count them all now. Next year you have to comment in French. Well,
mon français c'est terrible. It's not to try to joke. I studied French for 4 years, and I could barely understand people talking really slowly to me. But I'll work on my French.
We should practice.
I can practice for a year, and next year.
I mean, in France, swimrun is a really big sport. So maybe we should have the courtesies to learn some French for next year. Good, go Oscar. We have so many good comments here. Finland. Thank you for writing instead of putting a small flag, because I don't really see the flag. Måns Lagerbäck. That country is what? Netherlands, supporting the only Dutch team competing, if I am right. 27. You may be correct, I'm not sure. Thanks for that. Working from home. One eye on the broadcast. Split Vision it's called, huh? We have Tobias, we have Liverpool, Michael. Okay.
So everybody around the world. I mean, the sport comes from Sweden, and September in Sweden is, at least for this long of a race, it's an ideal climate, I would say, because it's fairly chilly, so you can run in neoprene and not sweat till you just fall over. But I see people from everywhere, and I mean, every country and every climate is different. Would you say, what's the ideal conditions for you guys to do swim runs in? I mean, do you want the wetsuit, or do you want to go like just in a bathing suit or long suit, no running, only swimming? That would be the perfect swim run, I would say. Just to run down to the beach.
So the first one, we have actually prepared a question here. So this is about swimming or running. What do you prefer? That is a question that we always hear, that, oh, I'm not so good at swimming, I'm not so good at running. And yesterday when we were mingling with the crew, we interviewed a lot of the teams, and every team had to complain about something, and still they do record times here. Huh? So could you please share your weakest and strongest sport of the two? So this is a fantastic flag. Korea, correct. Too many overlays here. Watching from Korea. Brit in Finland, Henry Loveless. Hope you're not. And then we have Jeff Manuel from the States, I guess. We have from Poland, Katarzyna. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong.
And just to see here with the gravel roads get less and less gravel and more trail as Oscar and Adriel keeps on pushing it forward.
Is that how it is? The more south you come to no,
absolutely.
Yeah?
And I mean, it's going to be more and more demanding. As you can see, the rocks get a little bit bigger, so they have to watch their step.
Welcome from Russia as well. Sorry for interrupting.
No.
Just pacing up the. Go ahead.
Yeah, and as I've said multiple times here, it's in the last kilometer is going to be trail running, and Oscar and Adriel are super strong. Most of the teams coming from the Swedish west coast are spectacular runners in rough terrain. I think it's because of all the slippery cliffs they have along the west coast, because nature is not the same on the west coast of Sweden as in, I mean, here on the east coast we have way more forests in the archipelago, but west coast swim runners here in Sweden seem to be exceptional trail runners.
I just found, because so many comments are coming in, so I even saw your comment about the leaderboard. Let me punch it in now. If you are interested to find your own team, you can go to swimrun.com/live/leaderboard, and there you find the leaderboard, and it looks something like you can filter and do all kind of search there, and that is actually the leaderboard we are using to understand who is in top and how the time splits, etc. So go there, but don't leave this broadcast. You can do the split vision thing. Jonas is at lunch, having a lunch break at work. I saw one woman here who has been part of the show since 5:50 this morning. I think great. I'm happy. Stefan Per, Joachim, I've seen at least 2 countries. What do you mean by that, Stefan? Super Finn also. And here we have Therese på jobbet Stockholm, har egentligen inte tid att kolla men kan inte slita med. Are we that interesting? Hängt med sedan 7 i morse och följer några lag. Will Swimrun, West Coast, etc.
She's rooting for the West Coast, I would say. Evelina and the Wild Swimrun West Coast team are obviously from the West Coast. You can tell by the team name. Super strong trail runners. They're gonna excel here in the last part of Una and the last part of the race course, and Max Anderson, of course, a rising star in the swimrun world. So teaming up with Rickard Berglund, they're gonna go super fast. I mean, they have been going super fast all day. I think they are in 6th place at the race in total and 4th in men's. So, well, the future of swimrun maybe.
So maybe we should ask for some help of the audience, because you know, it's if I ask the question, what team are you sort of cheering for, and someone just saying a bib number. If you will share bib number and team name, it will be fantastic, because then we know who much easier. Huh? So now everything, we throw in everything now. So country, where you are, and we have Kay from Australia. That's fantastic. That's a time difference. You're more than welcome.
So I got a question here, Eric Estupina. How is the orientation at sea between the islands? Are there buoys? There are no buoys out at the course. It's the beach flags that you have seen throughout the day if you watch the show. You navigate towards the orange flags and you're entering at the black flags. So most of the swims aren't that long. The first swim is super long, but there you have a stroboscope to navigate towards, and as the sun is rising, it's a flashing light that you can see, easy to navigate towards. And the hardest navigational is the pig swim, because it's not a really tall island. It doesn't stick out of the ocean that much, and it's so far off, you don't really see the flag until you have swam a couple of 100 meters.
So now they're slowing down because they you know, next year Matthew will join us in the commenting room. No, Morris, you're
welcome, bro.
You're welcome. I will sort of pin this comment.
Now, and now you can see there's Oscar is starting to put on his wetsuit again, and that's an indicator of what's going to happen. But
should we ask Henrik a little bit, because he's the one holding a camera. Henrik.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Team 20 for now?
Yeah, they were a bit nervous that they've lost ground. Obviously, I heard that somebody called out a 350 split. I've seen some 5-minute splits here and there, so it's a bit up and down. I think the cadence is still okay. You know, once it's a little bit downhill, they get close to 4:15, 4:20 pace. Then on the uphills, it's tough when you're so tired in the legs. So now the focus of these guys is to not have any brain drain when they get into the swim entry. So they're trying to get ready now, well in time. They're gonna make a turn now and go into the forest. Very, very technical, almost bushwhacking in the beginning. You'd prefer to have a machete with you when you go through these bushes here. So it's not a good place to be getting dressed. So these guys are smart. They've done this before. They're getting their caps and goggles out, even though there's probably almost a kilometer left. But they know that now when the legs are getting tired, they need to be watching where they put their feet. So they're going to be almost ready by the time they get to the water, which is very smart.
So have they been eating or drinking while running now? We have been fully occupied with the chat for a while, but have this team eating and drinking a lot, or?
Yeah, they do the soft flask approach. Obviously, I'm not going to disclose what they have in the flask, but I'm assuming it's not water, some sort of energy mix. So, but I think obviously these guys will be wise to fuel up a lot when they get to long belling, which is after 2 swim sections. They have enough of a gap to make a stop there and really fill up the tank a little bit before they do the final stretch.
Great.
So I left my bike now for a little bit, just to the audience can get a visual of how many bushes there are here for these guys to conquer.
Oh. So keep on following them, Henrik, because we may mute you from time to time just to talk about other things to make it interesting. But if you have something to share, just wave in front of the camera as we've discussed, and we will punch you in. Okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine. These guys are moving while getting dressed, and that's really the code for success at ÖTILLÖ. Even though your brain is tired by now, you need to constantly keep moving. Even if you're getting dressed, you take 10 steps while getting dressed. That's better than taking 0 steps. So now they're ready to go with the swims. Oscar's got his cap on, paddles are on. He's been dreaming about this victory for a long time. He can smell it now. They just need to get over a couple of colder swims here, and then you can stretch out the legs again on long belling, and then it's really about just getting across those last little rocks.
So we're going to switch over to the mixed category. Hold on for a while.
On air.
Okay, we're on air. We just have the 3 and Victor here. Kenny and Amanda. And Rosa, can you leave our left?
So Ville, what do we see here? Because we don't get any good sound from Maria.
I didn't hear what Maria was saying, but we see Victor and Desiree just pushing it hard. Coming into Una's church, here's the energy station on Una. It's they're doing a fairly quick stop, so I'm guessing they're full on race mode. I saw another mixed team out back. It's such a shaky picture. I just want to know who they are. I mean, I'm as excited as you guys watching at home. Here we see Victor and Desiree pushing it really hard. I mean, these guys, Desiree is such a strong swimmer. She's been pulling on the swims, and Victor is pulling on the runs. Desiree has done the race before. She's reigning champion in the women's category together with Fanny Kuhn, and Victor is doing his first. I mean, an awesome team up, an awesome job. I just want to know. I'll just check the time splits here on. Yeah, so it looked like with 16 seconds, Team Anvol head swimming. Victor Dahl and Desiree Andersson has overtaken Amanda Nilsson and Kenny Meyer. Amazing.
Let's see if we have some sound from Maria. This sound is breaking up, so there's no need. But Ville, continue talking about what you see. Yeah.
I mean, Kenny Meyer and Amanda Nilsson has been far ahead throughout the day, and I mean they're super strong and super. They're veterans of the sport. They've done so many races. Desiree is also a veteran of the sport. Victor Dahl has done a lot of the World Series races, but it's his first time at the World Championship, and now just watch them go. I mean, look at their running. You can see and watch the time splits. They have overtaken. They chased and overtaken the lead. So now from the church, it's 8 kilometers down to where we just saw Oscar and Adriel, down in the bushwhacking territory of Una. So I think they need to, if they can hold on to this, if they can push this, then here is their tactical move to go off. And I mean, if they can keep it up throughout the small islands, or for Kulbälling, Långballing and the small islands, coming to Uta, you have a 3-kilometer run to up to the Värdshuset, the inn. On those roads, if they can compose it like this, they will be the winners. But as I've said throughout the day, anything can happen, as we just saw a spectacular race. This is just a joy to be able to see in real life, and wow, I mean, it's spectacular. Just look at them.
So I will try to do a mixed screen between like this, and I will tap publish now, because we now can see. Did Maria fall off the bike actually? No, she did
hopefully
not.
not.
So we don't have any picture now. So let's go back to Henrik, who is in front, and he's Henrik. Can you hear us again?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
So what happened? Are you left alone there in the, what do you call it? Bushwhacking forest, or what do you call it?
Yeah, fortunately I've been crossing this path many times, so I know my way around. Otherwise, you're feeling very lonely out here.
Yeah, but what happened with the team?
The team, they were a bit nervous, because they thought they had dropped their pace. But I think it's just the water temperature taking out its toll. They were not really moving slower than anybody else. They thought they were because they were slowing down versus what they had in their minds. But, I'm walking back now. I'm not seeing the second team. So unless one of these guys breaks a leg, I'm willing to bet the paycheck that the victors are the team swim coach and that we just saw. Even though they're tiring, I mean, they've been dreaming about this for such a long time. I just cannot see how they would let this one slip away.
Yeah, so I'll let you go, Henrik, and we switch over to Maria's camera again. And we have a little bit problem with her audio there, but we can comment on it anyways.
I'll keep my camera on. I'm sure I would expect that I'm running into Lars and Fredrik here sooner rather than later, because now it's been 6-7 minutes.
So we keep you in split screen then. That's what we're gonna do. Maria and Henrik. Okay, so I'll do this then. So I'm muted now, Henrik. So Maria, are you still there? Not much happened, huh? And at the moment we said that.
De är lite nervösa. Det är fortfarande 5 minuters lucka, så de har sitt avstånd. Men de är riktigt jävla slitna de också. Det är bara att fortsätta röra er framåt. En snabb växling nu. Var redo för simningen. Påklädda och klara.
So I mean, that was probably the first time we see a couple of walking steps from Adriel and Oscar throughout the day. But as you can see, the terrain here is not really for running. They obviously want to keep their lead, and probably we'll see Lars and Fredrik soon coming by, and hopefully we'll get the sound back from Maria so we can follow the mix as well. Oh, here you can see what Henrik was talking about, the bushwhacking part of the course. And now Henrik want to talk.
No, I was just waving to the audience. This is not your ordinary triathlon. It's a different kind of sport that we're engaged in. Obviously, this is probably one of the nastiest sections, but it's this is what the sport is all about. Like I said, you need to keep moving, even if you're a bit stumbled to run into something like this. You just need to embrace it and move on. And now we got Team Arc Swimrun France here. Keep it up, guys. 2 minutes gap, something like that. It's not decided yet. Keep going, keep going. I know you're tired. Nobody's moving fast at this point of the race. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Swimming soon. 500-600 meters to go to the swim. Let's be ready.
So Henrik, will Johan be at the swim, or who's going to take over from there?
I'm gonna get back to the boat, and we probably won't be catching them until the swim between Kulbälling and Långbälling. But not much is gonna change between now and then. So it'll be interesting to see when they get up on Långbälling how the faces are looking, if we have any cramp tendencies or anything like that. So you can probably tune me out now, because I'm gonna hop back on the bike and just find the boat, and then we'll full gear to catch up with the front pack again.
Okay, thank you for the coverage. We will turn back to the studio.
All right, cheers.
Okej, ska vi snacka lite. Let's talk in English.
Try not our native tongue. I mean, racers have come from all over the world. 21 countries, they've been racing the World Series. You can qualify for ÖTILLÖ in a couple of different ways. You can take the podium on the World Series races. You can come in by ranking, doing a lot of races and placing good positions. You can have director's choice, and they used to have the 24/7 program. I think they have it. If you do all races, then you get a spot at the ÖTILLÖ World Championship. So there's a lot of cool races, and I mean, people have qualified to get here. Now I see Maria.
Let's try with Maria.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm standing still now, and we're here at the Una Church. I just want to give you all what happened here. So we rode up a bit further up on Una, and the two leading mixed teams came together. So Desiree and Victor just passed Amanda and Kenny Meyer, and they were passing like with such power. So when we got to the aid station, Amanda and Kenny was a little bit behind, and Desiree and Victor was ahead. And then they just took off, and they increased the gap further on. Desiree and Victor looked so strong, really, really strong. And Amanda and Kenny, they were really struggling. I don't think it was just putting on a fighting face. I think they're struggling. Of course, they're going super fast, but they did not have the same fire in their legs. So we will see what happens when it gets a bit more technical. That's where Amanda and Kenny are really, really quick. But we'll see. Maybe this is how the podium's going to turn out. We'll see. So we're waiting here on Una Church. The 5th men's team has just passed. So this is a really fun year. But now it's a bit quiet, so we'll throw back to the studio and the other parts of the race course, because it's a little bit quiet here. And then we'll invite you back when it's some action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. As I was talking about, there are a lot of ways to qualify. I'm pointing at, we have 300 different computers running here in the studio, so everything. But I would say...
Should we do video, question time, or should you do some...
we start with the video time, because
video
now
time. Should we do some pumping up the audience with some really good edits from I think the women's race is fantastic.
Just watch this movie, get all hyped up, box in late afternoon meeting at work, put your swimrun gear on and go out and just crush it.
Crank up the speakers, and here we go.
Göteborg.
Alexis, going well? Yeah, good.
So Maria, you're
okay,
on now.
So we have Sabina and Alexis here. They just refueled. They're heading off again. Mix number 3. Go, 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 go. Looking strong. Looking really, really good. They have this. Wow. Mix number 3. I think team number... In total, I don't know. I can't calculate that quickly. But they're doing really well. There's a lot of mixed teams in the top this year, which is really fun to watch. Now we'll see if we can catch the leading women's team coming up here, I don't know, in a few minutes maybe, or yeah, soon. 30 minutes. About 20 minutes.
Okay,
we'll
so
have the
Maria,
leading female team here.
So we will do other things during those 20 minutes, and you
fuel up.
You fuel up, and you call us back when you are ready. Okay?
Oh yes, we'll do that.
So I will punch in the Gothenburg.
Fantastic race in 4 hours.
So back to me, as the commercial said. Well, super inspiring. I mean, the Gothenburg race, wow, what a example of a fantastic swim run with all the audience and all the fantastic racers. And I mean, it's been indicative of how this race have presented itself. I mean, Oscar and Adriel super strong today, super strong in Gothenburg. In a couple of minutes, 7 to be exact, we will have to switch over to part 3 of the live broadcast, since you can only broadcast live on Facebook for 4 hours at a time. So please join us, click the link to the next part. Not just yet, of course, but in 6.5 minutes. Till that, we have gotten a lot of questions, and I mean...
Henrik Forsell, for example.
Yeah. At what pulse zone do you run on Ornö? Well, I would say that, without knowing, but Adriel and Oscar is probably up there in zone 4. Us mere mortals should do zone 2.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's such a long run, so you have to be conservative about the energy as well, and no one can really stay on almost threshold pace, you know. So you need to think about, you know, what's coming up as well. I think a smart advice is to stay in zone 2, lower zone 3, and even if their pace is so high, that high, it might as well be their zone 2 pace, and I don't know. they have 340, 330, threshold maybe. I don't know. So
yeah, super fast guys, and I know like Victor Dahl, he's capable of running a 10K in 32 minutes. So I mean, they're pretty fast people out there on the course. I mean, everybody are super strong that we're following along with.
So this part will end soon, and we will switch over. And what will come up is the later stage of the race. We will see the final for the fastest teams, and then we start covering more of the mid pack, I would say. So those of you who ask about will we do coverage about the teams longer back in the row? Yes, to the extent that we are able to be everywhere. We're not 300 in the crew, so we're going to do our best to cover as much as possible. Should we... we have 5 minutes left, but remember, if you're on now and want to continue watching, please switch over to the third part as soon as this one ends, and we will, maybe there is like 20-second gap there in between, because we need to do some technical stuff here at the studio.
Yeah, and a question in the meantime, we asked earlier about which you preferred, of swimming or running. In the swimming area, because I prefer swimming, I would like to know, do you prefer to use big paddles or small paddles while swimming? Because a swimrun is a gear-oriented sport, and swim training in swimrun is mostly swim train, like classic pool swimming training, but with more gear. Everybody starts using them, and I mean, some people like to use smaller paddles and have a higher stroke rate. Some people like to have bigger paddles and use a slower stroke rate. Then you have the top teams here, which have a high stroke rate and have big paddles. So what do you guys prefer?
Keep that question for the next part, because we're going to switch off here, and your answers will not come through. So we will repeat. We will repeat that after this one.
Yeah, and Greg had a good question here about the weather conditions, because of the pace they're having. Is there a better weather condition than in 2018? Well, it's maybe. The wind is a little bit tougher, but I mean, I think the temperature in the air is better. I mean, you can have more smooth running when it's not that warm. In 2018, it was like 18 degrees in the ocean and 24 on land, so it was a really hot day and really sunny, but super flat and no wind.
So it's colder in the water today.
Yeah, it's
but
cold.
equally good weather conditions above.
Yeah, I would say better above or on land, because it's a little bit chillier, so you can probably push your running a little bit harder. And even though, I mean, 10 kilometers of swimming is a lot of swimming, it's still 65 kilometers of trail running, and that takes its toll on the best of us.
So Ville, Stefan come with a super advisor. Don't use too big paddles, because you will sort of burn out in all directions, sort of. That's I have heard it from you so many times. Always go for smaller paddles that you think you can handle.
Yeah, I've said it to so many racers doing their first swim runs. Go down a size for your first race, because your heart rate is going to be pumping through the roof. You're going to be so excited, and stroke rate beats strength every time. And you're going to have a higher stroke rate because your adrenaline is pumping, and racing is so much fun. So I would say go down a size for the races, especially if it's a lot of swimming. And well, my 5 cents is as I said, stroke rate over strength. So keep up the momentum and work on your strength on the side of that, and gradually move up to bigger paddles. We are back. Part 3 of the live broadcast of this year's ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championships, and what a race day it has been. Oskar Olsson and Adriel Young has been getting at it from the start and have a clear lead. Is at Långballing right now, so in the last part of the game. On Una, Viktor Dahl and Desiree Andersson smashed through and passed and now is in the lead in the mixed category, and Helena Sivertsson and Kristin Larsson has a clear lead in the women's category. There will be a course record if nothing out of the ordinary will happen in at least men's and probably in mixed category as well. Super fast year. I think it may be a course record in women's as well. Super stoked on all the racing. I think we'll soon have a glimpse of the top guys.
And while waiting, I'm gonna be very social media driven now. Could you guys give us a thumbs up for the contestants and write a comment again, because all the comments from the previous part is gone because of this is another session. So could you please send them questions, comments, and the one that Ville left you hanging with was that will you go with big or small paddles? Was it that?
Yeah, so that's the discussion the next couple of minutes. Are you guys going with big or small paddles while swimming or while racing for the swimrun events?
So what do we have? We also asked. We also said that we wanted to learn some French, and we asked the audience if someone were willing to join us next year, and we have the absolutely fab Matthew who he already packed his bag and is ready for next year. So what can you say? Big thumbs up for him.
Yeah, so 2 thumbs up. You're welcome. You can sleep at my couch if you don't want a hotel. I mean,
thank you, Anders, for the comment of an awesome broadcast. Sylvia, hello. Leninda, welcome. Big thumb up from Barbara. I think, again, if you are sharing on a particular team, yes, let us know. And I also learned now during the show that you can add a flag.
Jonas at the screen.
Jonas, he's waving like there is no tomorrow.
Because I think that Adriel and Oskar will come down to the water any minute now.
Jonas.
Hello. Yeah, I'm just trying to adjust my camera. Actually, we haven't seen Oskar and Adriel yet. We were actually, the plan was that we were going to run behind them on Långballingen, but they're fast, so we couldn't risk. They actually got to Långballingen before we could get there, so we couldn't risk going on Långballingen and missing in them swimming this last part, doing these last islands to Utö. So now we're at the exit of Långballingen, going into the swim. We're waiting for Oskar and Adriel. I think they'll be coming any second now. Checked the leaderboard at the end of Una, and we could see in the men's category we had Oskar and Adriel with a 7-minute lead. Lars and Fredrik had a rush after Nemde and managed to. Here they come. Still composed right now, just keeping the steps, knowing that they have a good lead. The only thing that could take this victory away now would be an injury. So no stressful moments, no stressful movements. Taking it easy, going down into the water.
So while you
camera, guys.
So Jonas, while you're talking, we also have the women's team.
Yeah, the leaders in the women's category, Kristina and Helena, with Maria running beside them. Jump up on the quad, Maria. Jump up on the quad.
Let us know, Maria, what's happening.
Okay. And Christine is struggling a little bit, but the usual
Okay, Villa, we have the sound problem with with Maria again. So what do we see here? Is it the usual suspect in front of the women's race?
I would say so. They were the top picked favorite team of the year. Kristin Larsson, a former world champion and a veteran of the course. Helena Siversson has been runner-up at the World Championship and won almost anything that she ever went to. Super strong women, exceptional athletes, both in swimming, running, the transitions. They are phenomenal to watch. And just look at them. Everybody's tired here. You can see that the race starts to take its toll, but they still seem super composed. They're moving forward fast. And well, it's just amazing to see. To have the race that they're having, being in front all day. It's you should think that a team like them, it's easy to be in front, but it's really hard because you know that you have the whole field behind you, just chasing and chasing and chasing. So, I mean, it's a tough game to be ahead and be number one throughout the day as they have been.
So we can see that Maria is trying to communicate as well, but it's really hard to hear her. The sound don't come through, so we have to comment on that as well. One reflection when I see the women here is that the cord between them is fairly stretched. Doesn't mean that one pulling the other here.
I mean, it's a little bit of that you pull your partner, but it's more of a psychological.
It doesn't work. Marias mic doesn't work, so go on, Ville.
No, but it's the cord between you. It's of course it's an aid that you can help each other, pull each other, but it's not like Helena is pulling here the whole thing. It's more of a psychological advantage that you see that you set it together and that you stick together and you help each other out as a team. But I mean, if you look at them running, they have their war faces on, but they seem to manage this really, really well. And I mean, this far into the race, they passed Una Church. It's the last 15 Ks of the race. It's amazing. It's just amazing to watch. I mean, everybody's watching right now. Just take a second to just enjoy the show and enjoy the ride of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championships.
I have a comment here from Nicolas Ramirez actually, and a lot of people asked about him before because they couldn't see him, and it was a did not finish situation for him. And his partner in crime, Frances, got injured, and so he's now at the hospital in Stockholm. For anyone who would like to know that is not fun at all.
No, very sad. Nicolas is, he's been at the World Championship so many times, and he's such a good person, a great coach. I mean, as I've said about a lot of people here, but he's such a friendly guy and a great racer. You really wanted him to be able to race this whole race from start to finish and be up there in the top mix. Him and Francesca are super people, super athletes. Very sad for them to not finish.
So we don't know that much, but according to what they say is that it's something with his hand. So they must have, slipped and fall, but we don't really know where on the path.
I got about halfway on Uno now, so halfway left for a half marathon. I think they were struggling a little bit. They started asking what positions they were having, and you do that when you feel a little bit chased. But hopefully they did not feel definitely a bit more comfortable when they heard it was 10 minutes. 10 minutes can go pretty quick, but at the same time, it's many minutes to catch up, and especially on Uno. Helena is really a fast runner, and Christine is so as well, but Christine's she's got excellent technical skills for the technical trails. So this is Helena's part where she's pulling Christine along a little bit more. But again, it's a team effort, and both of them have to do it. So yeah, this is exciting, as I keep saying. We're waiting for the second team. So there's a men's team coming in here now. Let's see if I can spot them, who they are. I can't, the number 48. Number 48. I think it's an international team. See if we can say hello to them quickly. Not get run over by a car. Hi, how's it going? Difficult? What's the difficult part? Is it
musculaire, comment on dit musculaire?
the legs?
The legs.
Is
Yes.
it cramping?
No,
Or just
no
tired?
cramping for the moment.
No?
But
Yeah. Yeah. Is it the first time you're here?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it what you expected?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
But, I don't see the number.
No, you 16? Something really good.
Okay.
You're doing really well. Yeah,
Okay.
you're doing brilliant.
Thanks.
Keep up the good work.
Good.
Yeah. Don't think about the legs.
Okay.
Forget them. Just go. You're doing so up. Halfway on Urna, and then you have a swim, and then little technical islands, and you're home.
Okay.
Yeah. Enjoy. Team 48. I think they were from France. I'm guessing. It's our first time here, and I thought it was tough, but yeah, I think it's looking really good. Very good. Come on, let's talk here. Hi. Hi. You are here every year. You're one of the heroes. Oh, thank you very much. It's my fourth year. It's your fourth year? Yeah. The fourth year, was that the storm? 2017? My first year, yes. The first year, yeah. I remember I went here with my children and had a look, and it was pouring down with rain, and I felt so sorry for all of you. And it was quite windy. It was windy too, yeah. But you do swim run as well? I have done it a few times, but it's 2 years ago, I think. Maybe 3. Yeah. The years went by, you know. What is it that is so special with this race? I like it when it's you swim, the variation. Yeah. Swimming, running. I think that's so fun. And what is it with standing at an aid station? So much energy. Yeah. So much energy to see the people competing. And I want to compete myself because I'm a competitive person. Yeah. So you get out of you get that out by watching the others compete. Exactly. Yeah. And I hope I give them some energy as well. No, but we see that when we're standing here now and filming, and everyone you there, you can see it. And when the athletes come in, they rely on you to help them out, to sort out what should they drink and what should they eat. So that's definitely teamwork as well. Yeah, it's an important work. It's very important. Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, and I also say when the racers are done for the day, you guys are not. You gotta pack it all up. The logistics, the boats are picking them up, and all the trash. It's a really fantastic operation that ÖTILLÖ has put on. Yeah. And all the people helping out. I think it's 130 people out on the course helping out to make this race happen. And of course, today is a bit easier when there's the sun, not so much wind. But when it's a full storm, then it's quite a perfect day, I think. Yeah, not too hot, not too warm. Not too hot. And too cold. It's perfect. It's perfect. Good. So we'll see you later at Ute as well. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so we'll take a break at this spot and see if we can catch the second women's team on the quad bike in a little while. So Ville and Joachim, let's see if we can go back to you. Or Henrik or Jonas or Nancy or someone out there.
Us momentarily, because I know that the top men's team will soon be on Ute. So that's going to be 3 kilometers of running. And then from the tennis court at Ute Gästhamn up to the Värdshuset, it's what's called Heartbreak Hill. It's a 250 meter uphill battle to get to the finish line, and it's the island of love and Heartbreak Hill. It's it's true what they say about that hill. So but that will be super cool to watch. In the meantime, I just saw that Team Envol head swimming with Victor and Desiree, they have come down to Ängsholmen, so they're soon done with Urna, and a spectacular run, I must say. They are just flying through Urna, and when Urna is done, it's the last 10K of swim running, and then
yeah, I know. And Micke, the race director, Micke Lemmel, he's just calling in. He says this: we're finish line in 10-15 minutes. So I can just reach out via the broadcast here, and if anyone at the finish line can call in, we can absolutely broadcast that finish line. So please do. Until then, we will
talk about Swimrun, of course.
Talk about Swimrun. Yeah.
I mean, we've been talking about high and low, everything and in between today. I want to say again, I told you in the first part of the
Henrik is calling in. Let's
right.
see now. Henrik, please turn your camera on the right. Ska vi se här, Henrik.
So up until
Henrik, you are on. He's not on. Henrik, you're on. He cannot hear us.
No, he's doing some sort of triathlon thing with the bike there.
Triathlon thing?
And we're swimming.
Swim then.
I just want to give a shout out Petter Askegren, who's racing with Jonas Kolting this year. He is doing a charity run this year, so go to his Instagram. It's at Petter Alexis, PetterAlexis. Go to his, because he's doing his own live commentary with a friend, and they're doing the charity run for the Tim Berglin Foundation, and for every comment and share, it's donated 100 Swedish kroners up to 200,000 kroners for a good cause. So go there, give him a shout out, help him out along the way, and do it for a great cause. So now it looks like Henrik is up and about, and he's on Ute with the leading men's team. Henrik, welcome back into the broadcast.
All right, now I'm with you again.
Great.
It's all yours.
So Henrik is now following the top team, and on their quest they start limping a little bit. Can you see that?
But it's uphill here.
This uphill. So uphill limping, what we call it.
I have a funny story about this little short section of uphill. No, Henrik, you go ahead. Well, he did go ahead.
Okay.
Are you okay, Henrik? Ta split screen på.
So Johan, let's
we're gonna do a split screen so we can see.
Okay, we're live on Una again at Una Church with the second female team, Team Wild Swimrun West Coast. How are you doing, girls? What an amazing race you're doing! You're looking very fresh and strong. Is it a show you put on? We're looking forward to the technical part. But it says it's very flat, and they're looking forward to the technical parts. But how has it been so far? Yeah, a steady pace, good teamwork, pulling like both of us are doing the swims. Yeah, so they're sharing the swims. They're sharing this time. Helping each other. You look very, I think both of you are going really strong, right? No one's handing on the energy has been up and down. Up and down, yeah. Kind of roller coaster right now.
Ja, bra. Henrik är tillbaka. Då kör vi split screen där.
Henrik istället.
Nej, ta split screen.
På vilka?
Maria och Henrik.
So we need to learn what the mute button is on this microphone. So to the left we have what?
Second in women's wild swim run, wild women Gothenburg. To the left we have second in women's. Now I have a delay in my headphones. Wild women. Henrik is pedaling fast to catch up with the super fast team sim coachen in the right part of the screen.
The problem here is the 4G connection, and the picture and the sound breaking up. We have Jonas now waving. Let's see what we can do with Jonas. He is here, and Henrik is there. Let's do this. Jonas.
So yes, we're here at the exit of Ute with Fredrik and Lars, Team ARC, coming out on Ute. Lars just throwing a glance over his shoulder to see no one in the water. Adriel and Oscar obviously too far ahead, but they have a definite silver. So we will just wait here and see if we can catch Team ARC France, and of course the other teams in the men's category, and then I will try to follow the mixed winning mixed team, because the development in the mixed category looks like we will see. Desiree and Victor is pushing strong, but maybe we can have a sprint finish on Ute for the first time in one of the categories. Pushing strong, but maybe we can have a sprint finish on Ute for the first time in one of the categories. Victor is pushing strong, but maybe we can have a sprint finish on Ute for the first time in one of the categories. Victor is pushing strong, but maybe.
So we have Henrik calling in again, see what's happening. I guess Oscar and Adriel should be coming close to Värdshuset by now. We'll see the second women's team here looking super relaxed, running. They're, wow, exceptional athletes. We've seen the second in the men's category coming to Ute, so they have a chasing. Hopefully we can, there we go. On the island of love to the right you can see Adriel Young and Oscar Olsson, the leading men's team, been leading from the start, except the first swim where the Team ARC France guys were just pulling away. They have had a fantastic day and are getting closer and closer and closer. They still have Fredrik Axelgård and Lars Ekman chasing them, and they are on Ute. Now we have Nancy in screen.
De tog ikapp en minut från Nämndö till Kymmendebundsö.
Det är 15 minuter till banrekordet ungefär. Jag vet att ni vill ha det. Det går att ta det. Det går att röra sig framåt härifrån. Kom igen nu.
Där får det vara då. Tack.
Over to you, Nancy.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Yep. Okay. So we're with Michael at the finish line, and we're waiting for the first men's team to arrive any moment. Tell us what's going on, Michael.
Team swim coaching Adriel Young and Oscar Olsson are on the way. We're wondering, are they going to make the course record, which is 7:39 or not? They've been ahead of the schedule all day, and it seems like they are coming shorter and shorter of being able to manage it. So hopefully they will keep their pace up. We know they're on Ute, so they had, I would say they probably have 2.5 kilometers left from where they are now until they come up the hill here to the finish line at Ute. So, and just here that ARC Swimrun France just came up on Ute. So that means that we have two teams on stuff, and there was probably a bit of a fight for third place, because if they're that close, then we know that things are going on.
So this is the 15th edition. Do you ever think the time will get this fast?
No, of course not. I mean, for a while, many years ago, we said that if anybody ever passes 8 hours
Coming up on it,
in Germany, we
it's about 20.
Thank God we never ended up making that official, because now, by the pace of these guys are showing, I wouldn't be surprised if we come down to 7:15, 7:10 sometime in the future.
So for organizing the race today, how did you feel about the conditions? Did you expect a fast race?
Well, it's a fast race because I knew that the tactic at the front would be that they would go as hard as they could from the beginning to try to lose the others behind. It wouldn't be like 2019 where they played games instead. Here and now they would go for it so that they could see if they could split the field from the beginning, because nobody wanted to be in a bunch on Una. They wanted to have the field well split by it. And today the conditions, I mean, even though it's looked pretty good around, it's been quite tough conditions. So
halfway there,
boys. Because the wind, with the pig swim, having the wind coming cross face is not easy, pushing you away from land from the exit.
So if you've been watching this for 15 years, what today was your wow moment? What was it for you?
Well, it was actually when I realized how fast they were going in the front, and that they actually managed to split the field on Rundmacher. That already on Rundmacher, that there was, not a bunch of fun. And at the pace that Adriel and Oscar have been holding for the whole race has been just so very high, keeping all the other teams well behind them. So, I mean, I think they probably have 6-7 minutes to the team behind, which is at this level of racing is mind-boggling, because they are racing, they all train and race together all the time, so they know each other where they are.
And what about from the women's team and the mixed team? How are you feeling about the team?
Well, again, in the women's category, we have Christine and Helena that are pushing really hard. I saw from the live that Helena was pulling Christine on Una. Now, I think they're probably switching up along the way, which is going to be really cool to see. I think they have it in the bag, more or less, if they manage to just keep it together, the last bits. But on Una, you have to realize that when you come to the end of Una, you still have 8 or 9 minutes left, or 8 or 9 kilometers left.
Okay.
So,
All right, so we should be expecting the teams any minute.
Very soon, and I'd like to organize my finish line a little bit, so I'm going to leave it to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
So everyone,
So Nancy, give us a little commentary.
Our photographers are priority, and then you can
see if I can
film and photo behind them, so you don't get in the way of the people who are working. Thank you. I'm sorry for being a pain in the ass.
Are you? I've got to connect these headphones somehow.
Yeah, we need to get this to work. It's just that I can't really figure out why it should be a problem, right? So disconnect, for instance.
För fan snälla, hur fan kunde de vrida kameran precis där?
So, as of now, we're waiting eagerly for the first men's team to cross the finish line. We have Henrik biking as fast as he possibly can to catch up with those guys. We can see that Michael Lemmel is standing at the finish line waiting for what will be a course record if this keeps up. As as we said along the day, and I mean all your comments about these guys, they have done a spectacular race. They have done everything they can throughout the year in training, and well, obviously they have done so many right things at the right time, because just look at them now. They really want it. They want to win. They want the course record, and as it looks of now, they are going to get both of them. Super, super exciting.
So we get a lot of comments why we just showing the team of 20, and this is because they are about to cross the finish line any moment. So we don't want to miss that. As soon as we're done with that, we're going to continue broadcasting from about the other teams as well. So bear with us for a while, because a lot of people want to see will they actually make or crash the record for this for the course, and we want to figure out. There's a lot of technical problems at the moment, so at least we have Henrik showing the teams here. Henrik, are you with us?
So you can see now they're starting to take off their swim caps, probably getting ready for the finish line photo. Getting everything in. You can see, I mean, their running is still super composed. I think they push it hard right now just to be able to break the course record. But I think that they're starting to taste the victory. Now they are really, really, really close. Soon you'll see the guest harbor.
I also see a split screen here, and we have the Winnerman as well. They don't look very.
Let's go, boys. You want this. You want this. I promise you, you want this. Let's keep pushing.
So now, you're intermuted. So now they're at the. If you have raced the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun Ute, you will be familiar with where the guys are right now.
We're up.
Henrik, talk.
Yep.
Nu är det målgång om 1 minut.
So if you hear us,
for the
Nancy, just comment on what you see.
to break the course record.
Record time 37. Michael. 37.
7:39:25.
7:39.
is the
What?
record.
Ja. Smyger.
Ni har det, kom igen nu!
We're going to be able to do that in
Sista
the
ni
next
gör,
minute.
ni har det! Kom igen nu!
Nancy, how much time do you?
They're at the finish line in
We're
30
very excited
seconds.
about what's going on. People are starting to get excited about the possibility of a champion record being broken here. Let's hear the crowd.
Good cadence, let's do it! Let's do it!
We just can't keep them quiet. So it's great. We're just going to wait. We hope, fingers crossed,
I know
that
you
Oscar,
want this.
excuse me, Oscar and Adriel are
Halfway
going
up
to
the
do
hill,
it. We have
boys, let's
confidence
go.
that they will. What a race they have pulled through, because there were certain moments that did not look
I know you want
they looked
this.
like they were a little tired.
Let's go!
Yeah, I'm sure anyone by now.
It's the last thing that you do today.
Heartbreak Hill.
Almost there.
Is going to be pretty exploded. Doesn't matter if you're at the top or at the back. It's more that the people at the back are in better shape
Almost
than the
there.
people that are
Almost
at the very
there.
front,
Dig
because
deep.
they've been pushing it
Dig deep now, boys.
their limit all the way.
I just can't imagine. And dealing with the cold swims, and Adriel and
Everything
Oscar
on the
weren't
line.
wearing
Let's
very
do
much
it.
in terms of neoprene today, and not very much to keep themselves warm. So.
I think the energy and the adrenaline. You can hear we
I
hear
think
them.
we're here. They're coming up. Come on, guys.
Let's do it.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Go, Adriel.
Come on.
We can do this. Sprint. Let's finish strong. The strongest we've ever finished this race. Let's go.
1 minute.
You got it. You got it. Let's go. Go, 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 go.
I think so. Come on, guys. To break the record. Championship record by 30 seconds. We just give them a moment to have. Ah, så skönt. They have definitely pushed themselves, as you can see. Well done to them. A championship moment for sure. Now that is dedication. Drink out of my shoe.
Adriel just said, I have so much shit in my suit I can smell it.
The crowd around is just excited about what's just happened.
It's undescribable. I came here 2016. I had the honor just 2 weeks out of the race to race with one of our legends in the sport, for trucks. We just made it short to Daniel and since then I've been trying coming here every year, trying to make top of the podium. So just basic now is, and the way we did it, like I had a really rough start in the first week, losing my paddles was really crowded in the start, so we had time to open up the gap. So with that start, it was really stressful, and then we just made a move with Mara and did our own race, and it felt so good to looking at other years. It's very technical, but just to be able to do our own race and racing in the front just made it taste so much good.
It's a fantastic race. And the next thing is coming up here as well. For the second time, we won champion.
Can I steal you over here just for a quick interview on the side?
Just let them.
I'll just let you have a second and I'll interview you guys together. You look really good
Not good for the body.
So we're gonna do a little.
You can do it right there. Yeah. You can sit down.
Come on, Adriel. Are they coming now?
So we're just gonna do. I saw you at some starts on the course. You looked a little cold.
Not so much cold. I don't think we were ever really cold during the day, but we had real problems with cramping at after the long run. And Uno swam across, and then it was just like a fight, and the legs weren't working at all. And we just sort of walked our way to that next aid station and drank as much sodium drinks as we could to just get moving again. And then it was just a battle from then on, just to get to the finish line. Oscar was a warrior all day. Just he knows his course like the back of his head. And he just led the way, and I was just happy to be part of it.
Were you guys talking at all on the course? I mean, it looked pretty intense physically for both of you, and Oscar looked slightly a little ahead today. Than you were smiling, his typical smile, but
yeah, I mean, Oscar, this is his bread and butter here. Anything, as soon as we got over 3 hours, I was dead, and he was just getting stronger. So I tried to do my part and lead all the swims, and then he just guided the way on the runs. I mean, we put together the race that we wanted. We didn't want to. I remember in 2019 they played all these games, and we said that from the start. We're just going to go out, just do our own race, and try and lead. Oscar had trouble in the first swim. He lost his paddles, and then we tried to sort of settle the nerves there, and then we just sort of put together our race from then on.
did you guys feel pressure from the teams behind you? Were you aware of what was going on?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that we got the report that Axegård were racing with the French, and you saw at the first swim how they opened up the gaps. We knew they were really quick in the water. So we were a little worried about that the French were able to pull up Axegård and Lars, who we knew will be strong in the second part of the race. So we knew they were getting help there in the water, and we were doing all the work ourselves. So that was a little worried, but still we had the confidence because we ran away from them. We were thinking we can do it again. So cool.
Den där bilen på kvällen.
Fredrik and Lars coming in second place. Fredrik was a world champion just a couple years ago, and Lars' brother Jonas is actually out on the course today doing the reporting because he was injured this year.
And Fredrik is the record holder. So.
Fredrik is the previous record holder for the 735 record. This is the sportsmanship that we love at ÖTILLÖ, at the end where they all come together. It's very much just team sport, but there's a real community that has been created, and especially you feel that here. There is nowhere that you could taste Swimrun more than take a little listen to what's going on. They're going to interview with them, and we'll bring them over.
I don't want to say this is my last race at
Earlier, I was talking to Fredrik, and he was talking about how aging has really changed the people that are coming up, and he wasn't sure this year if how he would do on the field because there's so much new energy, so many younger people, and it's harder to find training. So we'll have a little talk with him in a second about how he felt about that.
No, stick your mic.
I think we had a good section of the race after the big swim.
Okay, so we're here at Urna Church, and we missed such a golden moment before when Fredrik Axegård ran down this hill because his son was running with him, and they were like reaching their hands towards each other. And I think all of us here was almost in tears because it was such a fantastic moment. And we know his wife is coming, Lorraine, and the sun is up on the hill, so we'll see if we can have a new golden moment. It was just incredible to watch. So let's walk a little bit up here and see if we can catch it. We have a men's team here, number 40 coming in. And number 305, a mixed team coming in. And we'll see here when Lorraine and Helena team hello will make their way down the hill. So the race is coming in now. Some are struggling a little bit, and some are just very fresh. And it's now we have a women's team coming. Let's see which one it is. It's Paulina and Isabella, number 422. Woo! Go girls, Paulina and Isabella. Woo-hoo! Looking very strong. Woo-hoo! They're looking happy. A really fantastic day. So nice, Paulina yelled out. That's what I said. They're gonna come strong. They're gonna come strong. And a bit further down on the street here, we'll make our way there a little bit because we have a kindergarten out. Here we have the women's team. Oh, they're struggling.
At the end of a long race when you're tired. Just having family and friends around that you can see makes
it. Right. Something seems to have happened here. But it doesn't matter how it goes. Sometimes you win and sometimes you struggle a bit more. But it doesn't matter. You did such a great job. Well done, girls. Not your day? Yeah. No, that happens sometimes. But we're all winners anyway, Johanna. You're here, and Natalie as well. Super. Amazing to just be here. Be proud. As you see, it's emotional. You invest a lot in this, and you train for it, and you live and breathe it, and then suddenly it's just not your day. And it's a long race. It looks like they're going to finish it, but they're not going to finish it as they had planned from the beginning. But for us watching it, they're all heroes. It's all just incredible to be here. But I can understand the disappointment when you have set goals or you have a wish for a feeling in your body when your body just can deliver. That's what you want when you're here on the day. That's what you're prepared for. And suddenly it just doesn't give you what you want. And it's a struggle because physically makes it so much harder, but also mentally you're not in the place you want to be. So yeah, it's to watch. We'll see. Hopefully we'll have some more teams coming here and doing a little bit better today. And when saying doing better, for us it doesn't really matter what you're doing. If you're coming first or last, everyone is a winner. But for the hopes that you have set up for yourself, as we spoke yesterday to some of the teams, it's not about the podium, it's about performance, how you perform, what you prepared for, and what your body sort of, what expectations you could have on your body. You want to deliver those expectations. Seem to be waiting. Let's walk up a little bit. I'm really curious if we can welcome Team Hello here. They have a little son, and I think maybe it's the mother of either Frederick or Lorraine waiting with their little son. I think he's about almost 2 years. And what an inspiration to show your children what you're doing. You're out here on the course having fun, but also performing.
And you run again.
Being inspirations for the children and the family.
This is a fantastic performance. Congratulations! With a twisted ankle. Really tough race, so I think we take the medicals here.
You can sort of see quite far on the road. And it's still a public road, so there's a lot of traffic going. Not a lot of traffic. I was exaggerating. There's a car
They cut it?
that.
Yeah, they'll take
Then I'll charge.
We have some friends here walking up and down. Now I think they're coming. Let's see if we can catch them here. Lorraine and Helena Dalevin and Lorraine Axelgård.
But we're still filming.
I hope they're having a good day. As we know, they've been trying to do this race for 2 years. They teamed up, have been training together, they share a coach, and they train with their husbands.
I'm glad because I was like, oh my god.
It's not them coming here first, it's another team. It's team. It's probably closer 415, I think we can see. Let's cheer them on. Woo, 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 woo. Well done here. And with a big team, it's Camille And our partner from France, well done! Woo! Last time they were here, I think they've had a baby since then. Here we have Bartos and Lars that we met at the Nemde. Woo! Well done, guys. Lars, come on. Looks like a bit struggling a bit. You can do this. Come on. Well done, guys. Team 86.
He just says, Joachim says, let me know when you want the sound back on. So if
we can talk.
Swim runners with a new mix
Maria's on at the
coming
moment, so I'll tell him.
number 2.
Give me a few seconds.
That guy was
Well
amazing.
done. Woo!
From the big swim.
I know. Well, we saw
Now
him.
they can
He
be
was
close
like, he
to
could
the
barely
team.
get out
And
of
it
the
must
big
be
swim.
more fun when you're struggling a bit to have some friends around. You can help each other out to move down the road on Una Church. I think everyone fears this part of the race. Half marathon on asphalt. Ooh, I would not look forward to this part. See, they're taking a bit longer to refuel here at the station, and the girls just left. And we have a few mixed teams and a few men's team refueling here before they continue on. And Una Church is like a little point of gathering. The families come here, and now the medical team are meeting up here. It's halfway through the course. So they're also moving along the course to always be present if something happens. And I must say, for my years here, helping out at the ÖTILLÖ World Championship, you always feel safe. It's an incredible organization, and they always make sure that you're safe. There are boats following you in the water. There are people on land making sure the markings are right. They're following up with sweepers at the back to make sure everyone is there. I will mention more later, but towards the end, from south of Una, the last racers will have a safety swimmer with them. So someone that will swim with them to ensure that no one gets lost in the water. But still waiting to see if Team Hello is coming to meet up with the family. Money, where are you?
Har ni
Let's go
Facebook-sändningen
and
på
talk
där?
a bit over here. So,
Funderar på vad om de, för
you're
det,
at
vi
the
kan inte se
station
någon.
now. Towards the end of the day, you have a different role. Can you tell us a bit about that one?
Yeah, I'm gonna help the last.
So the problem is that I won't hear.
Has happened before.
But that was a
Do you want this behind?
or
I don't know
did I
really.
pick the wrong island? So I'm not actually sure if we're live right this moment, so we'll give it 1 second. But that was quite the emotional finish from the French team.
Are we live or?
I think so.
We're on. So that was quite an emotional finish from the French team in third, the first French team on the podium.
Well, I don't think anybody at the finish line wasn't crying. I mean, I think we all were crying because Hugo and Mathieu's tripped just before the big swim, and he hurt his ankle crack, and he was like, I can't continue. And they got in the water and they continued to swim. They got out, and you saw him there. He could hardly get out of the water. And they said, okay, he said, I'll quit. And then he said, no, we'll continue. I just have to walk. And I'll walk. And they started walking, and then they started running, and then they were pushing. And, they are just such a mental stamina for that young man is just mind-boggling. And for Hugo also to wonder about his partner, the things, when they're pushing each other so hard all the time, to see how far can you push it, and what's your responsibility in pushing your partner too far, or where is it? And the respect that they have, but the respect that they have gained from each other, or gained for each other today, is something that will bring them to the next level of racing. Because they know they can go really far down into the cellar and still manage to pull it through. So the experience that they had, I think, will just make them 100 times better.
They're a young team as well.
They're so young. To experience something like that, it's just shocking.
So what does it mean for ÖTILLÖ to have a non-Swede, the French are on the podium? What does that mean?
Well, it's fantastic. I mean, in France, for one, the sport is growing a lot. It's the biggest nationality of racers besides Sweden at the moment, I would say. And I think with two young men like Hugo and Mathieu who are young, they're how would you call it? Very positive, very outgoing. They're fantastic ambassadors for the sport, and you know, it would just be wonderful for them and for the whole sport of swimrun to continue to grow with guys like that and racers like that who can carry the torch from Sweden. I mean, they're all fantastic. I call Adrian Swedish, but you know, they've been in the circuit for a while, and you know, we need new young people coming up. So it's just great for all of us.
I mean, you see a lot of finishes. How would you rate that one?
Well, I would say it's probably one of the most emotional ones because I know how much he suffered. Or I don't know, but I can understand. I understand how it is for that much. And I understand how it is for the other. It's hard to be with someone who's suffering so much. Our youth and adventure racing years experience the same feelings. And for me, it becomes very emotional because I feel the feelings that they feel. And I know that Mathieu is guilty of developing just trying to recover, but just going so hard and so fast on the adrenaline.
Is it possible to ask if that's the same man that came out of that not calling obviously especially by his own emotional recovery was just quite exceptional.
Yeah, mind-boggling. And now I think what I understand too is that we have a change in speed and pace. So what I understood is that Desiree and Victor caught up with Kenny and Amanda, and
Come to
the next race came to Utah, and Kenny and wow, that's amazing.
All right, well, why don't we take a break and see what happens and get up there and play first round? Oh yeah, right. All right, friendly answer. All right, thanks, Michael. Bye.
When they got up at Utö, there was no other team in sight. So I would say that this is the winning team in the mixed category. Amazing race, amazing job. Desiree, who won the women's category 2019 with Fanny Kuhn, now going for a win in the mixed. And Victor going for the win in his first ÖTILLÖ. Amazing job from these two athletes. We've just passed 8 hours, course record held by Martin Flinta and Lena Erbenova. 8:16, I think is in danger. As I said, these guys, they have good pace, good cadence, no sign of fatigue, no sign of any other team at the entrance to Utö. They are going for the win. Looking strong, guys. No, we want that record. went for it. Good pace. As I said, a remarkable finish. Una taking over all the other teams. First team at time number 15. Overtaking Kenny and Amanda. Was in the lead for a long time. But these guys have showed that you have to have the entire distance. Desiree, we know she manages the distance. She's done it before. Victor, first time, going for a win. Amazing. These guys also won the race together in Engadin. Had a good season, doing a couple of races together and a couple of races with different partners, but always finishing in the top and on the podiums. It's really amazing. So I look back, I can't see another team coming up. And this is just a 3.6 kilometer K running. So if you keep your pace up, which these guys definitely do, you don't have much time bridging a gap. Amazing. And also the next team after the podium in the men's class. So we still haven't seen the fourth team in the men's class. Testament to the speed these guys have had on the course. Finishing fourth overall. Amazing performance. Good pace from these guys, been the same pace since we got out of the water. My watch tells me about 5 minutes okay, which would mean that the record might be in danger, but it's going to be close. And record or not, these guys will win the mixed class of the World Championship 2021. Win no sprint finish. An amazing last part of the race, last half of the race.
So now you can see this is probably the last kilometer of Ute. I can't really see exactly where they are. Don't have Ute in the back of my mind as I used to. But looking at Victor and Desiree, just watch their running. As Jonas said, they're running in about 5 minutes per kilometer pace. It's looking super smooth. This far, there are the only mixed team that has entered Ute. So a smooth and quite big lead this far, and they are really pushing it hard. It could be a course record. We're looking at it.
De rapporterar att ingen har kommit ut än.
So the course record is 8 hours, 16 minutes and 15 seconds, set by Martin Flinta and Elena Erbenova in 2018. An astonishing feat, and this as well is an astonishing feat. Just look at these athletes, they're flying down. You can't tell that they have done 63 kilometers, and as of now, Amanda Nilsson and Kenny Meyer have just entered Ute and is chasing as the second team in the mixed category. But if the only thing that could stop Victor and Desiree now is an injury, and I don't see that happening in the last couple of minutes. This is the soon-to-be world champions in the mixed category, and what a race it has been. Kenny and Amanda taking the lead from the start, and these guys chasing and at last overtaking them on Ute with their fantastic running. Now I can see that we're getting close to the guest harbor at Ute, and they're gonna pass the gym and the canoe place, and after that it's Heartbreak Hill up to probably the warmest hug you'll get outside of your parents from Michael Lemmel at the finish line.
We're on.
Spectacular racing from these young athletes. They have an amazing record and an amazing future in endurance sports and in swimrun. I hope to see them in a lot of competitions coming forward. So now we can see.
Yeah,
oh, they're
the
in.
thing blew off for the. That's
They
why
are
I'm
at
going like this.
the guest harbor in Ute. Here you can see.
So it's Desiree and.
They are soon coming to turn hard left,
right
going up Heartbreak Hill. It's just a couple of 100 meters. It's still.
Yes, this time we've got
They still have the chance. If they have a strong field, record time in this category. 8 hours, 60 minutes, 50 seconds. Now we can see that we're in the road. So they have 3.5 minutes of running.
So now Victor and Desiree are rolling up the hill. There's not a change in tempo. Their running cadence is fantastic. I'm really hoping for a course record. We'll see. I can't see the clock behind Michael Lemmel and Nancy there, but now they're so super duper close. It's less, I would say now it's less than 100 meters. You can see all the spectators just trying to keep up with them running, but I mean, they're just flying. They're flying to the finish line. Congratulations. I mean, what a race you have performed and what a season you have had. This is truly a testament to endurance sport and teamwork. You guys are absolutely fantastic.
Så jävla starkt! Kom igen nu! I mål där framme!
So now we can see it's the last bend up to the inn, and we will see them crossing the finish line any second now. Team Onvol head swimming with Victor and Desiree, the new world champions in the mixed category. An amazing day of racing from these two. And there we go. Just look to the right of your screen now as they finish. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, we have a little bit hard time to connect with Nancy at the finishing line. We get video but no audio, so it's really tricky to get any commentary from them at the moment. But if you, they look tired. What can we say about it? I guess they are super happy. They have probably, we're not really sure yet, but they may have broken the course record for the mixed team.
Absolutely, a new course record. I will post it.
Been a champion in the women's
it's
division, but this was her first mixed win, and very emotional, well-deserved moment of champagne now to be shared with you.
Oh my glasögonen fick jag från
He's preparing. One of the few times they don't mind being wet and cold.
The champagne is flying, and we will have a short interview. It's very short, so I think it will be
Remarkable performance. Desiree is known for her swimming and for running. It's just
so, here we go, Desiree. A big congratulations to both of you. How does it feel?
I have no words right now.
You can talk to me.
I have no words.
Okay, then we take it with Desiree. There was before, but this is a fantastic time, and you are really champion. But you want time for you? Did you as a record time was in progress, or did you just push us? Because you didn't have to push it hard. 10 minutes win, I think you will make the race. You were a little bit behind before, but what happened later before?
It was kind of a strategy to take it a bit easy in the beginning, and then increase our pace with the bigger islands. What we hit or I think we made our bigger points.
Along my side, they were eager for a short while, but you should move the harder. And now your world champion! You are champions today, and your course record 8 hours, 40 minutes, and 57 seconds. Amazing.
Fan vad bra det är! Alltså det är en maskin det där. Maskin. Fan vad bra! Amazing race right now.
So, I mean, I get very emotional just looking at Desiree and Victor here after we finish. What a race they have performed. Spectacular racing by, as I say about everybody in this race, super good people, super awesome racers. I mean, they have been flying down the whole Stockholm archipelago. Hopefully they had a chance to look up and see what a beautiful place it is, but I mean, at their speeds, everything is just gonna be a blur around them, I guess. We have gotten second, third, fourth mixed team to Uta, so we will soon see second team come into the finish line, and waiting for the women, of course, as well, because they have done a spectacular race. New course records for men and mixed, and we're hoping to see a new course record for women as well, because we know that Helena and Kristina are super fast, and still they are in the lead. What a day of racing. I can't stress this enough. I've been up since 5:30 broadcasting, and it's been exciting the whole time. I mean, we sit here in our studio, but at this point you just long for being out on Uta, just meeting all the racers, just giving them a huge hug.
You have to listen first. Congratulations. It's amazing.
Someone that had to step off the course during the illness, injuries.
Try this again. This again? We'll wait for Rena.
Han går för att möta Kenny, tror jag. So we're expecting the second mixed team to arrive any moment at the right of your screen. We are somewhere along the course of Uta.
And Maria wanted to go online. So Maria, what do you have to report?
Nice! Fjärde lag!
Jonas, what do you have to report?
We have the fourth team in the men's category here, team number 71. And I'm just outside here looking the road to Uta, because I think I saw the second mixed team. No, that was a person with green clothes.
Or a tree.
Thought it was a green bib, but it wasn't.
So
now I can hear cheering though. So there is probably a team coming up here. I can hear the cheering up the road.
Yeah, because if I don't... jag behöver...
So we're expecting the second mixed team to be Kenny Meyer and Amanda Nilsson, since they were the second team to arrive on Uta. But as we all know, anything can happen. But we're hoping to see them soon, and we all know that those two are spectacular racers as well, and they won't stop until the finish line has been crossed.
So I think we expect a couple of interviews from Nancy at the finishing line. As soon as we can arrange those, we will broadcast it.
To make an interview.
Yeah, but they said yes to the food to the side.
So hold on for a couple of seconds and we will try to fix this. So as you can see, Nancy's trying to fix with the microphone. We have had trouble with the sound, but not the picture today, which is unfortunate. So as soon as, so while waiting, Ville, what happened now when you crossed the finish line?
Well, after the finish line, there's a communal shower at Uta. It's not men's and women's. It's 2 showers in the sauna. So if you want to take a shower, you take the shower in the sauna, and all the racers are going to the same place. But after all these hours of racing, nobody really cares about that and just take a shower. After that, it's you grab a beer or a soda at the inn, waiting for everybody to finish the race, and then you have the big dinner, and after that the big prize ceremony at Uta Värdshus. It's spectacular, and Michael and Mats always says, "Oh, we're the last ones that goes to bed after, so the party keeps on until you guys stop." And I've tried them out, and let me tell you guys, they don't stop. So don't even try to beat them in a drinking game.
So we have a split screen between the finishing line, where Nancy is about to interview a couple of teams, I hope. And to the right we have Jonas, who is doing what? Tell us, Jonas.
I'm just walking here, and we have the second mixed team, and I think yes, it is Kenny Meyer and Amanda Nilsson.
So they're actually coming now.
The last part. They're coming up here, going in for second place in the mixed category. Here we go. Good job, guys. You can see Amanda has injured herself, sadly, but these guys are struggling on, going for second place. Really big mental game, of course, to keep going when you've had an injury. But these guys still keep pushing it. Did a hard push in the beginning of the race, trying to use their advantage in the trail run.
Oh, Amanda fell.
You okay? Yeah. Okay.
Shit.
So we are with Gentleman Victor, who first in the mix, the world champion, broke the course record and came 4th overall. So what's going on in your head other than
I'm really happy and tired, but I'm really happy. We were aiming for the win, but it was a tough race because there was a lot of good mixed teams in this race. So, but we are happy we kept our pace, and I think we started not too hard. So that was, I think, it was our strategy from the beginning. So we are happy.
Because you've won a couple of races in Ingeden, but this is a different type of course, right? Than the Ingeden course. How did you feel out there?
It was definitely longer, but no hills. So I mean, the energy you put into the race of Ingeden is quite similar to this race, only that you have to add a couple of extra hours. but overall, I think this was the beast. Tough race.
Did you enjoy it?
Sometimes here and there.
So do you guys like talk during the course? Are you just kind of in the mode, like let's just get going? Are there times where you look at your partner and you think I need to boost them somehow? Was that going on at all today?
Yeah, sometimes you see, like I know I told you at some point now I'm really low, so he knows that he helps it. And then at some point I know I was checking the pace at the Nanda, you dropping the pace a bit toward the front, and then I realized I had to help him some way and be positive, and so you take turn to be the more positive.
Do you know, like from the beginning of the race, like how it's gonna go for you?
No.
Not really, no. Especially this race, it was a really tough start field, and we were just happy we could work ourselves up gradually, which was our plan. But yeah, you never really know. Everything can happen during a race.
Did you guys eat on the course? Did you drink? What were you just running through stuff?
Yeah, we stopped at all energy stations. Something. At some point I only took water, but then I had the yell before, so it depends. But I know it's a bit hard with eating. For me, it's like I have to really push myself to take that gel and do it because I don't feel like anything, but I know I need it. So yeah.
And how is it different for you having gone from the women's division to like mixed? Is there anything in terms of team or the way you operate and strength, who leads, anything different?
It's different. Like he's pulling the runs and we are pulling I'm pulling the swims. So for me it was different because this is the first time I pull all the swims. Normally I race with Fanny, and normally she's pushing like maybe 70 or 70% of the swims, so more than I do. So like the 900 and last longest swim, I was tied in my arms actually. So I felt like, oh no, I really feel it in the arms, and that's not what normally I don't feel so much in the swims, but I did.
So now you're gonna have to feed her all the beer and food tonight so that it's okay.
But he was pushing the run, so it was good.
I know you guys are freezing. I won't keep you, but really congratulations, and we hope to see you next year. Do and break another record. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bra jobbat!
Tack.
Två.
Okay, so we're here on south of Urne. We got the quad bike all the way to the tip. We will have the cutoff a bit later on. We thought we should show you a bit what it looks like here. We're standing in the middle of, I don't know what you call it. Hello! How are you? Hello. So we'll show you a bit how it actually is to make your way forward here. It's quite dense, so it's follow me. Just I'm walking and I don't have to pace myself, but it's like you're literally walking through a fog, finding your way. There's a rock tour. Making our way down here. You have to watch where you put the so muddy. This is the terrain you go through. So you come from asphalt into this. So no one doesn't trip here behind me. So this is part of the ÖTILLÖ course. If you film back, Joe, and you can see what we just came through. So the course is full of surprises. And now we're making our way up into the course. And then we'll go down to the last swim from Una, where they have the last cutoff. So all the teams that make it here before 6 p.m. will be able to finish. We have our men's team here, number 11. Woo, 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 woo! How's it going?
What? Okay.
You're so done with Una. We know. Well done. We know they said. We have a mixed team coming up. Woo, well done. Feeling good?
Yeah.
Soon back to swim. So up, 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 up here. So you get to the top of the hill where you have a wonderful view. We'll show you later. Wonderful view out on Långberling, where they will go next. So we're just waiting here. They finish off on Una with a gravel road. And it's quite big rocks on the gravel road. So it's quite uncomfortable actually if you're not having proper trail shoes. And then they make their way through the bush here until they get to the forest, across the hill and down into the water. And I would say most people here are quite relieved to get in the water. They are warm, they're hot, and they are bothered. And then they get to do a swim. And when they do that swim, they know they only have a few very technical islands, but there are few, and then they are on Ute. And if you get to Ute, I don't think anyone has ever stopped the race when they finally reach Ute. We can hear some people coming. We have a ladies team, and then we have a men's team. They've been following each other since Una Church. Well done. How is it feeling? Awesome to be at Ute soon. Awesome to be at Ute soon. Yes. Well done. Yeah, everyone when they get here is quite far left of the race, but still you feel like victory because you made the tough parts, or the mentally tough parts at least. And now it's just, yeah, you can basically walk home if you want to, and that must feel so good. Not walking maybe, but that you have the option of it if you need to. Let's see if we have some more coming here. I think we'll go back a bit to Nancy or Jonas or Henrik or the studio, and then we'll go back to the water here when we have moved.
And here you can see on full screen it's Marika and Alexander have been pushing it hard as the whole mixed category has done the whole race. Wow, I mean spectacular racing from all racers, but I mean it's now we can see another mixed team coming up, Heartbreak Hill here.
Jag vet. Fjärde va?
So it's fourth in the mixed category, soon to arrive at the finish line at Ute Värdshus in the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship. These guys have pushed it all day long.
Here they come.
And here they come.
351.
It's Plan B from Finland, Timu and Heidi. 8:37.21, a time that most people can only fantasize, not even imagine doing. Spectacular racing. I mean, we need to know what happened to Kenny and Amanda because they were first for so long. I mean, they got to push through an injury of some sort. Here they come.
Oh,
a testament to teamwork. They carry each other over the finish line.
Hon har brutit foten.
So tough scenes to see. I mean, it really shows how hard people are pushing it. Here we can see Team Swim Shop, Stefano and Johan. I mean, still under 9 hours. It's unimaginable.
I mean, Ville, for when it all started, what was the time at that time? I mean, what was the finish time? Was it 12 something or even more?
No, I mean, the first time when the infamous drunken bet, it took them 30 hours to do the whole course.
Okay, but then when there was more organized...
I mean, starting racing, I'll take out my cheat sheet here with all the times coming all the years.
So this year is 7:40, huh? I mean,
no,
approximately.
No, I mean even lower than that. 7:38. In the beginning, it took them 12 to 14 hours to just tackle the race, and then they used a bike.
Exactly.
On Una instead of, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to do the race. So I mean, it's just testament of how far the sport has come.
So they get the medal immediately. They're super happy now, huh?
These guys have done the race so many times. So you get a medal immediately, and I mean, everybody get that fantastic wooden chip medal, and of course the podium will get their big medals at the prize giving ceremony later this evening. Oh, and I mean, just this, it shows the love of racing. I mean, these guys, everybody, regardless of which, if you're doing women's, mixed or men's, they're all pushing each other to create this extraordinary event, this extraordinary race. But you can see the love. Just everybody's hugging at the finish line, just talking about how fantastic it is. And now we can see the first women's team entering.
Välkommen hem, det är gåshud på Coach Hank. Nu har ni det. Nu har ni det.
Bra Henrik, du är line nu.
Jag kommer att följa er bakom er. Kom igen nu. Det är bara att hålla upp. Jag ser inga damer bakom.
Great. So Henrik is online and he will follow the first ladies team. And as I got it right, Henrik, are they chased by another team or are they alone? So Henrik is he may not hear us, but
he has to concentrate on
pacing
the
team
forward. I mean, as we said, everybody's racing super fast, and Henrik is on his mountain bike. I mean, it's still technical. So it's of course Helene and Christine who's been in the lead for the whole race, continuing to push it hard, coming to Uta in
a record time, huh?
I'll check just to...
Let's see, Henrik, can you hear us? He cannot. So I will get a lot of questions regarding Amanda. We don't know at the moment. But if we get some information, we will for sure share it with you in the chat, of course.
Yeah. I see...
Ingen idé att pusha här, bara ta upp för backen sen så kan ni börja värma upp er. Kom igen nu.
It can be a course record in the women's category as well. It will be within the course record area of timing, but it's going to be really close. But I mean, it's spectacular to see. Just look at them flying up. You maybe can't see it on the screen, but it's uphill here where they run, and soon they'll push off and they'll start to go. So as of now, the first and only women team on Uta. And now they're picking up the pace. I mean, spectacular. So I see Nancy sneaking up on Stefano here. He seems happy. Another team that will probably be really happy unless injury strikes, and we certainly hope not, is Team Arc Swimrun. Helena and Christine, who is just flying down the gravel roads of Utö. They have a 3.5 kilometer run before they get to Värdhuset and the finish line. And at this pace, I mean, they're pushing it hard. Just imagine pushing it like this.
Benen kommer bara kännas bättre och bättre. Nu kan ni kosta på er att le lite.
We can hear that Henrik is sharing the first women team while he's following them to the finishing line. Hopefully we get contact with Henrik so he can start commenting about this part of the race course as well.
Yeah, and Henrik has done the race together with Helena, who's up front on the run here. So I mean, they two have been flying down this course together. So I imagine that he's super happy that one of his friends, I mean, they're all probably, everybody in the top tier here are friends with Henrik. But I mean, everybody's going to be super stoked. This has been a fantastic race. Just wow. I mean, I get speechless. It's not often I get speechless, but I am lost of words by I am so impressed by how they race, how they put up this race, how they planned it, how they executed it, and just look at them now.
Let's while waiting for them to get a bit further on the race course. So let's do this. In the men's category, we had this. Comment on this, Ville. We have first place team swing coach Oscar and Adriel. They were of course outstanding today, and they took the lead fairly early in the race. Then we have second team Arc with Fredrik and Lars. They was not far behind. Please, Ville, go on.
Yeah, I mean, in the men's category, Oscar and Adriel, as they said in the interview, they have done everything they can the last year in training to be able to perform on this day alone. So, I mean, it's just a testament to what consistency in training can do. I mean, spectacular racing from spectacular persons. And in second, Team Arc, Fredrik and Lars. Fredrik had the previous course record, and Lars has been runner-up.
Speaking of the course record, so we have a new course record this year from the first team then. 7:38. That's crazy, huh?
Yeah, it's really crazy. I mean, it's a minute off shaving off, but I mean, it's still super duper fast. Also, the course record broken in the mixed category, also a little bit over a minute. Super. And I mean, just to go back to the men's category, the third team, Arc France, Mathieu and Hugo, they have a bright future in swimrun if they want to keep on rocking with this sport. I bet that they will be up on the podium multiple times. So it's, I mean, at that level of racing that all these teams are doing, anything can happen. And everybody, I mean, there's always going to be a winner, of course. But I mean, at this level, everybody's a winner. And we as watchers, as fans of the sport, are certainly winners. And in the mixed category, I mean, Desiree coming in, she has a win in women's together with Fanny, and now a win in mixed with Victor. Amazing racing all day. Desiree is a fantastic swimmer and a fantastic runner, but exceptional swimmer, and Victor, exceptional runner and a really good swimmer. Teamed up really well, seemed to have a perfect team bond and helping each other and just pulling each other forward, and a testament to team sports. And I mean, Team Envol Switzerland with Sabine and Alexis have put a solid race throughout the day, and I mean, little by little, just shaving time off the front group and taking second place. Team Arc Swimrun with Marika and Alexander, I mean, super competent athletes, super duper well-rounded athletes. Very sad to see what happened to Amanda and Kenny. Of course, we don't have info on that. I know we get a lot of questions about what could have happened to Amanda. I'm not sure yet. I haven't gotten any info. I'm asking everybody at the finish line, but I haven't gotten any news yet. But I mean, it has been a spectacular race, and they've all been pushing each other so hard. So
Ville, yes, sorry to interrupt you. I think we have a couple of interviews coming from Nancy. At the moment, so we have a course record in men's category, course record in mixed category. Yeah? So could we expect the same thing from the women's category?
it is possible to Kristin Larsson to shave off her own course record, because she has the course record together with Annika Eriksson. It's gonna be a matter of seconds, I guess. But now let's go over to Nancy.
How did you cope for all this? That you can ask him. How do you cope?
How did you guys do?
Yeah, we went pretty. I mean, Stefan, just guided. It's beautiful. It was the race in the beginning of the first swim.
You can see the Spanish guys getting better and better every day.
It's not working.
So I'm hoping to commentate. We're trying to get back here to Henrik on the bike, following Christina and Helena. Now they're getting closer and closer to the guest harbor on Uta. I mean, just look at them go. I mean, that tempo after, what can it be, 73.5 kilometers of racing, and they're still pushing forward, they're still running, and with quite good form, I would say.
I have a problem. Your father or your father had to go to the hospital in urgency, and we won't come. And you said, I have to find a new partner. And then, by la fortuna, in la última hora, your father was okay, and you decided to come race. And so now you did a fantastic race.
Bra, ni kommer börja se de första husen snart. Vi har kämpat så hårt där.
Thank you. Well done.
How was the race, guys? You have one word with you. Just tell us about how it went.
Det är inget team bakom, det är bara att hålla springande hela vägen.
Very good and very cramps, but we do for the race and we finish. Very happy.
Thanks very much. Have a good day.
Second women's team has just arrived on Uta. It's the Wild Swimrun West Coast team with Evelina and Teresa coming to Uta as of now. So Helena and Christine have a comfortable lead.
Charge it? I can charge it. Okay, let me just do this. At least get it charged, because
And as we see, they are keeping the pace up. They are soon going to see the houses at Gruvbryggan, the guest harbor on Uta, and then you know you are really, really close to the finish line. Oh, there you can see a dog trying to catch up with them. They, of course, can't catch. Or is it? I have no idea what that is. Is it llamas? Is it sheep? I have no idea.
Llamas? No, it's sheep.
Yeah. Anyway, no animal alive can keep up with this team. I mean, they are just flying through the gravel roads here in Uta, and I mean, they have both been here lots of times. They have the mental image in their minds. They know they can taste the victory. is their day, it is their year. Hopefully they can manage a course record as well. This is spectacular racing. Just propaganda swimrun, I would say. This is an amazing day of swimrun racing. This is what the World Championship of Swimrun is all about.
So this is a moment in the race where not much happening. I mean, it's not so intense. The field is spread out, and we are moving people to a little bit further down the course, so we can have a little bit more coverage over there.
But of course, we'll stay on Utö for the podium in the women's category as well. So don't you dare tune out of this, because this isn't over until it's over. But I mean, now we have seen this final stretch a couple of times going in with the men's and mixed category. So for those of you who have been watching the whole show, you're starting to recognize yourself. We're coming closer and closer and closer to the Gruvbyn and the guest harbor. There's a...
So, where are we at?
6 minutes approximately.
Kommer snart fram till tennisbanan här. Den kommer ut i skogsdungen. Sen är det bara ner till hamnen upp för backen.
Women's team in 6 minutes.
After that, 10 minutes till the second women's team.
So now they're getting really close. I'm guessing the runner to the left of them is trying to do a victory interview already. Or is just taking really cool social media pictures. I have no idea. I mean, I've said it throughout the day, this is spectacular racing. They have executed a fantastic race. Now, we'll see if there's going to be a new course record. Of course, Kristin Larsson already holds the course record for the women's category. Helena Sivertsson is pushing the pace really, really hard right now, and now you can see...
Så nära nu.
Now they're getting really, really
Det kommer vara
close.
publik hela vägen upp för backen sen.
So in, I would say, about 150 meters, they will turn a hard left and start the uphill running. The last uphill they have until the finish line, and victory awaits.
Yes.
So now we can
Sista
see
biten nu. Du kanske aldrig gör det här igen. Passa på och njut.
the last couple of 100 meters for these exceptional women. Pushing it all the way to the finish line. I mean, now it is their time. Congratulations. I'll say it. I want to be the first to congratulate them. They are so close. Just look at them, just pushing every step. You don't see how much of an incline it is, but I can tell you from experience after 74.8 Ks of swim running, it's not easy running up here. I only ran the last 20 meters. I'm gonna be honest with you. I walked up that hill, not even power walking. So super duper strong. So everybody's getting ready to celebrate the winners of this year's ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship. The world champions of swimrun are coming in to the finish line in, I say, less than 30 seconds. Is everybody tuning in? Is everybody hyped up? Are you as hyped up as me? I mean, this is just a fantastic moment.
Det är så härligt. Ni har vågat leda till hela loppet.
Okay. Sorry.
All right, soon you're gonna start hearing all the cheers from the crowd up at Värdshuset.
Yes!
No, they're so super duper close. I mean, they have to enjoy this moment. They have worked so hard to get here to be able to cross the finish line as winners. This is a spectacular race, and they have raced it so fantastically well. Just look at it. Here they come. Kristina and Helena, your new world champions of swimrun.
Applaud!
Man, what a race.
So what about a time? Did they also?
We'll see. Just short of a course record. Let me quickly check. They have the third fastest time of all time. The Kristin Larsson still holds the course record. She has now the first and the third time. Desiree Andersson, who came in first in the mixed category, has the second fastest time together with Fanny. But this is just an amazing race. Just look at them. They have been racing for, let's see, 9 hours and 47 seconds. And this, my friends, are the faces of just pure happiness, because they are the world champions and they have bragging rights for the rest of their lives. So I don't know if champagne is the preferred beverage of choice when after 9 hours of racing, but you have to celebrate in some way.
They're super happy, of course. So we have fantastic teams today, and they have done really good work out on the course. It's going to be great to have an interview with them later on and compare, you know, one year with another to see how they thought this year was compared to the others. I mean, 2017 you talk about all the time because it was such a horrible race. This year compared to 2018, for example, which was more of a relaxed race then, huh?
2018 was well, I wouldn't say a relaxed race.
Or was it 2019 maybe? I don't know. But compared to 17, which was really hard in that sense, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, 2018 is the course record year for the women's category, and I know that Kristin Larsson and Annika Eriksson pushed really hard together with Fanny Kuhn and Desiree Andersson in that year. And I mean, this year they have had a fantastic competition as well in the women's category, but they pushed off hard from the start, and they kept the lead from the get-go. And I mean, it's not an easy task being the leader for such a long time, knowing that everybody's chasing you. So a fantastic job by these women. I think that in maybe
or maybe the doctor.
Let's sure hope we can have interviews with all of them. Be fantastic to have that.
So arriving on Utö, the wild women of the West Coast were 10 minutes behind Helena and Christine, so we'll see if they could gain a little bit on the quite easy running on Utö. Easy, quote unquote, of course. No running is easy at this point of the race. I mean, just look at them. I mean, they pushed it so hard. Fantastic, fantastic racing.
You can go anywhere you want.
So just arriving at the finish line is Paul Kroschak and Angelika Wangeryd, of course, two super duper swim runners who have done a lot of racing. They seem super happy. Of course they're happy. I mean, they finished one of the toughest one-day races in the world, so I mean,
Correct, yeah.
bragging rights.
So to the right we have Jonas, and we are expecting, I guess, the second
6%,
women team.
So maybe we should give it a few percent while we wait for them.
Jonas, can you tell us a little bit about what you are waiting for?
Yeah, I'm heading down the road to the exit of the last swim. Once again, as you say, we're waiting the second team in the women's category, the Swimrun Wild West Coast, with Evelina Järvinen and Therese Berling. Super strong race from these girls, these women. They've been second from the start. I remember on Rundmare, I picked them up as the second team, and then they actually thought they were third there. Interesting team. They did Utö this year, came in second. Did Gothenburg, but with different partners, and both came in sixth in the category respectively. And yeah, they just showing that here they come, showing that you can. Haven't done a lot of races before that, so like a new team entering, and the first World Championship, they goes out and just owns it, finishing second with Christine Larsson and Helena Sivertsson ahead. Of course, very experienced, but these women show that even if you haven't done the ÖTILLÖ course, if you do your homework, you do your training, you can come in second and close to 9-hour finish time. So amazing performance. Here they come.
So could you
looking good?
Could you follow them all the way to the finishing line, please?
Absolutely. And so behind them we have a team as well, but that is a men's team. So they are no threats on that second place, which they've had from at least from the exit, the entry to Rundmare. Looking happy as well. First time ÖTILLÖ participants, still going for the silver. You can see they're right passing the tennis courts. It's not long, 600 meters from this point. And we have the famous hill, the famous slope going up to the finish. These women show that they have the whole distance, even though it's their first race, the first
ÖTILLÖ race. Still running, still strong, keeping the pace all the way. Very, very impressive. Very similar strength. There you go. So you can see the toe line is not stretched. So these they have a very good equal stamina. Come on! Last hill! And actually, as we're going uphill, they're increasing the pace. Storming for that finish line. Their first finish. And also first on the podium. First time on the podium. Super strong. Evelina Järvinen, Therese Bergling, team Swimrun Wild West Coast. Super impressive. Just about 150 meters left up here. Big smiles on their faces. This is what swimrun is all about. Running with a smile. Swimming with a smile. Here they are. Runner-up, world champion.
Sure. So a big congratulations to Team Wild Swimrun West Coast coming in second in the women's category with a fantastic time of 9 hours, 11 minutes and 27 seconds. Super duper job. It's their first time at the Swimrun World Championship and they did deliver. I mean, they look at how stoked they are. Super cool to see them racing today. Now I would like to put on the interview with the winners of the women's category, Christine and Helena, and hear what they had to say about this race yesterday, knowing now that they are the world champions.
Søren and Helena Sivertsson, welcome back to the World Champs. You've been here before, not last year or 2 years ago, but before that. Christine, you have been winning the women's class 3 times. And Helena, you've been on the podium both in mixed and in women's, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and now you teamed up. Can you tell me a bit about your partnership or teamwork or?
We haven't done that many races together. I think it's only 2. But we have been training a lot the last years, actually, every week in the pool. And I think we can help each other very well on the course. Helena is a very strong swimmer, and yeah, I think we can keep up the pace also on the ground, so it will be fun.
So of course you're both fantastic athletes and you have your own expectations, and there's a lot of expectations from everyone around. We know you're capable of, but why are you here? What is the thing with the World Championship?
The ÖTILLÖ course, it's something special. there are many swimrun races around, but there's nothing like ÖTILLÖ. And for us, we want to just perform the best we can as a team. I mean, we have our strengths and we have our weaknesses, but we want to get out there and do the best we can.
Yeah. And let's say a perfect race. What would a perfect race be?
A perfect race, yeah. It's a good question.
Yeah, really good.
I mean, I think a perfect race for me is when I get up on ÖTE and really feel that I have nothing more to give, and that we had. I mean, it's a long race. We might have some obstacles where I don't know, anything can happen, but the main thing is that we need to continue and have like a positive approach and still just get going.
So a perfect race is just not like a perfect first position or a first podium. It's something more, something else.
Yeah, we must say it's everything. I mean, we go out and have fun and just be in the nature.
But this fun. Like, how can it be fun? Like, you're racing so hard, it must be so tough. Like, your body and your mind must be screaming, why am I here? So what is the fun? Where do you find the joy in it? Is it the road here or is it actually there? Like, what is the buffet afterwards?
Yeah. There are parts during the race when you can feel maybe not enjoyable, but you feel you're in control. I mean, all the time you want to keep up the pace and you're so focused, but it's like every now and then when you can feel that, yeah, we're doing exactly what we want to do, and that's why we are here.
Do you have, you've done a lot of these races, so do you have something fun to share, like something that happened that is like you laugh at, like that you remember that this moment? It can be like with something that happened with your partner or on the course, or like something that would be fun for us to hear.
I must say maybe Cannes with Henrik Wahlberg, when we had this fight with Diane and Knut.
Oh, the sprint finish.
Yeah, the sprint finish. And he just ran up from the last water and I was just flying after him. So I think that looked very fun because everyone laughed at us. So I mean, that's something to remember.
Yeah, good. So there's
So I just got word of team head swimming, third in the women's, Anna and Jenny coming in just at the finish line. We lost the connection, but we're at it again, and you can see just how happy they are. Så kan vi få full skärm på. Super duper happy. I mean, third place in the women's category at the World Championship of Swimrun. It's not an easy feat, and these women have pushed it really hard all day, and just look at how happy they are.
Okay, Maria.
Southern end of Urne. So this is the final cutoff, but everyone here at the moment are looking close of being cut off. So they're making their way down, and I think everyone is feeling quite relieved to go for a swim. Hi there! How are we feeling?
Отлично все, супер, трасса отличная, вы молодцы.
We need to start with subtitles on the live production. Hey, how's it feeling?
Good.
Yeah?
Okay, I like time. Does that feel good?
That feels good, the swim. Yeah, is that your favorite part?
No.
No? All of it, maybe.
All of it, yeah.
All of it, yeah? Good.
Cheers.
Cheers. Enjoy.
Hey, wait more.
So this is a really nice spot. Like the sun is really warming up, and you can see the water's really flat, and it doesn't look to be too of a strong current. 2 years ago, I was standing here for quite a while, and it was quite a strong current out there. But now it looks like everyone can swim just straight over. Oh, what a nice finish to this race. You can see they're all lined up here, taking the time to look where to go. And as I said, the water will feel such a relief. Hey guys, how did Una go?
What?
How did Una go?
Quite okay. I mean, we're just racing slow and just surviving. But yeah, now we're here, so it's great. Yeah. Looking forward to finish now.
That's good. Enjoy the swim.
Thanks a lot. Almost there.
You can see out on the water a nice band of swim runners aiming at the orange flag on the other side. As I said, look at the water. It's beautiful. It's really flat. I think some would probably have preferred a bit more of a rough sea, but I think this is the perfect ending to this day. Oh, not an ending. We're not even close to ending it yet. It's only 3:20. And you can see out there, we have one of the safety boats. So each swim, there are boats. You can just imagine, we have 24 islands we're crossing. So more boats than that are also helping to support the production of this amazing World Championship. 15 years, and we're still going stronger and stronger for each year, I think. So if you haven't signed up yet, well, I can't really sign up, you need to qualify, but for all of you out there dreaming of this race, you can do it. It's not that it's only the elite teams. You're going to see here now, these are the heroes, the ones that have been training for years. They might not have sort of physical advantages that some just, it just comes natural, but for some you need to find the time, put the hours in, and you can be here. And on the way here, you can try out ÖTILLÖ's different races around the world. Next one coming up is Cannes. And after that, I believe it's Malta. And after Malta, it's Catalina in the US, outside of the coast of California. I was there in November, a year and a half ago, and I must say that was one of the most amazing experiences. Not only the race itself and the nature, but the community, to meet the American swim runners. They were so welcoming. And if you feel like a family here, oh my God, go to Catalina. It was really fantastic. Tough course, but a beautiful surrounding, the nature reserve around Catalina Island. Gonna have a look here and see if there's some more coming up here on the hill. So you can see up here through the trees, everyone stops out there. It's a timing station. They get dressed, and then they make their way down here to the beach. And everyone comes out and they always ask, how far is it to the water? And then they see it's just down the slope. Most are quite happy about it. That's with Swimrun. When you run, you want to swim, and when you swim, most of the time you want to run. So we have Åsa and Caroline coming here. Team 412 is their first World Championship. So they said we're just going to have a nice day out, feel how it is, and then maybe we'll come back and race for a podium in the future. I think that's a very wise decision. Hi, girls. Very happy to see you. How are you? Hey. Yeah. It looks like it's just a straight swim, not a very strong current. So just aim at the flag and go. This is the first race Åsa and Caroline are doing together. They found each other just a few weeks ago. Åsa got a spot, but her partner, she's been racing with Helena Bialkemo, cannot participate. So Caroline stepped in, and she's really a strong swimmer. So I think she takes the lead on most of the swims. And Åsa is like a little mountain goat. So I think maybe that has been her role in this race. Not that Caroline is not a runner either. She is. You all help out. It's a team effort. We have a new team coming down. I think it's a men's team. Great teams coming. Team number 5. Welcome to the end of Una. Good feeling? No. No? Now it's good. When you get into the water. Almost there. Almost there. This is a team that are not using a tether, so I believe that they are both feeling quite confident in the water. So I'm not only confident, you can be a strong swimmer, but if you start a bit later in life, even if you might be equally fast, it's a bit harder to find the feet of someone else and to draft behind your partner. In calm waters, it's fine, but you never know when the day arrives what the weather's going to be like. And if it's a full storm, you want to know where your partner is. So we have some chattering going on here in the forest. Team 65. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you?
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yes.
How was? Can you summarize the race so far?
Better than expected, actually. Yeah, we've been.
In what way?
I'm feeling better in the body. Have some energy left for the last.
Does that mean
sprint.
that you have made the preparations or gone slower than you expected, or maybe the weather is better? Or why
The
do you think
weather
that?
helps, definitely.
Yeah.
It does.
Has it been a good swim run weather?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Not too hot, not too cold.
No, perfect.
Was it cold in the beginning?
No, I don't
No?
think so. We were afraid of it, but no. So that was a great start.
Good. I'm really happy to hear.
Thank
so
you,
enjoy
Lola.
the
Thank
last
you.
bit
Will
now.
do. See you at this.
Yes. Team 65. And we have Team 53.
Hey.
How are you?
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a day.
How was the last Una?
It was tougher than ever.
Tougher than ever.
No. We had a great day. Yeah.
Now you got a lovely swim. It looks fantastic. Yeah. Swim straight to the bag. I just looked out on the water here and one swimmer disappeared around the corner. And I think even if there's no car, you still need to look up, both to see where your partner is and where the flag is. I think the safety boat will point him in the right direction soon. You see here, they take their time, they get in the water, take a look, maybe they take a leak. I don't know, it's easier to do when you're standing up than laying down. That's part of the race as well. It comes in and it's gonna come out. Josephine, how are you? I'm fine. Yeah. Everything good? Yeah. Living the dream? Yes, it's much fun. Yeah. Thank you for all your support. It's a good friend of mine, and I know we've known each other for 4 years. And I know it's been a dream, and you worked so hard for it. You're one of the strongest women, and something happens with your body, and then you work through it. And now she's here and she's doing it. And you lost your partner just a bit ago, basically. And you're fun, so stop it. Probably the hero here. Not Josephine.
That's great. 24 hours.
24 hours, so you had a speed date on it. You had a speed date, and then you're here. Yep. And you're almost done. Short big step. Yeah, that was a pretty successful swim. No, but you know what? I've been sitting here for a while, and no one is here. I think everyone is sort of relieved that Una is over, but and you take your time, and then you get into it again. Yeah. When you have a bit of fatigue at the energy station, a long belly, and then big smile all the way home. I promise. Yeah. Always rest with a smile. Always rest with a smile. Yes, you do.
Sorry, I have a little bit left. Yeah, I thought it was 2 kilometers to go, so I was wildly unprepared for this.
No, but we love you anyway. It's fine.
I know.
Yes, it's been fast.
Actually, I'm faster than
You're fast. Okay, so he's just.
That's why I allow him.
You were being kind to him.
Yeah, but it's not allowed. But you should not sing that.
Be careful. Yes, it's the fastest transition we've ever seen. This is Josephine went to a camp that I organized in Spain, and we practiced transitions. Maybe she needs to go back and practice some more, or maybe it's allowed at this stage of the race. Oh, this is so wonderful to see all the people behind the faces under the swim caps. As we keep saying, it's more than just a race. It's a life. You spend so many hours with your swim run peers in the pool and on the trails and rehabbing let's not get into rehabbing. I think if you're going to do these races and you're an athlete at this level, in a way, when I mean level, you race for 10 plus hours during the day. It's a lot of hours you need to spend in the gym, on the road, in the pool, and eventually you have to fix your body. And that's then the mind games start. Let's see how we have here. 330. Welcome. Hello, hello, hello. How is it?
Not very good.
Not very good.
Runners knee. So we're taking it slow.
But
Get back.
being smart at least.
Yeah.
And not pushing on something you should not push on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're surviving now, but
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really sad to hear, but I'm glad to hear that you're being sensible.
yeah.
And just pacing yourself back.
Yeah.
So you can push as much as you want to in the
Exactly, on
swim.
the swims.
Yeah. Where's the
Oh,
hard
I'm
now?
looking forward to that.
All over.
Yes, let's catch them.
Yes, and we've seen it doesn't seem to be a strong current, so I think you can just aim for the flag and be the speedboats that you are. Yes, that's what I said with the rehab. It's a very long race, so even if you're very prepared for it, your body can still tell you to stop at a certain point, and there's always you come to a point where you have to make the decision: should I go on or should I stop? What will be the aftermath of this race? And I'm always saying you should be able to run in a few weeks after. So don't jeopardize your body, but same time when you're here, you want to finish and you want to cross that finish line.
Whoa!
316. Obviously, I have more energy left. Yes, I'm really glad to see that. You want to see happy faces and people that are where the mind and body is cooperating. Oh, I really want to dive into that water. It looks so nice. It's actually quite warm to stand here now. Sun has come out. There's no wind here. And some people have gathered to watch.
Come here! Great work!
Here. Hello, how are you?
Not bad. Almost done.
Is it the first time you're doing this?
Yes.
Or did you
Yes.
First time?
Yes.
Yes, I know you. I recognize you. We talked. It's Nanda, I think. We have the same pool boy. No. Is it a good race?
Yeah, very, very nice. The weather is good.
Yeah. And
It's long.
It's
Now
long.
we want to
Almost
finish
finished. Almost finished. Yeah.
quickly.
Is it what you expected?
Yes. Yeah. I think so. It's
You
very
can't
beautiful.
expect anything really.
No.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, good. So there'll be a nice swim now. Enjoy it.
Thanks.
We have a lady team on the side. Welcome and enjoy the swim. Nej, Karin. Jag sa vi ska hålla upp. We're talking about the current, so it seems to be a little bit higher enough to the left. So you have to keep up a little bit to the right. Don't forget your pool boy. Yep. At this stage of the race, it's easy to forget parts of your equipment. You have to zip up your pool boy. Not zip up your pool boy. Now I'm losing it. You have to zip up your suit and put the pool boy into place. Put your paddles on, goggles on, swim cap, and everything. The teams again, they stop here at the top, start to fiddle with their equipment, and then they realize it's just a short little hill down, and then they get to swim, and then they start making their way down. We have a men's team coming in here. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How is it?
Excellent.
Yeah, how was Una?
Was good.
What does good mean?
It's good.
You survived, or?
Yeah. No, it really, yeah. It around through it.
Yeah, that sounds very good.
Yeah.
You didn't walk it, you ran it. That's a good.
Yeah. Partly.
Very important. So now, now you have a little swim, and then you're on the little island, technical island, back to Ute.
Sounds good.
Enjoy.
Ja, tack. Ja, jag har mycket kvar. Men det... Sverige, jag är här.
Okay, that's fine. It's a lot of things to remember. It's a lot of transition.
Yeah.
It's like 58 transitions, so it's a lot to remember every time. The rope and the pull buoy. Don't forget the pull buoy now. The suit and the goggles and the paddles and not just the trip and your partner and everything. And then your legs are tired and. And then we have Igor here as well, who's part of Team Envol, and he's cheering everyone on as a volunteer. Hi, Igor.
Great job. There.
Number 47. Hi, guys. Is it the first time you're here?
Yes.
Yes. How is it?
It's very difficult.
It's very difficult.
So hiking is very difficult.
Okay.
Well, swimmer, not runner. It's very difficult.
You look very good to be dead.
Oh.
Very good, I must say. Yeah. I think you will go back to life now when you get into the water.
Yeah, it's finished now.
It's a bit technical running in your hole.
Very good job, ladies. You are taking the fourth position.
Jag filmar. Ni är live.
I think the majority is quite happy to step into the water here. But heating up a bit, shall we? All of them seem to have camped down, taking the wetsuit down when they're running. And that's an option you can do. When it's when it's cold outside, you probably want to keep the wetsuit up, but then it really is tight for your shoulders. So even if the wetsuits are not very flexible, like Stages or Arcs, for example, so flexible and it doesn't really do anything sort of for your arms, but it's still tough for the shoulders when you're out for 10 hours. So when you have longer runs and it's warm enough, just cap down is give them a bit of relief. And we can see here the majority has actually done that. And now they're stopping here to put it on again. Now here we have Teresa and Marin, the women's team that have a slight language barrier. They've been going with body language, but also said the chemistry is so good they have not had to say so much. They've been communicating and understanding each other anyway. Let's see what they say here. So they're coming down. Stopping halfway.
Great door!
Women's team come up. Team 52 women's team here, making their way down.
Är det vi eller är Maria fortfarande? Hon babblar.
Maria babblar hela tiden.
Let's see. I really want to talk to Teresa and Marin.
Backlight is...
Start yelling at them to come down. I'm not sure we can make demands at this stage of the race.
Is there anybody out there?
Yes. Enjoy the beer. Yep. Oh, det har varit lite tajt. We'll be there. We'll be there. Okay. Kan dra snart tillbaka. It's a long race. Long day. Men hon grym som ändå inte är upp. No, she's amazing. She's giving up. She's sobering on. And then you start and you finish.
Hallå då!
How are you?
Ja, det är skitbra. Snart är det över.
Everything's fine. We're soon going to be in it. We're very happy. Yeah. We're happy now. Yeah. The bus come in the morning.
Yeah, I maybe I'll go for this
Maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe next year. Good to see you.
Great.
Enjoy the swim. Couch. So everyone has different solutions on how to carry their stuff, and maybe years ago they had backpacks, but most people stuff the things inside their waist. But a little couch on the waist doesn't really do anything at this stage in the race, or at this speed of the race. At last, at south of Una.
Amazing.
Painful to you, so don't they?
Yes.
But have you been here before?
No, this is the first time.
Is it what you expected?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why we were a little bit afraid before because
Yeah.
we have seen so much video
Yeah.
before. We knew that we thought it was difficult in the road, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah, but it's a beautiful day.
Oh yes, wonderful.
Yeah.
Our legs are shaking a little bit,
Yeah.
but the head is still okay.
It should shake. You've been out for so many hours.
Yes, that's right.
You're running, swimming for the whole day.
We are very happy.
Yeah, that's good. And now we have a beautiful swim here.
Yeah, we were expecting it for a long time. Please give me much more kilometers swimming. I would like to have 5 kilometers to swim.
Yeah, maybe you can take a shortcut and just go straight to Uta, so you won't get the medal.
Yeah.
So I would advise you to go to the orange flag and do the last technical island. I love this bit.
Thank you.
So enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
I'll let you put all your things on, so I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah, the coming islands now, the next island is called Longballing, and then you have little small islands going over to Uta. First time I was at Uta, I actually came in the winter. I was in November or beginning of December, and I swim run with a few of the founders of Swimrun. It was amazing. So you can go. You need to dress up a bit more and do very short swims, but these are the islands are perfect for, because you hop on and off the island, maybe 50 meters or 90 meters, I think the longest swim is. So all year round, you can actually swim run here. You just have to adapt a little bit. Team number 32 will make your way down to the water.
Tonight?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
The best buffet is waiting at
This will be the best beer of my life.
You just do it.
T'es pressé? Ah no, not in a hurry. Let's have a tea time.
Tea time?
Yeah, no. I don't know what time is it.
It's 4. Good in the well.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Okay, so we're following the teams here on south of Urna, and it's just amazing to see them. Now they're taking the time to talk a bit, and you get to experience what they're preparing for, and how the journey is being so far. A lot of the last teams are actually here for the first time, which is a fun to experience, and a lot of them say that it's pretty much what they expected. They're prepared, they've watched videos, and know what to expect. And I think a lot of them can say it's actually better. The weather is so lovely today. It seems to have been okay, so I think we should go back to the studio, or maybe some of the others at the finish line.
Nu är du live.
Nu är jag live. So welcome back to the studio. I just had a short banana break and Maria has done an amazing job interviewing people on the south of Una, and as you can see to the left you see the finish line straight from race director Michael Lennell's phone. We just had a cutoff at Una, cutoff at time 13. We had it 15 minutes ago, and as it seems we don't have any teams that has been cut off. So a great success, I would say, and a testament to that everybody's racing has taken this race really, really serious and trained for it accordingly and raised their plan. Super happy about all the coverage this far, and super happy about all the shoutouts and all the chat memories, chat messages. I mean, so much is happening at the same time. I know we still have a lot of questions from you guys that we haven't been able to answer. I try to get as much information as possible, but I'm just like you, a fan who knows people that know some people. So hopefully I get some text messages about all the questions you're asking. I did a shout out thing here. I mean, there's a lot of people that tonight they're not going to watch the broadcast of this, but in a couple of days when it's all settled, checking in and see all the love that they're getting from you guys. And I mean, we have right now 500 people watching, and it's been up to 1,000 people watching at some point. And I mean, just spreading the love, and I mean, all the racers are, you don't feel it when you're out on the course, but they will feel it when they watch this afterwards. Super cool. I mean, this would mean...
We have a lot of shout-outs. People are sharing on their friends. Now lately, Paulina and Team Nitroglycerin, who passed the finishing line just a couple of minutes ago. So, we see Anne Fred Alfredsson sharing for Team 78 there.
Vad säger de? What's the saying?
Let's continue.
Yeah, let's continue. That means that everybody is on Ornö as of now, so I think, let me double check my schedule for the day, time 13, yes, so they should have come to Tjumendö, so after that everybody has come to Tjumendö, and soon they will have to swim over to Ornö, to the infamous island. Now let's see what Michael has to say.
And the performances that they put in, and everyone coming through is just extremely.
So they.
I get a question about. I know everybody's asking about Amanda. I haven't gotten any info yet. I have texted everybody I know in the organization, everybody I know on ÖTILLÖ. I have nothing to tell you as of now. I try to get information, and as soon as I get any info, I will tell you guys what I know. Sorry, it's. But I mean, everybody's super busy being in the race organization. Well, stuff is happening, and that's obviously good. We're trying to get the finish cam up and running. We're trying to get everything up and running, but we do our best, man.
So here we go again. I think there is a connection problem with whether it's Wi-Fi or 4G. So it's not much we can do about it.
I have 22% now. Okay.
Do you have the battery pack?
So Nancy, you're on.
We're not going to use the mic. It didn't work. So hold it. I'll fetch.
So let's see what team. I can't see their team number in my monitor, but they're standing up, which is good. Here's another women's team coming in. So super good job from them. Is it 416? Yes, it's Team Stena Recycling 2. It's Martina Andersson and Pernilla Irevärn. Super good job, finishing in under 10 hours. A magical feat for anybody trying this monster of a course. Fantastic job, guys.
Bravo. So
we out of it?
Yeah, just for a minute. Just for a minute. I think we have to do any of the interviews we're going to have to do on this side, away from the sound.
Bravo!
So Team 40, Team Nexer, Martin Granelund and Marcus Söderström finishing ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship 2021 in a time of 9 hours and 50 minutes. Good job, guys. So I mean, fantastic job of everybody's racing today, and it looks to be a really fast year. I mean, there's already 46 teams who have crossed the finish line, and it's been 9 hours and 50 minutes of racing. So an amazing feat of all the racers. And
With the mixed teams, you can see that they're so close together. They're just pushing so hard. With Amanda, who's 700, Amanda and Kenny 700 meters away from me, they were second. And Amanda's legs just gave out. She didn't have any ounce of energy left. And Kenny more or less carried her to the finish line because she wanted to finish. And they've been leading the whole race, and they finished 6th or 7th. I mean, it's just shocking to live through these emotions in 700 meters from being on the podium. And just to the extent that they push themselves. I'm going to take care of these guys. Sorry.
It's true. We've never seen so many people, especially the first, 30 teams. It seemed like every other person was really coming down and really showing their physical fatigue and their emotional fatigue. There's still people that are, there's still lots of people that are out there. So as we get later into the field, I don't know what's going to cross the line and what's going to be up there. A lot of emotions. So we're just going to show you some of the people coming across and hopefully talk to a few more people.
Så den här telefonen laddade ut. Min lilla powerbank när jag filmar, då ligger den bara så att
women's team crossing the finish line in 9 hours 53 minutes and 4 seconds. Team Strömgren, Marie Andersen and Annika Westin. Super good job.
No. It's really strange. But Bluetooth is, yeah.
Too much stuff going on here, I think, with all the
Yeah,
electricity going on.
probably. Oh, vad starka alla. Helt sjukt.
Next we could try to
Let's try that.
sides.
Yeah, let's do me now. No, let's do it now.
Can't we cut that?
Do we want to turn down the music?
If we turn down the music, it will be much better.
Huh?
What do you need? Do you want me to do this?
No, no, I'm just, my back is, yeah. I'm too weak for this.
We could do some interviews.
So we're expecting lots of more racers coming.
Some of the emotion that we've seen. Even the teams, the women's teams that are coming in right now, like they seem fine when they cross the line, and then there's those few moments, and then everything's coming out. What do they say to you?
No, it's just I think when they cross the line, the adrenaline, the rush, let's go, and the emotion comes up, and you can just see how it goes up.
So this is sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think this is our ÖTILLÖ team who had the baby. This is the old team. As we said, way to go, Camille and Julian.
Yeah, ÖTILLÖ baby.
Oh.
Congratulations to Camille and Julianne, Team 344, finishing in 9 hours, 56 minutes and 24 seconds. Getting the big hug from Michael Lemmel there. And an amazing job. Good job, you guys. And also a fantastic good job to Team 336, TC Weaves. Pierre-Louis and Angélie. Sorry if my pronunciation isn't perfect.
Incroyable. Wow. Génial, hein?
Merci beaucoup.
C'est bien passé. Trop bien.
Ouais, t'étais sur l'Italie ou quoi? Pas ici, mais.
Ouais, c'est ça qu'on dit. Super. Merci. 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 Bravo.
Merci. Bravo.
Team woman, happy girls. Coming up now, Madeleine, Anneli, Eva, Rådgård. Team woman here has number 8 World Championships with a big bottle of champagne in their hands. They will celebrate. Coming towards the finish line.
So team 415 happy girls are extremely happy, as you can see. Fantastic job, women. Madeleine Angevik and Eva Rongård. Super good job. Fantastic.
Jag förstår att det har varit en lång dag.
Men du tog det ju igenom där. Min hjärna är ju liksom helt... Va? Ser du?
Giving champagne away in the harbor.
That was awesome. What did you do?
Otherwise, I'll have struggled to get my bike back sometimes.
That was awesome. Do you want to go sit for a bit? Go sit, have a beer. It's fine. I find you need to be able to go over there. Have a beer. Get off your... Way to go! Woo!
Team number 11 from Germany, Team Grunhoff, Matthias Grunwald and Bert Hoffman. Congratulations, you are in finish.
Wow. Bravo! Way to go, guys. You did it. I can see.
Jag sticker upp med fjärden lite och tittar på sina banan.
Ja,
Nej, då är jag på väg upp. You want something?
You can't provide it. I want first a microphone that works. One microphone that works.
Yeah, that would be great. There should be at least one in all these.
And from Norway then, Team 86. From boys with Mattias Jonsson and Martin Melin.
Why don't you go get a beer?
I go get the beer.
Yeah, go relax. How you guys doing? You look pretty good. You're looking good. Legs, cramps, everything. Knees. Is this your first ÖTILLÖ? No. Well, that's amazing. It's like 10 hours. That's fantastic. I mean, you should be very proud of yourself. That's a really good time. It was cold.
My second swim back.
What do you mean? That's it? Where did you do your first one? It's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
On the stage, we're waiting for HB, and Timothy with Jonathan and Tim Ferguson. So here we come. Great job, guys, all the way from the stage coming here. And getting number 32 in the team category with a fantastic race. Congratulations.
Way to go! You guys look like you could do a few more kilometers.
Yeah, that was a little bit
It's too easy, right?
Let's take that to our battles.
Way to go! Bravo!
Bra. Well. Well done. Congratulations.
Caroline och Lisa Lind på väg mot målet då och en 17:e plats i teammix-klassen. Härligt jobbat! Svårt att rätta ben, men ni är i mål, underbart!
Way to go! Bravo, bravo! Can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Do you mind if we just stand over here on the side? Or are you waiting for something? You guys think?
We could be racing with
Sure.
you guys, so just
When you're done.
say-
Yeah. Were you guys on each switching positions on and off?
Yeah.
They're strong runners.
We're strong runners, but we got stronger in the water. So
Yeah, we were.
You seem, if I may say, you seem like exceptionally calm and so happy. Like not happy to have finished, but like happy in that you're so happy to be a part of this.
it's just a nice weird feeling because we started off technically I'm not very good, and we were really strong. Like, you must have been really impressed with me. And then after about 2 hours, it was like, shit, I'm really finished. Legs were cramping. I'm like, oh. You kept saying, "You okay? You're okay."
Yeah, but 2 hours in, it was like,
Yeah.
we're not going to finish.
And then they flew past us. They all flew, and I thought, this is quite demotivating.
They were just
And then,
so
yeah, I don't know, it just clicks. We put them up and
They seem exceptionally happy, right? I mean, like you look like you could just kind of do another 5K and it's kind of easy and.
rhythm. You do get into the rhythm.
We did it in 2019, and I felt fresh at the end. Now I'm just over
The end of this
pads.
course is a lot harder compared to 2019. A lot more technical at the end.
The last couple of islands.
Well, I love to see most people are not that like, thank you for having us when they're like, I don't like you, Michael. So thank you so much. I'll let you go and give your hugs out.
Leaderboard from the Netherlands. With the number, team number 27 coming here as team number 559 reaching the finish. So almost 60 teams has made the whole course already. Now Team Riley from the Netherlands. Congratulations. Great job, guys. And then you have the top 10 position in the team woman for Team Hello with Juliana Gandhi and Lauren Oxygord. On the way up here as number 9 in the world in the team women's category. Very good race, ladies. And also then golden bottle and champagne for the finish time. Team Hello, congratulations. You are number 9 in the world. After that, we have Team Mix. It's Swimrun the Costa Surhead with Adel and Champetier from France. Allez, very good luck to you. You are number 18 in the world in the mixed category. And you are 5 minutes away from the finish line. Congratulations to the Africans.
Merci Mickaël, encore une belle course. Hein.
Tell me,
You don't speak
dites-moi non, non, mais en français, je vais traduire. Dites-moi, bon, on se voit plusieurs fois pendant le cours. Comment cette journée exceptionnelle, vous pouvez m'expliquer qu'est-ce qui arrive?
On appréhendait beaucoup, tu vois, les températures, et finalement, c'est plutôt bien passé. Et heureusement qu'Annabelle était là, parce qu'elle m'a donné le tempo de la course. Les deux.
Je passais par là parce qu'on fait le prix, mais dites-moi, oui, on essaie, on fait, chaque fois que je vois le français, je dis, mais ça, parce que moi, j'ai fait combien de temps?
J'avais fait avec Olivier 11h30. Là, je sais pas combien on fait. Magnifique. Bah, je sais pas.
Félicitations et on va se parler après.
Merci Nancy, merci beaucoup.
Oh. We're done.
Yeah. Is this a new swim run?
Yeah, I think so. Within 20 years. He must be. He's not running, but he's swimming already. He's swimming already.
So much good food. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, we had a cake chocolate.
picture from her mother in a live stream.
From us? Oh, we were just those were the best moments. Yeah.
That's why we put the zoom on. We're like, oh, get them, get them.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, shit.
But is this your first ÖTILLÖ?
First World Championship, yes. Yeah, we did Malta.
Okay.
I think 2 years ago.
Oh, there was the waves 2 years ago
Yeah,
in Malta.
yeah, big ones.
Those
yeah,
were...
yeah. Yeah, so the big swim here was relatively easy.
We thought that would be the same here.
Yeah, no, so you're pros for the waves. So
This year.
how did it go for you guys then?
Yeah.
There was highs and lows, or?
Yeah, well, the low was the half marathon after 60-70%. That was tough, but
And the road. The road was not fun. The trails are lovely to do, and then here on the road.
You know, Jesper is one of the people that made these trails for you, one of the original four. So tell him there. Oh, those trails are amazing.
yeah. But the last few islands, those are difficult when you're tired. Man, you have to be sharp there.
If you fall, it hurts.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you can ruin your whole race in those last few minutes if you don't pay attention.
Are you guys big into swimrun now? Is this a sport that you would say is your sport?
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, we're from the Netherlands, and the swimrun sport, the swimrun community is not that big there, but it's growing now, and they're starting to get some attention, and people are following us this weekend, so
That's
so
the big
cool
thing.
to see.
Do they think you're like legends because you're doing this? Nobody understands what this race is, because it's not just a triathlon without the bike, right? It's a big race.
Yeah, no, they don't. That's right. These are of our club. They sort of understand. I think we're doing this already a few years in the Netherlands, so very small races, not really the swim runs, but sort of combination swim run. But everyone in our environment, every friends and colleagues, they have no clue.
We have the pictures now to show them,
Yeah.
so that's them eating.
Yeah.
Listen, thanks very much. Have a good recovery.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good job. Good job.
Alright, so we can move away from the finish line by 50 to 100 meters.
Down? Or
I think away, if we do interviews, we need to go let's say,
Yeah.
the team that was, oh no, that was the team fifth or something. So, if we do interviews 50 to 100 meters, we'll do that.
Okay. I think there are some teams over there. We can just.
I was going to say,
Yeah, we can.
so we're just going to take a little walk to show what actually happens after swimrun. So you come here, and you, Michael will already have a finisher badge for you, medal, and he'll come up and he gives you a big hug. And then we walk down, and this is where everybody has a pretty good time. They stock up with water, and then you can see they're just all around sort of having food and drink. So after this, they can have their showers or before and after, and there's lots of food, and then inside there's a full buffet.
Can walk through the buffet.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick walk. So this is our favorite part, the ÖTILLÖ beer. Free beer. Which is why everybody comes to do the race. And then this is just the part where they can have something after the race. But there is a full hot buffet after. Once they're changed and need something else.
Look at this.
I think there was cinnamon buns. Cinnamon buns.
Then we can see two more teams coming here.
So we'll go back to the finish line, but just so you have an idea, it's loud, they can talk and drink and be free.
World champion! There you go, guys, from the States coming in. Team Individuals. 37 in the world. Congratulations, guys. Doing great race. And off there, we can see Steve ladies. You are top 10 in the world. You are in 10th position here. Top 10 in the world for Swedish ladies. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tack.
Bravo.
So, where are you from?
From California.
California.
Yeah. So, you guys have all come from these areas where the technical running is like it is here.
Non-existent.
So,
Roots, but we don't have slippery. Yeah, the slippery.
so yeah. Let's just talk about just
Come together so I can film.
Just for a minute, the very first few runs, they're really technical runs. So when you're starting this challenge, are you thinking, oh my God, is the whole course going to be like this? Because you can't get pickup speed. You just can't. Right? So how are you feeling during that part?
This is their first time, so those new to them. It's our second.
Okay.
So we kind of knew what to expect.
Okay.
And just having it be your second time having that experience, it's helped so much. So when you guys come back next year, you'll be prepped and you'll know.
So we did some pre-race training with friends of ours from Sweden. I would 100% change my shoes. Yeah, the grip is like these shoes were not great for that technical rock. Too slippery. Too slippery. No confidence.
What about the swims today? I mean, the water temperature was a little cooler than people expected, and a lot of the teams were wearing pretty thin suits. You guys feel pretty comfortable in keeping your body in the water?
Comfortable. Yeah. The last couple of swims got kind of cold, but it's hard to keep your body heat up. But it still just felt great after the long run just to get back in the water.
Best part of the race for you? What's your favorite part of the course?
There was one point, I can't even remember where we were, but we were up on the top and I told him to take a mental picture because you look out and you can see some of the islands. You're just in an elevated position up on the rocks. It was probably like maybe first third of the race.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. It was unbelievable.
Second island is my favorite. And then Lindigo, I think near the end, that's my second favorite island. Just love those two islands.
So, do you guys, are you feeling back
It's built already.
Yeah. We joined in about a year or two after.
Yeah. They have two merit races in North Carolina already. So it's a growing community
Yeah, so East Coast is growing, West Coast. We have Catalina race, which is great.
And the teams start coming in, or not, they keep coming in. We have a Polish team here, making their way down. Hey, how's it going?
Lovely island.
Lovely island.
My favorite.
I sense a bit of sarcasm.
I thought about my life, about white time.
Very nice. Thank you. Because of you, we're here.
1985, welcome to South of Urna.
Thanks.
How is it?
It's getting there. Wait.
Oh,
Welcome. It's a lovely swim. Yeah, not long to go now.
Sista cirka 2,5 eller?
Oh, now you're safe. Just the buffet is the vaccines to look forward to. Fantastic to go for a swim. Yes, we can only agree on that one. Just keep a little bit to the right, and you'll be fine. So we're having a ladies team coming down the slope here. I love the different bibs. It makes it so easy to predict or to predict. That's guessing. To see who's actually coming down. Oh, you can see the 405 we have here. She's happy to talk a little bit to me. Hello. How are you? Oh, fine. Yeah. How was Una? I've never told anyone that I like to go to the water. It was long, but it was fine. Yeah. My friend, she's a little bit muscular problem, but okay. Yeah, the worst thing is done. Yes, so now you can just walk home if you want. Yeah. Yes, we will. Enjoy it. Try to enjoy it. You're completing the World Championship. That's great. Yeah, and we're almost there. You're almost there. It's a beautiful swim. Keep a little bit to the right. Yes. Of the orange flag. Yeah. And then just a bit of island hopping net. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Enjoy. See you later. So we have a little story to tell. So Igor, he's here volunteering at this station. Come, Igor. Show us where. He's got a fantastic story to tell. So when they arrived here, they found a bottle, and there's a letter in the bottle.
Yes, it is. And we called there.
So there's a phone number on the letter. Look at that. See if we can zoom in. So, hello. We posted this from their sailing boat, Charisma, on the ocean outside Ute. Elaf and Axel Westberg. Apparently, this was 8 years ago, right?
Yes, and to learn that now the child has 2 meters.
So the children are 2 meters tall. They called the phone number. It was still valid.
Yes.
I think that's amazing. Ute's not that far off, but 8 years it's been floating around, and now you found it.
Yes.
I think that's something you tell your grandchildren about. When I found this mail in the ocean.
It's great.
It's a great story. It's amazing. Thank you for sharing it.
Hello,
Bob.
Hello. I'm very exhausted.
Very happy because of the water, me, or are you doing the World Championship?
The World Championship.
Of course.
Thank you.
Half of you because you left house at home with your new body. How do you feel training and exercise play out today?
Hour and a half, so it was good. 12 hours in 2014.
I wish I was my motivation. That was
Hit me on my
I'm sorry, that was the first time. So stick to this like drinking every 10 to 15 minutes.
We actually did. We did. The stomachs were a little, when we pushed it a little, had some rumbling in the tummies, but it helped. Yeah, you know, it did. You feel tired. So.
No, we had the station.
At the station.
And we did the Maureen gels.
Martin.
Martin, yeah. And then we had the caffeine towards the end, like right after Uto. I mean, we got wings. I mean, I'm still shaking.
The swims, I mean, we swam really well. Didn't feel tired at all.
Yeah.
One
The lows were just.
was tough again.
It was just cold after some of the big swims, like the pig swim and then the swims after. For some reason, we were really cold and the wind, like, we were shaking, literally chattering. Yeah, it's literally probably like the coldest water I've been in. I mean, Catalina was everything was warmer. This was the coldest water for me.
Did you have any like moments like during the half marathon, anything where you had to pick one or the other up, or were you both kind of mentally the same today?
We were
both
moving.
mentally on the same. Yeah, we kept moving at a solid pace. My knee, I was having a little bit of knee issues.
I had some cramps, mile 10.
Some cramps, yeah.
But then they cramped up and then they just went away.
So you're just thinking about In-N-Out Burger the whole time? Is that what it's called?
No, I will be now.
Yeah.
I will be now.
Well, I'm really, I think it's really cool that you train differently, more effectively, and you ate differently. And I'm sure that you'll be talking about it more. So great race, and we'll talk to you guys.
We're going to get better.
My God.
Of course you are.
We're learning so much. You'll see,
about.
we're going to get so much better.
I just want to shout out to my fiance, Crystal, who really helped me with my training, was there all along. So thanks, baby. Appreciate it.
And my girlfriend, Rachel, yeah. And obviously ARC Souls, yeah, in ARC, and yeah.
ARC's our sponsor, and Andy Hewitt and Mike was our coach.
Emmer Nutrition, yeah.
So
Hoka Shoes, yeah.
My husband never says anything about me.
also
on camera.
Nancy Heslin.
Yeah, Nancy for the win. Yes.
Group hug.
She's
All right,
monk
guys.
number 3 now. She's monk number 3 now. Thank you, Nancy.
A monkey. All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good
Cheers.
day.
Is that on Facebook?
Yeah, it should be.
Hopefully.
Do it live, Facebook Live.
Live, cool.
Yeah, you better.
Knee replacements.
Ja, det är bra. Tack.
Ja.
Mina knän går inte ens att säga längre. Vad roligt. Fan. Fan vad bra. It's a women's team. One is over there. One is, I think they finished 5th or 6th. Starting zooming out. Yeah. Zooming out. So one is there, one is over there. Maybe we could catch them.
Oh, pop, 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 pop. Oh, it happens. Mm. Oh.
Bravo! We have 614 at the pre-warning down the harbor. They are from Sweden, Russia, Canada, Finland. It looks really great with so many nations represented out here at the World Championship. We are halfway through the field now with 74 teams have just reached the finish line. We just will be like 150 who will make it. It's a strong landing. Move together.
Just around the corner. It's too much noise here.
Ice hockey final it looks like.
My second.
But you train together?
Yes, she's my sub. Yeah.
Wow.
Stand in. Yeah, I did it 2019.
So how was the experience today?
Yeah. The long swims were tough for us. We're not so good swimmers. And all the other teams just blow away. It's like waving, and you come nowhere.
Do you feel like psychologically when you see that, does it make you think like, I'm never going to do
No,
this?
it's like that island is still there. So, yeah.
The running picked up?
Yeah.
The body heat?
Yeah. So we actually picked up the teams that swam away from us at the pig swim. We took them at the last section, so that felt good.
What was your like best for me? It's your first time doing it. What was the highlight for you today?
The morning was great when we started to stand up.
Yeah.
With the pink sky and it's pretty calm sea and all the teams. Pretty rough in the water with all the teams. Yeah, it's like a triathlon start. Yeah. I got an elbow in the head. No, actually the first time when during a swim run, so it was a male team.
But now you can like complain about it.
Yeah.
Cut really badly.
Yeah, that was like 5 minutes. She lost her paddle.
Where? Early on?
Yeah.
She did 1 and 1? You did pet? All right. Well, I will let you guys go. Thank you so much. I hope to see you back again and go and cry and eat and shower and do all that stuff. Thanks.
And then was the guy, he was totally wasted, you know, they dragged him. I don't know what. Bravo!
Vilken jävla bana. Fan vad kul det är. Ja. Ja. Tack! Ja, grymma ni är, grymma ni är.
So did you do a better time? You tell him.
I was drowned in the water. I have to honor water. Ja. So fantastic. Ja, vad kul det var.
Okay, welcome back to south of Urna. We just had a team jumping in the water from France, and he asked us, is there a past the flag of the exit of the swim? And I said, no. It's only technical. And I said, is it technical? I said, yes, it's only technical islands all the way to Ute. And he made a big sign. At least you're honest. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. I said I could lie, it could be like a highway, but it is the truth. You come from Urne and you're quite relieved to get into the water because you've been running on a long asphalt path and then a gravel road. And then you get into the water and then you get up to the technical trail. And I'm not sure if that's a relief or not. I can't ask them, but I think maybe it varies depending on how your body is feeling. But it's a beautiful spot here, and it's amazing to see the athletes that are, I say athletes that are volunteering because they're athletes as well, and they're cheering on everyone, and the people that come down now at this stage of the race, they are so relieved to take the next step, but also to get the positive energy from the volunteers. And we spoke to Igor and he said, but I get the positive energy back as well. So it's really a mutual relationship here. Now we have Andy Hewitt and Mel from the US coming down. This is Mel's first swim run. Andy and Mel are big passionate swim runners from California who's running California Swim Run. I'm really looking forward to talking to them. Hi Andy, hi Mel. How are you? Guys, I'm so excited to see you. Island.
Doesn't she look fabulous?
Oh, you are fabulous.
Everything was good until the last 1,000 yard swim in this island. It took my soul, but it's amazing and beautiful, and everyone should do this.
But you know what? Look at that flag. You have to come back.
All right.
Yeah?
Yes.
You'll get
Yes.
it there.
I will get it right
You'll
there.
get it there, right there.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You will gain it all the way back.
I made the water.
There we go.
Okay. Let's go for a lap. No, there's so many in this sport. It's actually Andy here, Johan behind the camera. Like they're putting on these races around in Johan north of Sweden, Andy in California.
And we now all joined here at the World Championship on ÖTILLÖ. This is where it all started in the Stockholm Archipelago. And we now call it the World Championship from Sandhamn to ÖTILLÖ, 75 kilometers. And this is the 15th year since it started. It's pretty cool, I must say. And we're all, I think, really happy to be part of it, regardless of what we're doing here. If we're a volunteer, media staff, medical, founders, or the racers. Very exciting, actually. Let's see. We have some teams at the top of the hill. Let's see if I can see where they are. No, I cannot yet. Oh, yes, I can. I think we have Linda and Patrick. There are some teams you just place in your heart. And Linda and Patrick, they're a couple. I like the couples that actually do this together. And it started off that they teamed up, and I think Linda was overheating and Patrick was always too cold. And they were chasing the cutoffs. And not all the time they made the cutoffs. This is the second year they're here. The first time was 2 years ago, and I was standing here waiting for them. And when I saw them come well in advance of the cutoff, I was so happy. And I think they're doing even better this year. And they're standing still for quite long. Patrick was shivering and he couldn't talk. I tried to interview him. So let's see what will happen when they make their way down here. This is so, like, yeah, again, I keep repeating myself, but it's a lifestyle. Like you train together and it's a friendship, and we meet each other. And I must say, social media is such a huge part of the swimrun community as well. I have friends all over the globe, and you connect via Facebook or Instagram, and you can catch up and see what everyone is doing, what training they are doing. And a lot of the teams as well, they find partners from another country, like Teresa and Marin before. They can't really communicate, but suddenly they're here and they're doing this together and sharing this experience that they will remember forever. And come on, Linda and Patrick, make your way down. Even if it's good that Patrick might not be so cold because he's standing still for a while, I want to talk to them. And they're laughing. I want to be part of the fun. Come on. Come on down. Again, this part of the race, you stop and chat. It's fun if you find another team that you can hang out with. And I know some teams the year after, if your partner can't do it, suddenly you team up with a team that you have not, that you did a race with. Yeah, they're in no hurry. It's not starting soon. I will start yelling out. We had the mixed team here that just went into the water. They're soon getting across. They're really Andy and Mel. They're really strong swimmers. Mel's got a background in water polo, and we've seen here that the water polo ex-water polo players are really strong swim runners. Charlotte, the one with Simon last year in the mixed, she's also an ex-polo player, water polo player. Now they're making their way down. Yay! Doing them live, so they should be not too gracious. We can see the body's stiffen up. You've been running for a long time, for many hours, and you don't want to fall now. Now you just want to make your way home. And being sensible. Team 353. Yeah. Welcome down.
Thank you.
How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Yeah, how was your
Slow.
No? Okay.
Yep.
Because you suffered a little, or because according to the plan, or?
Yeah, exactly. According to the plan.
But that's good. We like to hear that.
Or mostly because of this.
Yes. Is it just the body tired, or
Saturday,
am I
2 days ago?
Yeah.
They've never spoken to each other before.
That is fantastic. Wow.
And Linda and Patrick are still, yeah, they're coming. I can see them. I can see them. Yay! Come on, Linda and Patrick! Woohoo! Oh my God, you're so quick this year, and you're not cold. You've been talking for such a long time, Patrick. What happened? What's the magic trick this year? Whoops! Don't fall now. Don't fall now. Come on. We did run faster, I guess. Yeah. But have you had a good day? Yeah, absolutely. It was fun and hard. Any highs, any lows? Una. Una. A high? No. We're down in the basement. You were in the basement. Yeah. Okay. But now you're gonna get up and upstairs. That's it again. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Don't get cold now. Enjoy it. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you. Here. Yeah. Well done. Team 349. It looks to be ready to swim, to not drink too much. Linda is usually leading the swims. Patrick and Linda. Patrick sarcastic on the runs first. I think Linda said it's quite nice in the water. And I think Patrick just shook his head. And there the group goes. Yeah. And off they go. I think we'll take a short break here while we're waiting for the next team. So go back to the finish line and see all the fantastic racers crossing that line with their hands raised.
Welcome back. So this is the part 4 of our series on today's ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship. A lot has happened during the day. Just a quick recap. We have new world champs. We have Desiree Andersson and Victor Dahl as new world champions in the mixed category. In the women's category we have Kristin Larsson and Helena Sivertsson as world champions. And in the men's category we have Oskar Olsson and Adriel Young as the new world champions. We also have 2 new course records in the men's category and in the mixed category, and we're really close to a new course record in the women as well. So a lot has happened with very fast-paced actions along the whole day. Now we see teams getting into the finish line at ÖTILLÖ Värdshus, getting super stoked that they have completed this fantastic achievement of the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship. So who do we got with us? Who are you rooting for?
So I think, as we did before, if all of you, we are at least almost 200 who watch this now, if you help us to comment on this last part, please add sort of name and number of the people who you are looking for. And also, like we mentioned before, we have 21 nations competing in this this event. And so where are you from who are listening? Please post country so we can see if we are spread out all over the world or not. So like it's like homework. Just do it.
And by now, most of our work days are over, so we can't say that we are in meetings anymore. Now it's free time, so everybody just get in your party mode. It's the last couple of hours before everybody has passed the finish line. Get hyped up, do your thing. I love the team name Kiss My Paddles. That's super fun.
Miriam is from Netherlands. Welcome, Miriam. Hope you have a good time. What team are you looking for? And we have Jana from Belgium. We have Eric from France. And so on. Yes, we missed the arrival of Team Move. Sorry for that. We had to take a break because of shortcomings of Facebook's. There's a 4-hour rule, so we had to follow that restriction. Ciao from Italy. What teams are you looking for, Dario? Let's see. Mats Ram from Sweden. Welcome to the show. Who else do we have? We have Agnieszka from Poland. Hello, Agnieszka. So we have waiting for next Polish team. And what team is that, Jedrzej? Please let us know. Okay, so we lost the connection there. We're going to go back to the studio. Hold on for 1 second, and it's going to be us now.
Boom. Here we are. So
last hour.
Yeah, last hour. Have you been pumped up? Do you want to do the Swimrun World Championship as well? Is this something that you want to do? Is this a dream of yours, or are you focusing on other things? Tell us in the comments and let's talk about it. How do you guys train for Swimrun? How do you have any races planned? What are you doing next?
We have
What's
Rocco.
the plan?
Rocco, you're looking for Rocco, Francesco, Jonas Hellsten from Sweden. Good. And we have Germany. Barbara, welcome. Of course, we have Low Tide Boys. Watching for the US Mixed California Swimrun. Good. So I guess all of you who's watching are either moms, dads, or relatives, or your friends who competing. So are you who are watching this right now aiming for a race yourself? I mean, it doesn't have to be going for the World Championship, but are you signing? Have you been signing up for a race that you are training for? Let us know which race, please. I continue.
Yeah, and I'll see Maria could also.
What did you say?
Maria can go on.
Maria can go on. Good.
Yeah. So
and we have Anna from Sweden.
Yeah. The upcoming backwater men's swimrun in Austria. Super cool. I mean, races are everywhere nowadays. It's not just a Swedish thing, and I love it. I mean, the community is growing, and that means we as swimrunners
So I'm
will
on
get
the air,
friends
or
all over
can
the
you
world.
give me a thumbs up?
So I think the race director Micke will want to say something. Micke, go on.
Am I on the air? Or?
Micke, go on.
So it's your time now, Micke.
So in just a few moments, we have Jonas Kolting coming to the finish line. It's his 15th race. He's done as many as we, this time racing together with Petter Askegren, just a brilliant artist in Sweden. And they are raising money for mental health or mental illness awareness for the Tim Berling Foundation that was started after Avicii, the artist Tim Berling, passed away. And they're raising money together with Bauhaus all day to raise awareness about mental illness. And so very soon we'll see them finishing here. And as we said, we've had, I would say, probably 25 or 30 mixed teams that have already finished at this point in the race, which, I mean, the pace and the women, I mean, it's just unbelievable. The pace that the women and the mixed teams and the men's team are, it's just been pretty wild here at the finish line. So I think we really need to stick around for when Jonas and Petter come. If you have any questions, plug away. Can you ask something?
So we for sure. Yeah, we have plenty of questions, Micke. But can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what kind of questions you're looking for? The chat is overcrowded with questions. So it's more like what's the topic? What you want?
What kind of questions you want to talk about? Anything.
Anything.
You're
Go
talking
for
to
it.
Michael Lamel.
Okay, Michael. Please point the camera towards Michael's face instead of his stomach. I love his six-pack, but I prefer his face. So the thing is,
You're gonna have to tell the question to me.
yeah. So a lot of questions is about what happened with Amanda. So could you please take your version of it?
Talking about Amanda, like your impression of what happened.
I will in a moment, if you wait and let me give a...
Oh, no, that's a cliffhanger. That's a Lamel cliffhanger for sure. Signature.
Get it.
Congratulations, ladies. You are number 15 in the world in the T1 category.
So in the meantime, talking about
ladies,
a lot of you.
They can't speak to each other. One is Norwegian, speaking Swedish, and the other is French, and she speaks no English. So I don't know how they've communicated all day.
Like that.
But they made it to the finish line without being able to communicate with each other. So I'm going to give them medals, and then we'll get back to them.
I just want to.
So if you didn't get it, the team just met this morning, I think, or was it just a couple of days ago, and they have no way to talk to each other because they cannot speak each other's language. So but language is just a mental barrier, I guess. So so why not?
They will be friends for life now.
So, can you tell me? I'll speak in French and in English for the viewers, since we know that you haven't been able to communicate very much with each other. On sait que vous avez pas pu communiquer ensemble pendant la course parce que toi tu ne parles pas français et toi tu ne parles pas anglais. You don't speak French and Marine doesn't speak English. How have you communicated? Comment avez-vous communiqué?
Par des mots et des gestes.
Okay, by words and hand language.
Yeah. Actually, we understand when someone is tired. I can tell you, you will understand that.
So what Teresa says is that elle dit qu'on comprend quand on a quelqu'un qui est fatigué à côté ou qui souffre un petit peu, ça se voit dans les yeux et on s'entraide. You see it in the eyes and you can help each other when you suffer and when it's tough together. So, bravo. Thank you.
Oh.
Well done.
Yeah.
Tack. So we can continue with the Amanda question. I mean, Amanda and Kenny were very, very fast throughout the race, pushing it very hard. And I think that it was just at the very, very end that the tank actually got completely empty. So just 700 meters here from the finish line, everything stopped in the system. There was no fuel left. And Kenny more or less carried Amanda to the finish line. She said, I have to finish. Because the option was to stop at the bottom of the hill, basically. And they were in second place at that time. And they continued and carried each other up and finished in 6th place, which I think is admirable in the fact that the tank was completely empty. Amanda is okay now. Our medical team is taking care of her, and she's just filling up the gas again and oiling the system again. So I believe everything will be completely fine again. So I'm going to help these guys again.
Thank you.
Bravo!
Yeah! Très bien.
Bien joué.
Super.
Bravo!
Eh ben, merci à vous. Hein. C'est bien passé.
Super. Super.
Ouais, c'est nickel.
Ouais.
On a gardé l'énergie, on était suite.
Oui, ah bah oui.
Merci, merci.
Ah, vous
À
avez
vous.
le feu, hein?
Ouais.
Ça va? Oh, moi, je dire, oh non, je peux pas faire
J'ai
le
mis 3 semaines pour lui dire oui. Hein.
Okay, so we're still here on top of Ulf, and the sun has actually gone down on the other side of the mountain, so it's getting quite chilly now. I have to put a few more layers on. We still have some people coming in. Hello, how are you?
All right, how are you?
Yeah, you look like you're skiing down to the water.
Yeah,
Is it because you're happy to meet you?
happy to be near the king. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
That's good though. But how's it been so far?
Okay.
Has it been according to the plan? What's the plan for this one?
No.
No? Okay, enjoy it now.
Thank you.
So we have about an hour to the cutoff, and I'm not 100% updated how it looks in the starting field, if there will be any risk of some people not making it. We have Shane and Matt here, who will be safety swimmers. They will soon come here, and Matt can come here now. We can have a chat. Matt is one of the original fours, and he just decided to join Shane.
Yeah, safety swim. Hey, hey. The stick system came about a few years ago when we decided to have swimmers to kind of go down and swim with the last teams. Because it's getting dark and it's we had an incident like many years ago when we lost the team. They got lost on Long Bailing.
Yeah, but you found them, right?
Yeah, we found them. They're found, but it took a while and it was kind of sketchy when they're out in the forest by themselves. And they were kind of pissed off as well because they were very tired. They just kept on following the trail. The trail goes around the island. Just kept on following and ended up on where the beginning of the Long Bailing is. We kind of pissed off.
We don't want that.
No, we don't want that. This kind of thing. It's kind of tradition now to go there. If you have time, go down.
So here we see the legend Jonas Kolting crossing the finish line together with Petter Askegren. His 15th start and I think it's 13th finish of ÖTILLÖ, or is it 12? I can't even remember. He's done them all. A legend of the sport. super achievement. What a great team.
I borrowed like this old wetsuit and something to wear, and like we had to really push it to keep up in the swims.
Yeah.
And then we kind of take it easy and land, but then the swims were terrible.
But what are you? I think you have no shoes.
I have
So
no
would you
shoes.
swim around the island?
I have no idea yet. This is very spontaneous.
Okay, yeah, but
We'll see if there's. I've told Anders Malmö he might want to pick me up.
yeah,
I'm going to ruin the safety organization now. He's going to pick me up along the way. Now, I've been on as a volunteer on Muck all day.
Yeah.
I've seen all these people running by, so I really wanted to be a little bit in the water as well.
That's so nice. Yeah, Shane, I want to have a word with you as well. As we said, it's with ÖTILLÖ, it's just not about the racers; it's about the volunteers and the friends and family, everyone watching. Both Shane. Did you race a 150?
I raced 550,
You raced
but not
150.
testing.
Shane as well. Shane has done the long one
Twice?
many times.
Yeah, no, twice.
Twice, yeah, but that is many times.
It's more than once.
My book, yeah.
2008 and 2011 we did it.
Yeah, and you've been
Back in the old
volunteering
days.
many
Volunteering
times.
almost all time since then. Oh, and before that, 2007 top I'm wearing here. So
Yeah, that's really
first
cool.
volunteer.
And now you're
Yeah.
second swimmer.
Yeah, we do this each year. It's good fun, and they need it. I mean, those last teams that just made the cutoff, they're dead, so they need the help.
Yeah,
That's good fun.
that's really good. Thank you for helping
No worries.
out.
Yeah.
Thank you for inventing the sport.
Well, thank you for coming out and trying it out. It was a tough few years in the beginning, but no one kind of got it. But
We're talking about 15 years here.
Yeah.
But you did it. Was it
early
1 year and then there was a break and then did it again?
Yeah.
or-
So we did it 2003 was the first year.
Yeah.
We did the whole stretch. That's fun outing with friends.
But the first time, how much planning went into it?
Not very much.
Yeah.
No,
Any planning?
The whole idea came by at the pub and we had a napkin with a chart on, and it was 12 centimeters with each sun and then we kind of looked at the map, kind of figured out. We didn't bring any maps, and we had like easy maps to bring along, but it wasn't that much training or planning. We tried to figure out straight away how to do it, and what type of wetsuit can you run in, and we found this old. I think it was surf wetsuit, kind of thin wetsuit, and we bought and tried it out.
But did you have anyone following you?
We had safety. We had safety boat at the pig swim, and we're supposed to have safety boat at the last swim into Sandam. It's a friend of mine who's coming out, but his engine was kind of didn't work on his sailboat. So he sailed his way out. So we called him when we came down and said, "No, I have 2 hours." And so we won't wait for you. See you at Sandam. We'll never wait 2 hours here.
But have you seen a change in the archipelago? Are there more boats now? Like
No,
17 years
they're
later?
similar to the boat.
I would think that there's more motorboats now, but maybe it's
Yeah,
not.
but not. I mean, during the summer is more boats, but now then Monday and September is roughly the
Okay,
same.
but you did it in September.
No, we did. No, we did in August. We did in
Yeah,
August,
okay.
and we have this big booth behind us, kind of visible in the, which was really visible. And they both came up to us and said, like, asked us what the hell we were doing.
Yeah.
But they said, "Did you see us?" Yeah, we saw you for like a mile away. But
Let's just see here.
yeah,
Team 28.
28.
How are you doing?
All right.
Yeah?
Plugging along.
Yeah? Have you been here before? Or this is the first time?
Yeah, we're here in 2014.
Okay, okay. So it took you a few years to return?
Took me a few years, yeah.
Was it due to the shock the first time, or?
Well, of course, like us for everybody, I'm sure it is.
And comparing 2014 to now, it must be a big difference.
I think the water is colder this year.
Yeah. But equipment, like what you're wearing.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Equipment-wise, it's a big advancement comparing to 2014. Yeah, back then we were just cutting off the wetsuits. The wetsuits that we had, and this time it's like everything.
Did you have pool boards, paddles?
Yes.
No.
You didn't have them back then?
Didn't have a full one.
Oh God. Okay, where are you from?
From Canada.
From Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really fantastic. Thank you for coming
thank
out
you.
here.
Thank you for organizing this.
Yeah, and enjoy the last bit now. Yes. Okay, take it easy. Swim hard. So the few teams left here now, so we'll go back to the finish line a little bit and then we'll come and reconnect here.
So back to the studio for a bit because we have lost the sound from the finish line, but you get the pictures at least. So I mean, better to have the video than the sound only, I guess. Well,
I have a follow up on my questions before. I wanted you to post about races you were doing. I think we have Natalia waiting for a Swimrun team Russian, and Barbara is upcoming race Blackwater Man Swimrun Austria on 19th of September. Fantastic. Have you been training well, Barbara? Please let us know. What about the low tide boys? We're excited for Odyssey Swimrun
Orcas Islands and the ÖTILLÖ Catalina race. Super stoked. Yeah, you're in for a treat, boys. How's training going for you guys? I mean, you usually do your training update in your podcast. Share with us here what's going on. I mean, Orcas Islands, never been, but I'm expecting a lot of vertical there. So how's training going and what are you up to? How do you prepare for the race? I mean, Catalina is for sure lots of vertical. So super race. Hope to go there someday. That would be a fantastic race to do. I mean,
okay, so we still have a lot of people from France who are commenting in the, and again we need to we need to work on the vocabulary for the French area next year. Great.
Sorry, I'm just deleting troll accounts in the commentary as we try to clean up the mess here.
So 18th of September, visit Poland, 2 hours from Gdansk. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Go Swimrun event there then? Why not?
Yeah, super. And here, did Gothenburg long solo as my first swimrun race. Amazing with Rocco and Francesco. Missing jellyfish hugs from there. What about Utö? Well, there are jellyfish on Utö as well, but we don't have the stinging kind here on the East Coast. The West Coast have the blue ones that stings. So, well, coming to Utö, you'll see the jellyfish, but no stinging ones. Super. Utö is a fantastic race. If you want to do ÖTILLÖ swim run, it's a fantastic race. Lots of trail running, cold swims, super fun, technical race.
Well, yeah, it's in the beginning of the year or the season up north, you know, if you're in the northern hemisphere. So of course it can be really chilly.
Yeah.
You know, 9 degrees on some areas, you know, to swim.
I have a friend who did it in 2018. It was super cold, or 19. She said when she crossed the finish line, "Oh, I have never experienced being cold on the inside of my eyes before, so this is a new one." But
don't get scared off though. It's a fantastic event, and you can. There are several distances as well. You have the experience distance, and you have the sprint, and you have the full distance. So it's something for everyone if you want to try it.
Solo, and you can do team effort. I could absolutely hook up with one of you guys if you want to do it. The new sprint course is amazing. I've done the long course, the old sprint course, and the new sprint course. I would say the new sprint course on Utö Swimrun is an amazing course. It's the best parts of Utö. So it's an amazing experience, worth the trip alone, as they would say in the Michelin guide. Talking about the food on Utö, that also is worth its trip.
So here we have on my question, 25k course, team and solo, nice clear lakes and golden autumn forest. Sounds fantastic if you ask me.
Yeah.
We also have Mary here. This year I haven't competed because I have been rehabbing. Can't wait for next year and all the events. So Mary, what event will you sign up for next year then? Please let us know. Okay. So I saw a question before in the previous part that we didn't follow up on, and that was how do you train for a swim run? And the question is, it depends. It's foremost because it's good to when you answer that question, you need to know what background you have. Are you a former elite swimmer, or are you what do you call it? Coach potato. So it differs a little bit, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, talking about swim training for swim run, even though it's open water swimming that you do on race day, most swim training is done in the pool because it's a set environment. So you can do your swim drills much easier. You can count your laps, and I mean it's basically swim training like training with a swimming club, but with more gear, so it gets more fun because gear is nice.
At least in the area where we live in Stockholm, it's very common to see people, in their swim caps, and they have all the necessary gear as for swim runners, like the pool boy, etc., in the pool.
Yeah, and I mean, getting your ÖTILLÖ swim cap is, that's a bragging right. It doesn't matter if it's the world championship.
But what about the pool boy? Do you need that one in the pool? And what we say is that it's allowed to train indoors with the pool boy, of course. So use it with pride.
Yeah, of course. And
Ville has to clean some trolls here from the chat. I mean, give up. Why spam us with all those junk mails?
Talking about pool boys, are you big fans of the big swim run pool boys, or are you more old school swimmer type, using a very small pool boy, or thinking that kicking is that's the bomb?
And we asked this before, but this question, what do you prefer, swimming or running? What's your preferred sport? Please let us know. And we can have a sort of a mini poll. What is the most favorite sport among you in the audience? Okay, so I think, Ville, you said that almost half of the competitors have passed the finish line right now. So that's a good sign. We have still plenty of people out on the course.
And now it's over 100 competitors, 100 teams have crossed the finish line. So now we're in the last third of all racers who is still doing the World Championship today. I mean, it's amazing to have all these times. I mean, it's all coming in these times are just a testament to how serious everybody's been taking their training and nutrition and build up to this race. It is the World Championship of swimrun, so of course people are shaping up for it. But I mean, I think I have no idea of it yet, but my understanding is that we probably have the fastest year in percentage ever.
Overall, you talk about.
Overall.
Yeah. I guess there's plenty of statistics number guys out there who will figure this out later on. Barbara, regarding the question, don't like pool boys, prefer calls or old school. Explain for us who are not initiated. What is calls and old school in that sense?
So I'm guessing old school is like no big pool boys. The thing with the big pool boy is, your feet are dragging more when you swim with your shoes, of course, so that's a swim runner thing. It's also, it gets easier because you don't have to activate your core as much, but going too big on the pool boy, you need to activate I mean, if you don't activate your core, you're gonna have pain in your lower back, and your running will suffer. So don't
I
go
will,
too
later.
big.
Please stop this guy, you know. I mean,
I need to go home tonight.
so we have Mika, he's telling us swimming,
I thought so,
and
but
I
I
never
need,
kick, but shin protection
need work
foams
tomorrow.
are enough. Okay,
Boring.
fantastic. How old is the oldest athlete competing today? Oh, that was the wrong guy. How old is the oldest guy? How old is the oldest athlete competing today? I don't know, Johan. That's an interesting question. I think. Why do you ask? I know there is some pretty young athletes. I'm not so sure that we have people that are.
I mean, over 50, but we don't have the exact numbers because we don't have the racers, all the information about the racers.
Exactly.
But I know guys that are over 50 that races today, so...
and they are on the top tier.
Yeah,
sure.
They still do super duper times. So, I mean, swimrun, as we've said many times, is for everyone. It's not... I mean, everybody can do it. It's not... Michael Lemmel once told me, and he told me before I was doing my first ÖTILLÖ World Championship, he told me, Ville, don't worry. It doesn't matter how fast you're moving. The only thing that matters is that you're moving forward. So just keep on moving. And that's the spirit of it. Just keep moving and explore nature and get out on an adventure.
Yeah, and if you think about that comment, you know, it's swimrun is foremost an endurance sport activity, you know. So any endurance background, running, skiing, cross-country skiing, walking. I mean, anything you have done for extensive time, I would say, that's endurance. And if you just tweak your training towards swimrun, then you will do okay. You may not end up in this event, but there are several events for you who are not super competitive in that sense, you know. Okay, let's see this one. Johan, my wife and I competing, but I feel too old. It is her birthday today, by the way.
Oh, so congratulations to Johan's wife. You're never too old, Johan. You do you, and I mean, competing should, of course, like the top teams in this event are competing against each other, but we all are also competing with ourselves. I mean, we shouldn't think about what others are doing. We should compete and strive to do the best that we can.
So let's see what Mary says. She's talking about, probably she's responding on what is the best here, is running or swimming, and it doesn't matter as long as it is endurance. So there you go, Mary. Okay, and now we have another troll coming up. We love you guys. I mean, give up.
So we've been doing this for every part today.
Let's see. Fredrik Artursson, Stefan, 57 years, and does the race go team 81? Exactly. So 57, and he's in the team 81. That too many numbers at this hour. Okay, so let's look at this one from Peter. My brother is also competing, turning 55 today. Go team på rätt väg. That is probably not a spelling error. Way to go, Peter. And another troll, and then we have Anastasia. Let's look at her comment. Team 420, Marina and Larissa. Another great finish here. Good job. Ooh, absolutely. People are. One thing that strikes me is that only a few, maybe 2 or 3 teams I've noticed are super tired and exhausted. Most of them are just happy you know, laughing, hugging like this couple here. They're even kissing, you know. I mean, this is maybe not that common, but people are super happy to finish up the race and to have been part of the race, I guess, as well.
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean, you have plenty of time to be tired along the race course coming to the finish line. You forget about all those troubles for a while and just you're super grateful for the journey that you have set out on and completed during the day. Coming to ÖTILLÖ Världshus is fantastic. Just meeting all the other racers, having a change of clothes, getting warm again, eating a bit of food, having a drink, and just chatting with everybody, sharing the experience that you guys had on the race course.
Look at this one, Wille.
You can
So
see
we
how
have
emotional it is to just be part of it and finish at the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship.
So we have a team, a French team, father and son. 62 years is the father. So I guess according to chat, this is the oldest person so far. If you can report any older than 62,
please
please inform us.
So Maria, I'm just gonna text Maria because I think she has Mats Scott, one of the race directors, at her.
Ah, fantastic. So then we have an interview. She will call in. So we are waiting for 421 Team Öland. Should be in quite soon. Go Anna Lundberg and Ulrika Holtop, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Philip, for talking us.
And I miss your sessions at Stockholm Stadium. I've been running with Philip a couple of times. He is super fast and have fantastic run sessions in Stockholm. So big shout out to him.
So I will opt us out now and opt in Maria, who will be talking with Mats Scott. Maria, the air is yours.
So we're here, still at the southern tip of Orna, waiting for the last, I think, 6 teams. Hopefully we'll all make the cutoff. And I'm here with Mats Scott, one of the founders of ÖTILLÖ. So we're here for the 15th edition. How is it?
It's really nice to get going again after this last year with no races at all. And just meeting all the races that are tired but full of energy anyhow. And now we're waiting at the last cutoff here at Orna. And we have 5 teams left. And I've met them for the last few hours. And they're just so full of energy, even though they are just completely knackered.
And you think they will all make it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think they look motivated when I met them at the church up a bit north.
Okay. And how long do you think it will take for them from here then?
It takes about 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's kind of short here, but the whole terrain is like rocky and very technical.
Yeah.
So it's and with the stiff legs and you're cold and your feet are hurting and the legs are just super stiff. It's really
balance is just
the
wrong.
balance, yeah. So it's really hard to move fast.
Yeah. And you as a race director, when does your day end?
When the last team finished at the
Yeah, it mentally maybe, but you also have then all the logistics, all the energy stations. Is all that back or?
It's all back.
It's all back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the whole course is clean behind the last race.
And how long do you relax now after the World Championship before you start planning for Cannes?
2 days.
A few days.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. We are all very happy. We've been talking about that all day. To be here is such a fantastic atmosphere. Not only the racers, but the volunteers and everyone. It's a privilege to be part of this.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we have the privilege to have this beautiful archipelago in Stockholm and Sweden. I think it's just mind-blowing, even it's every single year you come back here.
Yeah, and the weather actually, I was a bit concerned that it would be a bit of hypothermia in the beginning, but I don't think there were too many that had to drop out.
I think, like I said in the race briefing yesterday, the tricky part is in the morning when have lots of long swims in the beginning. And then we have the big islands, people get moving and they get warm and they don't get afraid of being cold.
Yes. Yeah.
And I met many on the last team, they'll be very cold, but they're being fresh in the head. So, and then when they come to an island, when they can move fast, they get up the heat.
Yeah.
not move, but they get normal.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, good. That's great. So we're gonna stay here and wait for the last teams and have a little chat to them. So we'll go back to the finish line and then we'll see you shortly.
Bravo!
Okay, so we're back.
Yeah, and we can see here to the left you have Team Kraken 100 plus, Joakim Axelsson and Per Kristoffersson, one of the teams that are 50 plus then. Joakim Axelsson have the most finishes on ÖTILLÖ, the Swimrun World Championship, out of everyone. Even more than Jonas Kolting, so a true legend of the sport. Not as many stars as Jonas Kolting, but more finishes.
We heard it on the race course before. He's a walking encyclopedia regarding ÖTILLÖ, and he knows every sort of bush or stone in the during the course.
Yeah, and I mean he's a fantastic guy. When I was coming into it, and I asked like, oh yeah, how about this little island here out in the archipelago, and he was like, yeah, that island is fantastic, you should go south on the street on the beach here and then go. I mean, he knows everything about everything out in the archipelago. Fantastic person, fantastic racer, super stoked that he has finished once again. Just a super guy, so happy for him.
Let's see Adori here. We are training and racing without pull buoy right here in Sicily for short swim till 700 meter, and with a lot of transitions it's disadvantage, correct. So the transitions in swimrun are really time consuming if you're not efficient, and if you're competing, that's a sort of vital part. If you are a former triathlete, you only have 2 transitions, but in swimrun it's plenty, so you can really lose time here. If you're fiddling around with your equipment. I remember early years people have fins, they have like all sort of equipments before it was, I don't know, banned, or sort of people sort of realize that this is not efficient to bring.
Yeah, and I mean, especially as long of a race as the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship, you have 54 transitions. Losing 30 seconds on all of those, I mean, it adds up to almost half an hour of racing. So being efficient, really training on your transitions will benefit you greatly. Using the pull buoy or not using the pull buoy, well, in Sicily, if I'm trying to think of Sweden, here in the Baltic Sea we don't have that much salt in the ocean, so we don't float as good as you guys in the Mediterranean. So maybe you have an advantage and don't need a big pull buoy or any pull buoy at all, or you're super good swimmers.
Could be, yeah, why not? Here we have a comment from Therese Ekdal. Ni är grymma.
I think she's talking about the racers, but my ego is saying me.
Okay. Yeah. Could we just sort of say she's talking about us?
Yeah. It's good for the ego.
Narcissist for everyone. Heja Sara och Maria, ni är så grymma. So they are more.
So they are not us.
They are not us. Sara and Maria are a team who just passed finish line time ago, while we met with Maria.
Yeah.
And here is another comment about those fantastic racers. So maybe Bjerre Woman and Sara Maria, are those the same?
Check with the...
I'm not so sure. Jessica, Hanna, please inform if that's the same team. Must be, because Emma also comment on the Bjerre Woman.
Maria Svensson and Sara Hagström.
So they are the same. They have a crew.
They have a whole crew cheering for them the whole day. Super that you are following your friends along the race.
I saw the comment. The last cutoff at south of Orne is 1800. So that is in approximately 19 minutes.
Yeah. And there were 5 teams that hadn't passed the checkpoint yet.
Yes. So Maria will short be with us because she at the point, and help us to figure out who's going to pass or not.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like the hero's hour of the Ironman. you just want everybody to succeed. So I mean, come on, all those last teams. I'm checking who you are, and I'm rooting for you.
So
guys.
maybe we should help them out. Why don't all of us in the chat or in the audience right now give us a thumb up or a heart or whatever sign you can find on that button. That smash it if you like, and give us a couple of thumbs up so maybe we can canalize some energy to the racers. Okay, Team Nunu finishing a bit.
So
in a
Maria
bit.
is calling in again. Let's see what she has to say.
So let's punch her in. There we go. Maria.
Okay, we're on air on south of Urna. We're having a swim run party here. It's the last but not the least of the teams, right? Can you just start? How are you?
First time, second time.
Second time? Good. And you?
It's my travel agent.
First time. Amazing. Where are you from?
France.
France?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Where are you from? France? Well done, everyone. Woo! How are you making it back to Uta now?
Where is the station?
Down there you have the water. Around the corner is the orange flag.
Ah, yes.
And then you do some island hopping back to Uta.
Can we just go straight to the other one?
You can, but you won't get the medal that you want.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
So we stick to the plan.
Just stick to the plan.
Oui, il y a...
Yes.
Non, en fait, il faut que tu descendes un peu, tu le vois pas encore, mais il y a le drapeau.
So we have the French teams here debating where to swim. Don't miss the flag. Go this way here. Here's a bit too technical. Here's better. You can.
I'm blind without my glasses.
Oh, that's good.
Great work, everyone.
Yes, definitely. Beers have been offered all day.
So Maria,
We have the sweepers, all the safety swimmers, and I think maybe we should sum this day up with that from at least this end. That we are one big happy. And, we have the last team, so we're not going to sum it up. They're making it. Everyone made it. Wow. No, apparently it's not the last one. It's the second last one. And now they're almost missing the timing station, so don't want to do that. Everyone is cheering the last teams on here. I think there's all amazing performances, regardless if you're first or if you're coming in last. Imagine these guys here have been out for so many more hours than the winners. It's just really incredible what the body can do. This is something that everyone can do. No one is more special than these people here. Of course, the top athletes at the front, that is something different. They're pushing their bodies so hard. That's not health. That's something else. But what everyone else here is doing is just hard work and determination. So if you want to do this, try one of ÖTILLÖ's races on. Next one is in Cannes. You have an experience, a sprint, or the World Series. Experience is usually 6, 7, 8 kilometers. The sprint is up to between 12 to maybe 15, 16 kilometers. And then the World Series between 35 and 40 usually. So there's something for everyone. So just get out there and try it. And let's see if we can then round it up here and say thank you from us at the south tip of Urna and back to the finish line.
So just tell reception that you need prepare.
so just like that, everybody
made
it through the last cutoff.
So I have to ask this question: is this the first time in history everybody, or we don't know if someone got caught off before? Do we?
No, we can. But I mean, it seems I have to guess here.
I mean, wild assumption. This is the first time ever. We have fact checked this and double fact checked this. No, we have not. But is this the first time ever that no one got cut off in the where Maria is right now? This is a question.
Yeah,
we will figure that out.
Yeah, we will figure that out in the coming weeks. While doing
Kenneth,
statistics.
great job from the studio out on racetrack. You made my day on the office. Fantastic, Kenneth.
Fantastic.
Tack så mycket.
Yeah, I mean, we have put in a lot of effort to this. Us here in the studio, as well as Maria and Nancy, of course, and Jonas and Henrik has been going up and down the race course
With cameras.
with cameras and bikes and everything. They are true heroes, so that we can deliver this to everybody around the world.
Okay, so we still have, for those who just passed Maria, should we show a map?
Yeah, sure. We should show a map from.
And I will show a map. So they are now section D in the end here. Huh?
No, you have to go down even further. So they are at, if you move up just a tad bit, now the map can stay. So I'll just take the pointer now because we're super tired after waking up at 3:45 today. So they are here.
That's the cutoff.
That's the cutoff. And now they're hopping their way down here, kulbärling, långbärling, and here are a lot, wrong way. Here are the islands called Mellankobbarna and Järnholmen. Here's strong currents, so the swims here are, I mean, this swim is probably 15 meters, but you swim in a 45-degree angle, so you will swim
150 meters.
Exactly. So super. I mean, those islands are, you just think it's ridiculous. You can't run on them. You just, it's OCR climbing, basically. Then you go to Järnholmen and then you see it, the island of love, the last checkpoint here, Utö. You swim over and then you have 3.5 kilometers of somewhat easy running, although the racers won't feel that it's easy running. Coming here, up here is Heartbreak Hill, and here is the after party.
Great. So let's go back to some screen. Let's find it here, studio, there it is. And back at the finishing line. Okay. Careful team 405 is now at T18. We will need finish line. Oh, here it is, Matthew.
Yeah, and as Maria said, I mean, it's true heroes. Being out on this course for this long really takes its toll on your body and your mind. You have to, it's no easy running, well, a couple of kilometers on Une where it's asphalt, but other than that, you have to watch your every step along this whole course. You will be drained physically and mentally coming to the finish line here because you have concentrated this whole day on every step you take, on every stroke you take of swimming, so you don't get washed out into the Baltic Ocean.
But for some races, there's still like, what, 2-3 hours before they come to finish line, or am I wrong?
No,
6. So it's going to be at least 2 hours for some of them, huh?
Yeah, some of them will come to the finish line in about 2 hours.
Oh.
So, I mean...
It's going to be pitch black.
Yeah, it's going to be pitch dark, but I mean, everybody's going to be there to greet them at the finish line. So, I mean, it's just like the Ironman circus. If the people coming in first, they have no crowd to cheer them on. So, I mean, this is truly the real hero's hour.
Good. Come on, Team Ulan. So, what else can we talk about? Someone is calling in. It's Michael. He's probably at the finish line, and let's see what he has to say.
Hey, Michael.
Michael, what's going on? Well, we are reaching the 12-hour mark, and We have teams still coming in. Everybody's still looking more or less fresh. I'm going to welcome these guys, and then we can continue to talk a little bit. But we're reaching that magic hour on the south end of Una. And as you can see, people are very emotional when they come to the finish line here. You can go in close and just feel the emotions.
And here comes E&A, Arena of Paris, quarantine with Alain and Elena. Very good job, ladies. You are almost at the finish line as number 20 in the world. Congratulations. Very good job. In less than 2 hours, 12 hours.
You are fucking amazing. I just wanted to go away.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, as we were saying, we have the finish lines. People are really digging very deep into the cellar to have the energy and to make it all the way here. If you think about it, the first teams, they were crushed at 7 hours, 38 minutes and 45 seconds, and after. These teams have been out for almost 12 hours, and we still have teams out that will be out for another 2 hours. So the amount of, I mean, they are working much harder than the front almost, because just the energy levels and everything just drops off. They just need to eat and nutrition and hydration and so on. So people are digging very far into the cellar to finish like this.
What do you? Can you just describe the scene that maybe the audience can't see? We see the finish line here, but what's happening behind us, Michael?
Well, behind you we have first we have ÖTILLÖ that's put on a big spread for the racers to grab just as they come out of the finish line chute. Then we have a big dinner that's going on inside, but you know, the racers they come in and you see when the adrenaline lets go and the emotions well up, you have people coming into various states of emotion just behind, and they need to fill up on energy and drink. And then we take their timing chips, and then they move on to collect their bags so they can go to their rooms and shower and start getting warm. And the key thing now, after this far into the race, or at any point actually, is that as soon as possible start eating and drinking, so that you get your energy levels up. But I mean, the emotional mayhem that's going on here, but also behind us, it's just, I think it's quite amazing.
I see the stock of ÖTILLÖ beer is deplenishing a little.
Yeah, well, we have ÖTILLÖ beer. It's probably very nice to drink after a long day like this, and I think we have enough. I'm sure we have enough, actually.
It's so really. Do you notice though how quickly you see these guys coming across the line? They've given everything out on the field, and then you can see someone like Adriel, who's our now world champion, walking around. He looks pretty normal.
Yeah, but believe
with a limp.
They look pretty normal, but they have felt it big time, and when they came across the line, they really felt it big time, because they were just quite crushed. And that's what I really love about the sport, is when you see the front teams, they actually cross the line and they are bombed. I mean, these are top athletes, and they are completely bombed. And in a lot of other sports, you see the top athletes, it's like, okay, I did my race, and then they keep on going. But here everyone is bombed.
And do you think that these world records are just going to continue to be broken? Like, can they really get so much faster?
Well, today we see that the women and the mixed teams, especially the mixed teams and the women team, was just the same. I'm sure that we're going to have times very close to the men's teams. The men's teams, I think they will. I'd not be surprised if we see times down to 7:15, 7:10. So try and take care of these guys. You see the emotions, like I said before. Just a moment.
Guys. Ready to go? C'était bien passé? It's a good run?
Åh fy fan vad tufft det var sista biten. Jag ber om ursäkt. Fy fan vad gött.
Okay, so we're still here. Back to the cutoff. Maybe 2 minutes now. And we're Team 26. Father is not from front.
Awesome work, guys. Awesome work. Fantastic.
Fantastic. This is so great. So well.
Nice.
Do you have some words?
For the moment,
For the moment.
it's very difficult.
It's very difficult.
Ouais. Je remercie mon fils. He's super proud.
We're so proud. Yeah, I think we all are. We all are. This is just amazing what you're doing right now. Your father and son, right?
Yes. We didn't think that it would be possible. We were so far. Okay, let's go finish.
You're finishing. You can take as long time as you want.
Sorry.
You can take as long time as you want.
Yes.
Yeah,
We want to finish
You will
by day, you know.
You will finish and you'll get company in the water.
Yeah.
This gentleman
Okay.
here.
Okay.
And they will.
Catch me out. Make me the boat. Please.
Thank you for showing what
Thank you so much for catching us.
It's fabulous in Sweden. Fabulous.
Yes.
No, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And the stuff
Fabulous.
along
Amazing.
the course.
Ouais, but it was amazing.
Fabulous. Incroyable. Max. Merci. Merci. Tu nous as tués avec le kill me, but merci. Thank you very much. Merci. Thank you.
So I think we'll finish with those words. You killed me, but it's fantastic. And as Matt said yesterday, just go south. So that's where we all will be going right now, to Utervärdshus for the buffet.
So we all go south. That's a quote to live by, I say. So super happy to see the team that you were talking about in the comments, the French fries. Go team go, I would say. I mean, it looked super fresh to be a 62-year-old doing the World Championships. Yeah,
absolutely.
Super cool. And here we have a team finishing in the women's category, team 424. Let's check them out.
So Matthew, he's been with us the whole day. Now he says he has to start working. I mean, it was a cool day listening to you. Dream experience. Yeah. Count me in next year. Good, Matthew.
Yeah, and I can also see that Matthew have learned Swedish in the time where we haven't learned French. So, I mean,
shame on us.
Yeah, shame on us. You have one-upped us, Matthew. But we'll see you next year in the commentating booth. So, be in touch, man. So, team 424 bread bakers from Finland, Elina and Kaisia. Super happy for you guys. Everybody who's finishing, you have bragging rights for the rest of your life. Super cool. 122 teams have finished. And let's
out of 160, so it's 40 out there.
59.
59, okay.
So except for a couple of DNFs and 2 who didn't start.
Look at this, Matthew. He's almost a Swede. He lived in Linköping in 2 years.
Oh, okay. So I mean,
that's cheating, Matthew.
Yeah, that's cheating. Okay, so back to square one. No,
Sorry, Ville.
Yeah. So 122 teams have crossed the finish line. We have 9 who sadly didn't start or did not finish, and waiting for the last couple of teams. So we'll be with you for 20 more minutes, and we're gonna pump this up as best as we can.
Do we know anything about 344?
344. Let's check. Team 344. Have you used up all the internet, or is everybody at the EQ timing site?
Maybe.
So it's
Team 344.
Yeah, they finished the race in.
Are they finished?
Let's see.
So
finish line at 9 hours 56 minutes and 24 seconds.
Okay, so team 344 are they finished? They have finished 9:56, so sub 10 hours. Okay. Team 83. We will check for you guys.
Team 83, team on Vol, Jeff and Benoit at time 17. So they are at last time they got a record was on Long Balling.
So they cut off?
No. They're working towards Uta. Now Michael wants to talk again.
Michael, what do you want?
Well, what I understand is that we have the teams managed to pass the cutoff at the bottom of Una, and that means that we have 123 teams who have finished by now, and we look like we might even have 150 teams that do finish. And for the last teams, what we have is some safety swimmers that get in the water and swim with them at the back to make sure that they find the right way, because after 12 hours of racing, they still have another 2 hours, 2 hours 15 to get here. So we have safety swimmers that actually chaperone the last teams all the way to the finish line, because daylight goes down, and we need to make sure that we have all the teams on Uta before we lose the last light. So that's why we do that.
So is there any cutoff point once they make that last time? They could, as long as they come across this finish line till 9 o'clock tonight, 10 o'clock?
Well, the light is our biggest cutoff, okay. And we have said we don't want anybody in the water when we don't have any light. So if they get on to Uta and it's dark, then we can manage to chaperone them down, because it's a gravel road with no traffic on it. They'll be fine, but we do not want any people in the water when it's dark. So that's why we have the safety swimmers to push them down.
But as a race director, how do you feel seeing like that potential number of your competitors and your teams finishing?
Well, on a day like this, when it makes a big difference that we didn't have a race last year, because that means that people have been waiting for 2 years to race on a long course like this, and I think people lose a little bit the fire that they need to get all the way, and I think it's a fantastic job today. It's been a very, very good day condition-wise, but at the same time, on the pig swim, we saw that the teams had the wind in their face, or on the right clanger, as I would say, right in the face from the right, and pushing them away from the exit. So I think they fought quite hard to get out of the water, and it takes a lot of energy. So I think having 150 teams, we'll see, but I hope that will happen, would be absolutely fantastic.
So with the live coverage today and all the new swim runners we're going to attract, what kind of races does ÖTILLÖ have coming up? Is there any this year that they can look at, or what's going on?
It's a very good question. We hope that people will be motivated and inspired by these fantastic racers that we've had here today, and the live coverage that all of you have done on Facebook, because what I understand is that you've done a fantastic job. We have a race in Cannes on the 16th and 17th of October, and then in Malta on the 6th and 7th of November, and then we have Catalina on the 20th and 21st of November in the US. And at those races we have the short race, the Experience, which is 7.5 kilometers. And then we have the Sprint, which is around 15 kilometers, and the World Series, which is around 40 kilometers. The World Series is a qualifier for the World Champs, and you collect ranking points there if you like. And now you can actually do all of the races in teams of 2 or solo. But you collect ranking points as a team in the World Series only.
How have the experience races worked? How have you seen those grow over the last, because it's been, what, 2 years you introduced those?
2 years ago, I would say, we introduced the experience races, and it's a fantastic entry point because anyone can do an experience race. And it's something that even if you've done a lot of swim run, you can bring your daughter or your son or your husband or your wife or your parent or whatever. It's a fantastic way of sharing a moment together and sharing the emotions of swim run together with somebody you care a lot for. And so we see that experience is growing a little bit. I still think people don't understand that the experience is something that anyone can do. But we see a lot of growth in the sprint distance, which is around 15 kilometers.
What about Cannes? Cannes is really different for the type of race it is for ÖTILLÖ.
Cannes is a magic race because it's October in Northern Europe. It's a time when you really don't want to spend that much time in the water. You come down to the sun, warm water. The water temperature is over 20 degrees. We're at the Hotel Martinez on the Croisette with the beach. It just becomes a fantastic weekend getaway and to experience swim run. And people say, oh, it's a city race, but I can honestly say that it will surprise you with how much non-city race it is for being a city race, because we have some real surprises in that race for those who haven't done it before. We have something that we call the Jungle Trail, and the Jungle Trail is it's a beast.
We're not all fans of the Jungle Trail. You do it and you say, oh, thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mads. But it's a great race because it allows people that might be a little hesitant to start off with Sweden and the different type of trail running and terrain can offer something different.
Well, it's also, I think, the warm water. I think people, when you start up in swim run, when you're new to it, then the fear of the cold becomes a big issue, and it's a mental issue because now here, for example, people are doing swim run year round. We do it every month of the year when there's no ice on the water, and we realize that you adapt and your body gets accustomed to doing swim run even in single digit temperatures. 5-6 degrees is fine. It's just that you don't swim 500 meters, of course. So going to Cannes, where it's just the atmosphere of sun, people, warm water, beaches. It's great. And Malta, of course, is more of the same. We just move south another month, where we have the same experience again with warm water, beautiful trails, fantastic historical sites. Where you get away and experience something completely new again. And then again, Catalina with the dry weather in the US and California in November, in the end of November, the water still being warm from the whole season. It becomes a nice way of just moving south with as autumn comes.
What about next year? Do you have any specific goals? Is ÖTILLÖ looking to reach something, add new races, or are you just going to go with the flow next year?
Well, 2022, we don't know what we have in store yet. I mean, we still are under, what do you say, we feel very restricted by the COVID situation still throughout Europe and throughout the world, where we don't know really how the races will be able to move forward and which way, and we can't really plan for anything new next year, because when you create something new, then you really have to invest in it. And without knowing that we can have the races for sure, we have said that for next year we just want to have our regular calendar and get it to start moving again, because we need racers to come back to the races, because without you as racers, we can't exist.
And you see that sort of enthusiasm continuing. I mean, people haven't been able to do this stuff for a year and a half. Have you noticed that? I'm sure people maybe are changing their plans maybe last minute, or are they making in advance? Do people want to get back to sports and nature?
Well, I think people have changed a little bit in their mindset, where they just want to experience outdoors, and they haven't been as competitive in the last year, and I think people have to get back into the mindset of being competitive, and then I think we will see growth again. But it's slow, and people are reluctant to invest in a race, entry fee, travel, and so on, without being sure that people actually get it. So that means that we see a lot of entries at the very end. So that's going to be wrapped for me, I think. I'm going to take care of these guys. Thank you. Laurent in 2019, he did every single race that we did, sprint and World Series. So it's great to see him. And Christophe is somebody who we raced with, Mats and I raced against when adventure racing.
We had 124 teams reaching the finish line. It's fantastic. All the way from Sandhamn, all the way to the finish here at Ultimatus. Very good, Katarina and Jakob. You are almost at the finish, and here we have the food and beer and everything that you will love after racing 12 hours. Congratulations! Very well done.
Merci. Bon, merci à toi.
You did it. Do you remember seeing us at the first aid station? I said that we were your favorite volunteers.
The 6 minutes, so if you hold this, I'll change on, but we're really close to zero here.
Okay.
So I'll pitch zero.
Let's make 6 minutes. Way to go! Bravo! Excellent. Excellent work, guys. So, c'était facile après de faire toutes les World Series et toutes les sprints? Tu fais avec lui, on met en haut à chaque fois. Non. Non. Non, je crois pas. Ça s'est bien passé? Comme équipe. Ouais.
Very good.
So as you can see, still racers passing the finish line. 124 teams have passed the finish line. 1, 2, 3.
They want us on this side, though, just away from.
So 100 with a couple of. Michael, go. You have a couple of minutes, and then I'm wrapping up.
Thanks, sir. Can you hear me, or?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Oh, good. Wonderful to see you guys again.
So we just, I was asking Michael, he's the giver of all awards to people. Can you just tell us a little bit about the medals you're giving out?
Well, this is, again, one of our social enterprises that we work with. This is Kenosis that produces these medals. It's reclaimed wood that's been reworked into medals, and it's a social enterprise. So the people that are actually working on this are doing the skills. They are learning new skills to get off the streets, to get alive, to get a life with a steady income, and to be able to move on. So it's they do all our leather work. They do all our medals. They do all our how do you call it?
Trophies.
Trophies. Thank you. And it's all reclaimed wood and leather with people who need to change their life a little bit. So we're extremely proud to work with Kenosis that way.
So the people, except for the first 3 teams that cross the finish line, everyone gets one of these. What happens at 8:15 tonight? Do you want to just tell us a little bit?
Well, we have the prize giving at 8:15, and we'll of course congratulate all the podiums, but of course everyone else, the racers, the staff, our media teams, our medical teams, all the boat drivers and everything like that. But like I say, I really don't like talking about it until everyone has crossed the line. People come and say, oh, congratulations on a great race, you must be really happy. I say, well, not until the race actually is over for all of us, so that our boat crews and everybody are back on land and everybody's safe. Then for me, I can say, okay, we had a great race. Not until then, because things can still happen.
So what do the teams that are placing the top 3, what do they get as a medal?
Well, they get a big version of this, and we have a special trophy, rock trophy from ÖTILLÖ, because it's a mining community. And I'm sorry, I would take a.
All right, so with that, I'm taking my cue to end this broadcast that we have been rolling with this entire day. I want to say thank you to everybody, the racers, the organization, to everybody's watching, everybody's commenting. You guys have been fantastic. I mean, this is a pure joy for me and Joachim to be able to do this broadcast and to talk about a sport that we have a great passion for this whole day. So I just want to wrap things up, tell you a little bit of what's happened during the day. We have new world champions, we have new course records. So a big congratulations to new world champions in the men's category, Adriel Young and Oscar Olsson, with the new course record of 7 hours, 38 minutes and 43 seconds. Also, big shout out and congratulations to the new world champions in the mixed category, Desiree Andersson and Victor Dahl, with a new course record there as well at 8 hours, 14 minutes and 57 seconds. And last but absolutely not least, the machines, the superpower woman, the new world champions in the women's category, Kristin Larsen and Helena Siversson. Big congratulations. Not a course record, but so close. A fantastic day of racing. It has been a pure joy to watch everything. I get emotional talking about it. Get emotional seeing all the people at the finish line. This has been a truly amazing day for the sport of swimrun and for us as fans.
So let's wrap up this this with the final. Unless you have something more to say.
No.
Let's just finish this and let's do the outro with this year's super video.
Yeah.
And thank you guys for
for
watching. Yeah.